Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, Queen of Soap Opera Romance and author of The Billionaire's Royal Secret. This is an original audiobook narrated by a human voice, published by Novel Idea Publishing, and written by me. Enjoy the story.
The Billionaire's Royal Secret, a Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance. Devotion and Dynasty Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Chapter 1. Elena. Elena tightened her fingers around the chair's carved arm as she faced her father on the opposite side of the desk. In the private office at their sprawling country estate, once a sanctuary, what began as a father-daughter conversation had turned into a war. The heavy drapes and portraits of her ancestors staring down at them all bore witness to the battleground of wills between a king and his princess. "But, father," she began, in her crisp British accent, honed from years with her British tutor, only to be cut off when he raised a hand. As her words stopped, he pulled his hand back, tugging on the still dark beard poking from his chin. "Elena, I will not hear any more of your entreaties." "I am not whining," she said, as she settled her arms across her chest. "You are." She narrowed her emerald eyes at her father, the current king of her small country of Eldoria. "Did you bring me here to celebrate my birthday, or merely to deliver this crushing news in a more calming setting?" Her father closed his blue eyes, his nostrils flaring with a deep sigh. "Elena, this is hardly news to you." A storm of emotions whirled within her, sitting just below the surface. A fierce desire for freedom clashed with her ingrained duty of her royal lineage. She yearned to shout and argue that her life deserved more than a set of predetermined steps set out at birth. Yet years of rigid decorum held her back, molding her protest into a quiet plea for independence. She tugged her doll-like lips into a frown. She had known since she was a child she was betrothed to a prince from another country. She'd lived her life in that shadow. In this very room, she'd been taught the importance of fulfilling her royal duties. As Crown Princess of Eldoria, she would ascend to the throne one day. She'd been reared by her father's sometimes overbearing hand and her mother's far gentler one to rule a country. Over the years, those lessons had turned to lectures. Lectures about duty, lectures about state decisions, lectures about everything to do with her royal commitments. They all seemed like burdens to her now. "I fail to see how this is crushing news, Elena." Her father rose from his seat and stalked to the window, staring out over the lush, rolling hills. "You have known of it since you were a child." "And I have hated it since then." It wasn't the busy schedule, the charity work, or the lack of freedom in general, so much as it was this matter. Her engagement was set to be announced in 6 months, with a wedding to follow quickly after. She'd marry a man she'd met on 2 previous occasions, once when she was 7, and spoken a grand total of 20 words to. She hated the idea, and she'd said as much on numerous occasions. As a 7-year-old, when she'd been introduced to her future husband, Prince Eric of Corinthia, she'd slapped him across the face and stormed off. Her mother had followed, smoothing her hair as she curled her tiny hands into fists at the unfairness of it all. "You have said as much on numerous occasions, Elena. It changes nothing. Must I remind you of your royal duties? No, you mustn't, father. But I fail to see how this must be one of them. Do my feelings not matter? Have I no say in the direction of my life?" "When you are a princess who will one day be queen, no, you do not." Her features twisted as she pounded a hand against the chair's arm. "But, father—" "Stop whining, Elena. The matter is settled. It has been since you were born." He twisted to face her, the corners of his lips curling as he clasped his hands behind his back.
Now, about your birthday present.
No, I will not be distracted by a birthday present. We have not finished with the other conversation.
We have,
her father said, his smile slipping. I care not for the birthday present you have. I have another in mind.
If you are asking to cancel your upcoming nuptials, it is out of the question.
Elena's lips twisted into a pout, and she flicked a lock of dark hair over her shoulder. A quiet knock sounded at the door before it popped open. Her mother poked her head in, her voice soft and soothing, honed after years of practice at being the kindly queen.
I have not heard any explosions, so I thought I would check to ensure both of you remain alive. We are both alive, though Elena is pouting.
Her mother was light-haired to her dark, but with matching emerald eyes. She crossed to her and stroked her hair, just as she had all those years ago when she'd met her fiancé. Do not pout, darling. It will all work out. Her mother's touch was a balm, yet also a reminder of the gentle strength that had long held their family together. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. Remember, Elena, true strength lies in understanding and compassion, not just in maintaining tradition, she'd said so often in the past. Elena focused on those words, using them as a guiding light amidst her turmoil. I am not pouting, Mother. I am understandably upset over the end of my life. Now, that's hardly the case, her mother said.
If your mother and I felt that way, you would not be here, my darling daughter.
Elena heaved a sigh. Her mother and father were a matched pair. They'd grown to love each other, and they expected her to do the same with a perfect stranger. Perhaps that would be better.
Elena Sophia Catherine Montclair,
her mother exclaimed, her voice still soft though, clearly showing her disapproval.
What a horrid thing to say!
Elena chewed her lower lip, the frown still etched in her features.
I cannot help it, Mother. I am not living, merely alive, and I am quite fed up with it.
She leapt from her chair and stormed from the room. After slamming the door behind her, she curled her fingers into fists and let out a muffled scream. She raced down the thick carpet in the middle of the hall, past the suits of armour, and the coat of arms tying her to the honour and dignity of the Montclairs. She took the steps 2 by 2 past the stained glass windows, twisted around on the landing, and hurried up to the second floor. Tears stung her eyes as she hurried to her suite. She burst inside, raced to the large 4-poster bed, and flung herself onto it. A soft but authoritative voice spoke to her a moment later. I take it things did not go as planned, Your Highness.
Not quite, Caroline,
she said to the auburn-haired woman who had attended her since she was a child. Her lady's maid, Caroline, served as best friend and confidant, in addition to attending to her every need. She offered Elena a tight-lipped smile, clasping her hands in front of her.
I do not understand, Elena said through sobs. How can it be so unfair?
Your parents were an arranged marriage, Your Highness. Perhaps it is not as bad as all that.
You have met Prince Eric. It can be. He is a pompous ass.
Caroline sniggered at the comment. Though not one you cannot handle, Your Highness. Elena pouted again as she twisted the silk duvet in her fist.
I do not wish to handle it.
Caroline crossed to the antique mahogany vanity and picked up the silver brush. Come, let me brush your hair.
I do not wish you to brush my hair,
Elena said with a forlorn sob. Don't you? Elena frowned as she tilted her chin down to study Caroline. She pulled herself from the bed and shuffled to the chair before she plopped into it. Her fingers traced the delicate crystal of her perfume atomizer as Caroline gently tugged the brush through her long, dark locks. I have never seen you look so defeated. Where is the fire that lights those emerald eyes?
gone, smashed by my father as he set a deadline for this ridiculous marriage to happen." That feisty Elena Montclair spirit smashed? I don't believe it. Caroline grinned at her through the mirror. Elena drummed her fingers against the marble top of the vanity as she flicked her gaze out the open French doors leading to the massive stone balcony. She narrowed her eyes at the spring blooms on the flowering trees on the rolling green hills. "Eldoria is quite a small country, isn't it, Caroline?" "Yes, it is, but still important." "I care not of its importance at the moment." The brush hesitated before finishing its swipe through her hair. "You have that faraway look that suggests a plan is hatching in that sharp mind of yours." "I believe I have formed a plan, and if it works—" She ripped her gaze from the landscape, centering them on Caroline through the mirror. "I just may be free." The corners of her lips turned up as she practiced her plea. She spent the last parts of her afternoon perfecting it, refining the words, carefully crafting the statements for the maximum impact. She'd learned much over the years from both her father and her mother about how to win an argument, a skill she'd need as monarch of a small country. "Any hints?" Caroline asked as she finished with her hairstyle for dinner. Elena grinned at her as she pulled her gloves on. "None. Wish me luck, dear Caroline. If I succeed, we shall have much planning to do." She lifted her skirts on her formal dinner gown and hurried from the room down to the living room. "Fashionably late, darling," her father said as he poured her a sherry. "My sincere apologies, father, but I had quite a bit of thinking to do." "Oh?" her mother said after a sip of her cocktail. "And what conclusions did you come to?" "It was not so much a conclusion as an idea," Elena answered, perching with a straight back on the edge of the sofa next to her mother. "An idea for?" her father asked. Elena sipped at her sherry, making her final refinements to her proposal. "I understand my duty to this country and this family, and I intend to fulfill it, though I have a request first." Her father arched a dark eyebrow. "Excellent news, darling. What is your request?" "I have been quite sheltered here. Before my life becomes entwined with state affairs and the demands of a husband, I wish to travel, maybe engage in solitary charity work without the formalities of royal obligations. Real character-building work." After exchanging a glance with her mother, her father narrowed his eyes at Elena. "Travel? Darling, if you would like to see the sights, I would be happy to escort you on a worldwide tour. It can be your birthday present." Elena shook her head. "No, father, not a tour. I have seen Paris, London, Athens, Rome, all from the back of a limousine in the heights of a penthouse. But I want to experience life, somewhere where no one knows me. I want to spend some time alone before I am tether-joined by a husband." "And on this little life trip, you would do what?" "Learn about the world, about me, about how to be an effective leader." He puckered his lips as he shot another glance to her mother, who offered a slight tilt to her head and a lift of one shoulder, indicative of her entertaining the idea. "And how would you do that?" "Well," she said with a deep breath, "I will participate in a number of charitable organizations, like a soup kitchen or a homeless shelter, but not throwing a charity gala for them, actually working with the people." "And afterwards, you would return home and announce your engagement?" "Yes," she said with a smile. "I just feel overwhelmed and would like to explore before I'm so fully committed." "Perhaps a spa session would be more in order?" "Oh, father, I am trying to be responsible here. A massage and a facial will do nothing for my character." "I do not like it, Elena," he answered as he paced the floor. Her heart sank as she desperately searched for a way to bolster her argument without seeming too desperate. "Perhaps it is not a terrible idea, Frederick," her mother said. Sending her to London or Paris to live among the masses alone is not a terrible idea. Sophia!"
Her mother heaved a small sigh. "No, father, not London or Paris. Sterling City."
"The States?" he cried.
"Yes, a very safe city. I researched it. Low crime, a vibrant art community, so many things I could learn, and I would not go alone. I would take Caroline. You may even send some security, but not enough to call attention." Her father stared up at the portrait of his own father, taking another sip of his cocktail. "Please, father, consider it my birthday gift."
"Why are you so insistent not to take security?"
Elena chewed her lower lip, considering dancing around the truth. "I don't want to be treated differently. I don't want to be treated like a princess."
"Yet you are, my darling. You are royalty. You will ascend to the throne and rule this country."
"And I would like to do that with benevolence and empathy. What better way to grow those values in me than to allow me to experience life?" Her father heaved another sigh, rubbing his beard as he flicked his gaze to her mother. The flicker of a smile and amusement glowing from her eyes suggested she did not disagree, but left the handling of their headstrong daughter to him. Her father flicked his blue eyes to her. She offered him her best pleading daughter expression, the one that typically melted his heart. With another heavy puff, he pressed his lips together and bobbed his head.
"All right, Elena, you may go to—"
His statement was interrupted by her shriek of delight as she leapt from her seat and flung her arms around his neck. "Thank you, father. You will not be disappointed in me, I promise."
"See that I am not,"
he said in his sternest voice, though she knew it was all for show. She kissed his cheek, pleased as the corners of his lips turned up. "May I be excused for the evening? I have many plans to make."
"I suppose so, though I do expect to spend a good bit of time with you before you leave us."
"Of course, father," she said with a grin, before she spun on her heel and hurried from the room. She snaked through the halls of the country estate to her room. With the doors closed behind her, she leaned back against them and let out a squeal of delight.
"That sounds like you're pleased as punch,"
Caroline said as she laid out Elena's pajamas. "I am! Caroline, we're going to the States!" Elena threw her hands in the air. "We are going to Sterling City!"
"Well, that is exciting. Your plan worked, though it only provides a temporary escape from your duties."
"That, Caroline, is where you are wrong. There is nothing temporary about my escape. I am going to Sterling City to get away from the constraints of the royalty. I am running away." Elena's eyes sparkled as she bit into her lower lip, tempering the smile spreading across her features. She'd succeeded with her plan, and soon she'd be free. Excitement bubbled within her. Elena couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead. Sterling City, a place of unknowns, of potential adventures and hidden challenges. Would she find the freedom she craved? Or would the shadow of her royal identity stretch across the ocean? Only time would tell, but Elena was ready to step into the unknown and write her own story.
Chapter 2. Nathan. Nate's teeth clenched as he read the text message from his father, a mix of resignation and irritation spiraling through him. Their fragile relationship teetered precariously on the edge of a steep cliff after his past actions. He furrowed his brow as he considered answering it, not certain what he would say. But ignoring it would be worse. Ignoring it could cause ripples he didn't want to deal with. His jaw worked overtime, pulsing as he read the message over and over again. Today wasn't the day he needed this message. He rubbed at his chin, ready to bolt from the coffee shop for the nearest bar. He slid his eyes closed before he opened them again and read the message. "How are you doing today? If you need to talk about Chloe, I'm here." That name felt like a punch to the gut, reopening a wound he desperately tried to close. Chloe.
He'd never wanted to see that name again, never wanted to hear it or think of it. He'd thought he'd hit rock bottom when his parents had set up the intervention, but he now felt like he could fall even further than waking up drunk in an alley. He resisted the urge to type back that he was fine, which would likely trigger a call to assess how fine he really was, but he had no desire to answer truthfully. He didn't even know what the truth was. He hated the woman, but how was he doing? Still torn up over what she had done, and still reeling from the fallout of everything he'd done leading up to that, to alienate his family. A family that had come together when he truly needed them. He finally typed a response, getting through the day. No sooner had he sent it than a reply came back, pressing for details. How exactly? He hated this. He hated being treated like a child, but he hadn't earned much better. He typed a message as the line in the coffee shop moved up. I'm not drinking. Yet, he muttered under his breath as he leaned to glance at how many people were still in front of him for a simple cup of coffee. 5 people waited to order. His shoulders slumped as he shifted his weight, his agitation growing. He needed a drink, just one to take the edge off. He shoved his phone into his pocket as it chimed with the latest message from his father and spun on his heel. As he took a step, he smashed into someone. Liquid spattered on the floor, splashing onto his shoes as a cry sounded. His jaw unhinged as he lifted his eyes to the woman he'd nearly run over. She stared down at the smashed cup in her hand, a look of disbelief etched into her delicate features. She flicked a lock of dark hair away from the stain growing on her blouse. A surge of frustration gave way to curiosity. Her dark hair contrasted sharply with her pale skin. "Oh," Nathan said as he tugged his lips back in a wince. "Oh my gosh, I am sorry. Oh, I'm really sorry." She fluttered her eyelashes as she glanced up at him, flicking her pinky at the spot. "It's quite all right," she said in a crisp British accent. "Here, let me help," he said as he grabbed a wad of napkins from the dispenser on the counter next to them. She did the same, but he pressed his against her first, swiping down the front of her shirt with the napkins. "Oh no, really, I've got it." She waved a hand at him. No, I insist. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. I'm having a really bad day, and—" "No, really, I've got it," she repeated. He continued to dab at her blouse, soaking the thin brown napkins. Stop, she said with a shake of her head. "Please stop. You're making it worse, you see?" "Oh," he answered, his features crinkling as he noted the now larger stain on the shirt. "I am, aren't I?" She let out a half-chuckle. "Yes, I don't understand how you're managing it, but you are actively making it worse." "I have a talent for that," he said, a light laugh in his voice. "Actively making things worse, that is." She flicked her green eyes up to him, a slight smile on her doll-like lips. He'd never seen such beautiful eyes before. They were captivating. "Well, best you stop dabbing at my blouse, then." "Ah, yes," he said with a nod, as he wadded the napkins into a ball and tossed them in the garbage bin. "Well, let me pay for the cleaning at least." "No," she said as she continued to wipe at the liquid. "That's not necessary." "Please, it's the least I can do." "It's really not necessary," she said with a shake of her head. "Oh, please, I have to do something. I feel awful." He held a finger in the air before he pulled his blazer off and slid it around her shoulders. "Here, take my jacket." She glanced at it before she flicked those sparkling emerald eyes back to his face. "It's really quite all right. I don't—" "Please, you're soaked and—" "It's quite warm outside, though, and if I take your blazer, I'll need to return it, and—" "Well, we could meet. I could take you to dinner, as an apology." The words tumbled out of his mouth before he could stop them. She cocked her head as she knitted her dark eyebrows. "You mean allow you to take me to a place where you'd be around cutlery? I'm terrified to think of what may happen. You may fillet me like a fish." The playful smile on her features brought a grin to his face.
Any thoughts of a drink were replaced by the enchanting, warm feeling he got from her. But while his heart fluttered, his mind warned him, "Don't be too trusting, you've been burned." But her playful banter was unexpectedly disarming. "Well, perhaps a hot dog in the park. No silverware." He grinned at her. "A hot dog?" she asked. "You mean from one of those little carts with the fellows wearing the caps?" He chuckled at her. Yes, that's right." Her smile grew slightly as she nodded. "All right then. If no cutlery is involved, I suppose I shall be quite safe. When?" How is this evening? Say 5? He recalled a peaceful spot where he'd often found solace in the last year. "The vendor near the fountain in Mariners Park. That'll give you enough time to change and have no further need for my blazer." She adjusted it around her shoulders as she nodded. "All right. Oh, what is your typical condiment of choice?" "Mustard?" He furrowed his brow. "Why?" "I shall search for a yellow shirt in case you spatter it all over me." He bit his lower lip as he held back another smile. "I see. You got me on that one." "Sorry, I couldn't resist," she said with a chuckle as she lifted a shoulder. "I think I deserved it," he answered. "Anyway, I'll see you later. And again, sorry, it's been one of those days." "No problem. See you later," she answered with a smile. As she spun away, he reached for her, catching her elbow. "Oh, wait. What's your name?" She twisted to face him again, pausing for a moment before she said, "Ellie." "Ellie," he repeated, the smile returning to his face. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. "I'm Nathan. Nate." She offered him a half smile. "I will see you later, Nathan." He stared after her as she walked away, pushing her arms through his jacket sleeves. The grin refused to leave his face. He wondered if she'd come later. He hoped she would, despite his consternation. His mind returned to the warning his thoughts had given him earlier. "You've been burned." But maybe this time he could be smarter. Maybe he could vet her in some way. Maybe... His ringing phone tugged him back to reality as his mind wandered in the clouds. He pulled the device from his pocket and glanced at the screen where his father's name was emblazoned. He swiped to answer it as he left the coffee shop behind, no longer needing the buzz the coffee would have given him. "I'm fine," he answered. "Just checking," his father said. "You stopped answering your texts. I know this day is probably going to be tough." "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine." The image of Ellie danced through his mind. "I'm actually better than fine." "Really?" his father's deep voice asked, questioning. "Really, I'm doing okay." He had no urge to drink, no sinking thoughts, no dread. His heart, still guarded, dared to hope for the first time in a year. He hoped it wasn't false. "Okay," his father answered. "Well, if that changes, you know where to reach you, yeah," he said as he skirted around a few people on the sidewalk. "And where to find a meeting if I need one." "Do you need one?" "No, Dad, I'm not drinking. I don't have the urge to drink." For one of the first times in the past year, he didn't. He bypassed the bar he'd planned to stop at and continued on to his office at Genotech, his father's biotech company. He wandered past the Helix logo and past the glass offices toward his corner office at the back. With his background in pharmacology, he'd taken a lead role at his father's company, although it wasn't only his background that had given that to him. He shook off the bad memories of the war with his brother that had nearly cost him his family and clicked into his emails. "Hey," his father's voice said. Nate glanced up to find his father leaning against the door jamb. He flicked his gaze back to his screen. "Checking in person?" "Maybe," his father said as he strode inside and sank into a chair across from Nate. "Well, as you can see, I'm fine." "Good. Melinda said you ran out of here and I just wanted to check." "Yeah, I had some bad memories of today and just needed a minute. I was going to grab a coffee, but the line was too long. I came back." His father narrowed his light eyes at him. "No stops at the bar?"
Nate grabbed a folder and tossed it into his outbox folder. I have not been drinking.
That's really excellent, Nate. None of us would blame you, though, if you had a slip.
I didn't slip, he said, his jaw tightening. He knew his father had every right to ask. He'd hit rock bottom once. They wanted to make sure he wouldn't do it again. He should be glad they cared after what he'd done to his brother. Most families would have cut him off, but not the Kingsleys. With Charles Kingsley leading the family, they'd rallied around him, sometimes being more supportive than he wanted.
Okay, son, the man said. Well, again, that's excellent. This is a real step forward for you, Nate. A few months ago,
I would have been 6 shots deep just at the mention of her name, I know.
His father bobbed his head up and down. She was the problem, Nate, not you.
That time, Nate murmured.
Put her out of your mind, son.
He bobbed his head up and down. Right. Now I'd like to do that with some work. We're close on the age-slowing project, I know it. His father stared at him, balancing his face against his thumb and forefinger.
Well, I'll leave you to it. See you at dinner?
No, Nate said with a shake of his head. His father lifted his graying eyebrows toward his salt and pepper hairline.
I'm meeting a client,
he lied. He hated lying after the last few years, but he didn't want to tell anyone about the woman who had enchanted him. He didn't need a lecture on jumping in before he was ready, especially if she turned out to be nothing more than a tiny blip on the radar of his life. He opened a research report, but found himself unable to concentrate. Sparkling green eyes danced through his mind, along with that sweet smile. He reminded himself not to rush into things. He couldn't tell her who he was. He'd done that before, with Chloe. Only he'd found out that she wasn't in love with him like she'd said. She'd manipulated him, played the game, cleared the board, and stood as the winner. She'd said all the right things, smiled when she should have, pouted at the right moments, but hindsight had shown him that her eyes only lit up when he'd handed her an expensive gift, not when she'd seen him. When he'd needed support, she'd withheld it. She used him, trying to desperately get a chunk of the Kingsley money. It had only been when he'd walked in on her with another man that the truth had come crashing down around him. And suddenly, trust became something difficult to believe in. He shoved the memory away, refusing to let her ruin this day for him. Ellie would be different, he told himself, because he'd made certain she had no idea he was an heir to a fortune. She couldn't want money she didn't know existed. In that way, he'd guard his heart. At least he hoped so. Deep down, the scars of his past whispered warnings he couldn't entirely ignore. So as forward as he looked to the evening, apprehension tightened his shoulders, warning him not to get his hopes up. Chapter 3. Elena. Thoughts whirled through Elena's mind as she climbed the stairs to the small apartment she'd insisted they rent when they arrived in Sterling City. Her keys jangled in her hands as she readied to open the door. She'd almost walked out without them earlier. Had Caroline not reminded her, she would have locked herself out again. She was still learning how to live a normal life. Although today's events had been what she thought a normal life looked like. She glanced down at the stain on her shirt. She bet normal people spilled drinks on themselves all the time. The corners of her lips turned up at the notion, though she wasn't certain it was the spill itself or what had happened afterward. Her fingers caressed the fabric of the jacket hanging around her shoulders. The man, awkward but seemingly nice, had made an impression. He'd been more than polite, he'd shown an interest in her. And for no other reason than he'd spilled coffee all over her in a chance meeting. He hadn't pandered to her because she was a princess. She liked that. She also liked a few other things. Her lips curled at the corners as she tried to find the key on her keyring. Before she could, the door popped open. "There you are," Caroline said, her eyes falling to the stained blouse. "And looking worse for the wear." Elena skirted past her into the apartment they'd rented when they'd arrived and dumped her handbag onto the shabby couch that had come with it. "Yes, someone smashed into me and spilled my coffee all over me."
Well, I'll try my best, but I am not certain I can remove that stain.
Don't give it a second thought, Caroline. I am not worried about the blouse.
No? Is that because you are worried about the jacket you have acquired?
Caroline arched an eyebrow at her as she crossed her arms and offered her a knowing glance.
No,
Elena said, avoiding her gaze.
No? Are you certain?
Elena flicked her emerald eyes to Caroline. I am not worried at all, Caroline. Caroline offered her an amused grin as she crossed the small living space and pushed into the tiny bedroom.
Oh, I see. You are unworried because you are not telling me everything.
Elena dumped the jacket on her bed before she whipped open the cluttered closet and dug through it. I brought far too many clothes. She yanked out a teal shirt before she shoved it back in and rummaged around.
You are avoiding my question. What happened?
Elena pulled out a green top. Am I? I have already told you. Someone spilled coffee on me and I must change.
Someone, is it?
Elena offered her lady's maid a coy glance. A male someone.
I see, Caroline said. And this male someone, he, offered his jacket?
He did, and now I must return it. I shall handle it, Your Highness, Caroline said, as she lifted the garment from the bed and carefully folded it. You will do nothing of the sort. I will return it this evening as we planned. Elena pulled the jacket from Caroline's hands and set it on the bed. As you planned? You have made plans with this male someone? I have. For? Elena spun away from her. To return the jacket. Does this make me look sallow? She held up another shirt. It's perfectly fine to hand off a jacket, Your Highness. Caroline appeared behind her in the mirror. Or are you not simply handing off the jacket? Elena tossed the shirt away and tried another. We may be eating as well. So, this is a dinner date. Elena locked eyes with herself in the mirror, Nathan's face playing in her mind alongside the word date. The idea appealed to her. She had never been on a real date before. Maybe. Your Highness, Caroline said, her eyes wide. Don't, Caroline. I came to Sterling City to escape and live my life, and I plan to do it. I've never been on a date before, and I plan to enjoy it. You have so. You have been escorted. Escorted, yes. Date, no. No one will be there to monitor me or peer over my shoulder. There will be no royal protocols, no standards to keep. Freedom. She selected the emerald shirt, pleased with how it brought out her eyes, before she crossed to the tiny shared bathroom and closed Caroline out of it. Your Highness, this is not wise. Perhaps this man knows who you are. He didn't act like it, Elena shouted through the door as she touched up her makeup. He treated me like a real person, and he is quite handsome. And you are enamored. She frowned at her reflection. I am not enamored, though I will admit I felt a connection to him. The sigh could be heard through the door. Do not sigh at me, Caroline. I cannot explain it, but I want to see him again. A smile brightened her features as she recalled their conversation. She tugged a top off and tossed it in the trash bin before she shimmied into the second one and emerged from the bathroom. Your Highness, Caroline said as she hurried after her, please, I am only worried about your heart. My heart? Yes. In less than 6 months we'll return to Eldoria. What will you do then? Elena eyed her before she answered. Perhaps this will not last the 6 months. At least I've had my fun. And now, dear Caroline, I must go. Just a moment, Caroline said, stepping between Elena and the door. You're flying close to the sun, dear. I have watched you grow from a spirited child to a remarkable young woman, and I understand your desire for freedom. But remember, our shadow often stretches further than we anticipate. Elena met her gaze. But tonight, my shadow does not wear a crown. She grinned at the woman before she swiped the jacket from the bed and headed for the door, before she grabbed the jam and twisted back to face Caroline. "Oh, before I go—" "Yes?" Caroline asked. "How does one eat a hot dog?" A loud laugh escaped her lady's maid. "Oh, Your Highness! Perhaps I ought not worry about this. After you have tasted your hot dog, you may not wish to see this man again, handsome or not." "We shall see," Elena said with a grin as she scurried across the small apartment and flew out the door, slamming it behind her. It opened a second later after she'd already made it halfway down the first step of stairs. "Your Highness!" Elena stopped and glanced back at Caroline. "If you're planning to talk me out of it—" "Your keys," Caroline said, dangling them from her hands. Elena heaved a sigh as she climbed back to her door and grabbed them. "Thank you, Caroline. I would be lost without you." "Have fun, Your Highness." "Oh, I plan on it," she said with a wink, before she darted down the stairs and pushed into the late afternoon air. She had just over 30 minutes left before she was to meet Nathan. Her walk to the park would take nearly that long. Her mind whirled as she tried to determine why she'd agreed to this meeting, but something about the man had intrigued her. She bit her lower lip to temper the smile spreading across her face, but she couldn't. She'd never had the option to meet someone for dinner. Was it merely the thrill of a normal life that she chased, or was there something about Nathan? A whirlwind of excitement and apprehension churned within her. A pang of doubt shot through her, though, as she wondered about the wisdom of her actions. Was the thrill of one normal evening worth the risk of her royal secrets coming to light? As much as she was trying to pretend she was normal, the weight of the crown loomed heavy on her. "Just for tonight," she murmured to herself as she crossed a side street. Yet the deceit gnawed at her. Was she setting herself up for heartache? The striking of the clock on the local university's campus near her apartment made her quicken her steps. She'd be late if she didn't hurry. She pushed through the crowded park entrance and searched the area around the fountain. Nathan milled around, pacing back and forth near it. She grinned as she approached him while his back was turned and tapped his shoulder. He spun to face her, his features breaking into a smile. "You came." "Well, I had your jacket." "I thought you may abscond with it." "No," she answered with another grin. "I have not. Here you are, and thank you." She shoved it toward him, and he accepted it, sliding it over his shirt. "I'm very sorry to say that color isn't the same as mustard, so you may want to stand 5 feet away from me when we eat." She glanced down at the shirt before she flicked her gaze up at him through her eyelashes. "Oh, yes, sorry, It's all right. It really makes your eyes stand out. They're beautiful." She offered him a soft smile. "Thank you." His eyes lingered on her for a moment too long as the sun cast long shadows around them. "Well, I owe you a hot dog." "Yes, you do," she said as he led her to the cart and purchased 2. They settled on a bench together with their small meal, and she stared down at it before she watched him bite into his. "Something wrong?" he asked. "No, It's my first hot dog." A laugh escaped him. "No, are you joking?" "I am not," she said as she studied the item again. "Don't they have hot dogs in England?" he asked. She murmured, choosing to go along with the lie about her former place of residence. "Certainly, but my parents were strict about my diet." Well, you may not like it." "I will never know unless I try it." Without any further hesitation, she bit into it. The salty meat, doughy bun, and sharp tang of the yellow mustard mixed in her mouth. "Wow, you just went for it. I'm impressed," he said as she chewed. "Well?" She swallowed, licking her lips as she glanced down at the hot dog again. "It's not bad. I think I like it." "Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. I would have hated for our first date to have been ruined." She swallowed the next bite as she flicked her gaze to him. "Is that what this is? A date?" He hesitated, his expression tentative. "That depends." "On?" "Whether or not you'd like it to be." I see, she said as she took a sip from her soda. Well, I suppose that would be quite fine with me. He grinned at her.
Then it's a date.
She matched his expression before she returned to her hot dog. So, has your day improved?
What?
He asked before he ate his last bite. Earlier today you said you were having a bad day. Has it gotten any better? She focused on him, noting an unidentifiable emotion clouding his eyes.
Yes, it has. Thank you for asking.
Of course, she said with a smile, finishing her hot dog before she sucked the last of her soda from the cup. I'm glad to hear it has improved.
Want to walk?
She nodded and rose as he did, following him down the path through the park.
So, tell me more about you, Ellie.
She hoped he didn't catch the color rising in her cheeks in the dusky light. There really isn't anything interesting to tell. I'm just an average girl who has just moved to Sterling City.
That doesn't seem even remotely possible for a beautiful woman like you.
She shrugged, keeping her eyes trained on the path. Well, it is. I'm just average Ellie. Nothing special here. She hesitated before she flicked her gaze to him. What about you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm even less interesting than you. I am just an average guy, although I've lived in Sterling City all my life.
I see. So, what does average guy Nathan... Oh, what is your last name? He seemed to hesitate before he rubbed his chin.
Parker.
Right, Nathan Parker. What does an average guy named Nathan Parker do to keep busy in Sterling City?
Oh, nothing very interesting. I'm a lab tech at Genotech.
Genotech? That's the biotech company, right? He flicked his gaze to her, his posture stiffening.
You know it?
I've heard of it. It's quite a large company. I imagine they employ many people here. He smiled, seeming to relax again.
Yes, they do. Wait, you don't work there too, do you?
She shook her head. No, definitely not.
So, then what does an average girl... Oh, I don't have your last name either.
She bit her lower lip as her eyes searched for inspiration. Greenfield.
Ellie Greenfield. What does Ellie Greenfield do?
She swallowed hard as her mind raced. Someone passed by on their cell phone and she drew inspiration from their conversation snippet. I'm an editor. Freelance at the moment, but I can make my own hours.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not really. It's all missing commas and pesky typos. Very uninteresting. He chuckled at her.
You are really determined to make me think you're boring, but I can't stop thinking you're not.
I really am, she said as they rounded a bend. Twilight transformed the park into a realm of shadow and light. The warm glow of the streetlights cast dancing shadows across the cobblestone paths. In the distance, Sterling City's skyline flickered like an urban oasis amidst the park's natural serenity. Music drifted through the air, accompanied by glowing lights that pierced through the gathering darkness. Elena's eyes went wide as she stared ahead, a grin spreading across her features. A carousel!
Yep,
he said with a nod. Oh, can we ride it? Will you ride it with me? I love carousels. I have... Her voice cut off as she realized she couldn't tell him she had her own carousel at her country estate. I have such a love of carousels. She twisted to face him, in search of his response, finding him smiling down at her. What? She asked.
You, he answered,
his eyes lingering on her again with a slight grin. After a second, he bobbed his head.
Yes, we can ride the carousel. It'd be a pretty awful first date if I didn't take you on the carousel after you asked.
She couldn't erase the smile from her lips as she wrapped a hand round his arm while he purchased their tickets. She tugged him forward toward the merry-go-round, and they snaked through the stanchions. The lights of the carousel blinked like a beacon of childhood joy. The whimsical music blasted through the night air. After Nathan handed the tickets to the attendant, she pulled him toward the platform with a giddy laugh. Her heart skipped a beat as she wound through the maze of painted horses and gilded chariots. He struggled to keep up with her as she dragged him around the carousel in search of the perfect horse. "This one!" she exclaimed as she found a jet-black horse caught mid-run. She mounted it and clung to the brass pole with a giggle while he climbed onto the horse next to her. The calliope belted out music as they waited for the ride to begin. It soon began its slow spin around, and their horses rose and fell. Elena giggled, flicking a glance to Nathan, who studied her with a smile. She reached a hand toward him, her hair blowing as the carousel picked up speed. With a grin, he grabbed hold of it, and they sailed around in circles together. The ride came to a stop after a few minutes, and they climbed from their horses, still laughing. While they left the ride behind, she slid her hand into his, her laughter still strong as they stepped under the canopy of darkness. "Oh, that was delightful! Thank you so much for riding with me."
"Of course,"
he said, grinning at her. She wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her skin as a chill shook her. "Oh, it's gotten chillier than I expected." He slid his jacket off and wrapped it around her shoulders. "Oh, thank you." She glanced up at him, her heart warming at the gesture as she studied his handsome face. "Now I have your jacket again."
"You do,"
he said, his voice soft as he pressed closer to her. "And I will need to return it again." He flicked his eyebrows up, a grin spreading across his features.
"I suppose we'll have to plan a second date."
"A second date?" she asked, leaning closer. "I'm beginning to wonder if you planned this."
"What if I did?"
"Then I would have to say you are very clever," she said, pressing a hand against his chest as she shot him a coy grin.
"I don't know about clever, but I would say I'm very lucky."
She grinned at him for a moment before he leaned closer to her, tentatively for a second, until she shifted closer, letting her eyes slide closed as their lips met. A rush of warmth from the kiss coursed through her as she pulled back. "I had a lovely evening, and I would very much like to see you again."
"There's nothing I'd like more."
"How is Friday? Or will you need this before then?"
"Friday's great."
He winced.
"Oh, but there is one problem."
"Oh? You already have plans?" Her heart sank a little as she wondered if he was seeing someone else. He shook his head.
"No, but that's days from now. I won't make it through without being able to talk to you until then."
Her grin broadened. "I see. Well, that is quite a dilemma, isn't it?"
"Quite,"
he answered, his thumb rubbing her cheek. "We shall have to do something about that. Your phone?" She held out her hand. He dug it from his pocket and handed it to her. She typed in her phone number before she handed it back. "Now I'm just a text away." He smiled down at his screen before he tapped at it, then flicked his gaze to her. As her phone chimed, she slid her phone from her pocket and read the message.
"I miss you already."
"You are a flirt, Nathan Parker."
"I'm not. I'm just enamored. I think you are the most unique woman I've ever met."
"Unique? I sound like a gemstone," she teased. He flicked his gaze to the stars sparkling above him.
"All right. You are the most incredible woman I've ever met."
"Have you met many women? I assure you I am quite a dull girl."
"Ellie, you are anything but dull."
She smiled at him, her fingers caressing the fabric of his jacket around her. "Well, I should take my incredible self home. See you Friday?" "Oh, where?"
Well..."
He winced.
"Is pizza okay? I can't promise anything fancy."
"What is so special about fancy? Pizza sounds lovely."
"Perfect,"
he answered as he tapped on his phone.
"I texted the address. How's 6?
"See you then." She offered him another grin as she took a step backward away from him. He reached for her, pulling her into another soft kiss before he released her. "Good night," she whispered as her hand lingered on his, their fingers intertwined.
"Good night,"
he answered with a smile. She twisted away from him, glancing back over her shoulder. The grin that spread across her face didn't leave as the distance increased between them. She tugged her phone from her pocket again and stared down at the message of their plan for Friday. As she traced the outline of the display, another message popped onto her screen. It made the smile fade from her face immediately. She stared at it, her heart sinking. Her father's text managed to ruin her evening and remind her of the complications her fledgling relationship faced.
I hope you are behaving yourself in a manner befitting of your station. Looking forward to your return to Eldoria.
Elena frowned at the message, wondering if her father was having her followed. She searched the crowd for anyone watching her. Even if he wasn't, she still worried. The kiss that had set her heart on fire may just burn her life to the ground.
Chapter 4. Nathan. Nathan rolled over, the 1,000-count sheets gently caressing his skin, a reminder of the world he inhabited, despite what he'd pretended the night before. As the first hints of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and orange, the quiet stillness of the morning wrapped around him like a cocoon. His first thoughts after waking were of Ellie. The image of her face dancing in his mind curved the corner of his lips. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the memories he had created with her. The soft tinkle of her laugh echoed in his memory, a stark contrast to the silence of his spacious room. Recalling how her eyes sparkled with genuine joy, he realized it wasn't just her spirit that captivated him. It was the reflection of the person he wanted to be while around her. Someone free from the shadow of past mistakes, someone who found happiness in the simplicity of a shared moment. He'd never met a woman like her. She was so free, so full of life. He recalled how giddy she had been over the simple pleasure of riding a carousel with him. His mind naturally contrasted her with Chloe, comparing Elena's vibrant laughter with Chloe's calculated smiles. His former flame would never have lowered herself to climb onto a painted horse and sail around in circles. She preferred more extravagant things, like high-end dinners, galas, yachting parties, and luxury getaways. How had he not seen her for what she was until he'd walked in on her with another man, as he'd tried to surprise her by filling her apartment with flowers? He berated himself as the painful memory twisted his heart. The ache from her betrayal lingered, but only briefly. What had once threatened to drag him into the depths of despair, a path that invariably led to the bottom of a bottle, now no longer felt so daunting. Now the mere thought of Elena, her smile bright even in his mind's eye, was enough to dispel the shadows. The stark difference between Elena and Chloe made him wonder if he was finally seeing what a genuine connection looked like. He pushed aside the lingering specter of his past and focused on the image of Elena's face, lit by the soft glow of the carousel's lights, her laughter a melody that promised new beginnings. He conjured the image of Ellie's sweet face, smiling up at him just before he kissed her. The warm memory filled him, and he let himself swim in the moment before he twisted to grab his phone from his nightstand. He stared at her name with a grin before he typed out a message. "Good morning. Hope you slept well. Thinking of you." He sent it on its way, staring at it for a moment as doubt started to creep in. Was he rushing this? What if Elena was like Chloe? What if he was making another mistake that would leave his heart broken and him clawing to stay alive? The doubt crushed him, constricting his chest and making it difficult to breathe. The chime of his phone tugged him back from the wave that threatened to drown him. He glanced at the screen, the apprehension dissipating, replaced by that warm feeling. A message from Elena awaited him. "Good morning, Nathan. I slept wonderfully, thank you. Your message was a lovely way to start my day. I've been thinking of you too. Looking forward to our next adventure together." He grinned at the screen, drinking in every word. His mind began to craft plans for their next meeting. He typed a message to her as his mind spun. Funny you should mention that. I was just doing some planning. As the phone's display died, he pressed it against his chest, his lips curling. Normally, he'd have come up with something extravagant. He'd have been forced to, or he'd have listened to Chloe whine for most of the evening. He'd originally found it endearing, but as he looked back, he realized it was a giant red flag. Ellie's words from the previous night echoed in his mind.
What's so special about fancy? Pizza sounds lovely.
He found himself smiling again, but even with just pizza planned, he would find a way to make it special. His phone chimed as he considered options. He lifted it to find a message waiting for him.
I hope you're picking a fabulous pizza place, because this will be my first pizza.
He laughed out loud at the message before he typed back, "You're joking. First hot dog and first pizza?" Her response came quickly.
I am not. I told you my parents were strict. So you'd better pick the best pizza in Sterling City.
He kicked off his covers and swung his legs over the bed as he typed the next message. "Oh, I plan on it. I'm trying to impress you." He left his phone behind as he shuffled into the bathroom for a shower before he pulled on his office attire. He checked his phone, finding Ellie's response on the screen.
Are you? Is that all the worry of her fanciness, then?
He arched an eyebrow at the screen as he typed. It might be. Isn't that how guys impress girls? Fancy things and extravagant gifts? His heart skipped a beat as he slid his phone into his pocket. He wondered what she'd answer. Would it change his mind about her? His mind crafted a response, one he certainly would have received from Chloe.
Of course. Girls love sparkly baubles and fancy dinners. That's how you sweep a girl off her feet.
As he headed down the stairs for breakfast, he wondered if he could stomach it. He chewed his lower lip as he waited for the response. His phone chimed as he poured his coffee from the buffet and sat down at his place at the table. A maid delivered his usual breakfast, and he stared down at it. The answer to his question burned a hole in his pocket. His stomach churned as he wondered what the message said. He picked up his fork, but couldn't bring himself to stab at his scrambled eggs. Instead, he let the utensil clatter to his plate as he dug into his pocket. He blew out a heavy breath as he powered on the display and stared at the message waiting on the lock screen. His heart lifted as he breathed a sigh of relief.
I don't know what information you have been given, but this girl is not impressed by fancy things or extravagant gifts.
The smile wouldn't leave his face as he typed back. Oh yeah? Was I given false information? What are you impressed by then? With the weight lifted, he dove into his breakfast, the smile tattooed on his face. His mother flitted into the room a moment later, side-eyeing him as she poured her coffee. Well, we're in a chipper mood today. I'm not drinking, he answered reflexively. His mother eased into her usual chair, eyeing him over the rim of her teacup. I didn't say you were. Sorry, he said with a shake of his head. Good morning, Victoria, his father said as he entered the room, kissing his wife on the cheek before he headed for the coffee. He shifted his gaze between them. Everyone's all smiles today.
I assume that's because Nate actually made it through the day yesterday without ending up at the bottom of a bottle,
his younger brother Stephen said as he strode into the room. Stephen's sneer, a familiar sight at the breakfast table, cut deeper today. Nathan's mood soured a little as his brother plopped down diagonally from him at the table. His grip on his fork tightened, a silent testament to their fractured bond, one strained not just by past actions. Oh, are we all trying to be supportive because you had to drag him from a bar yesterday? Or maybe an alley? Stephen, that was unnecessary, his father said as he took his seat at the head of the table. Let's not rehash old grievances. The plea for peace, subtle but strong, hinted at the undercurrent of unresolved tension that remained palpable between the brothers. Was it? Nathan let his fork clatter to his plate again, clasping one hand over a fist as he leaned forward against the table. You'll be happy to know, brother, that I am stone-cold sober and have been for nearly 4 months. Well, someone get him a medal, Stephen answered. Or maybe one of those cute little chips you get to carry around that says you're a recovering loser. That is enough, Victoria said, her voice firm. I'm heading in early, Nate said as he rose from the table. Dad'll see you at the office. There are no bars open right now, Stephen shouted after him as he strode from the dining room, his blood boiling. His relationship with Stephen wasn't easy, though he'd had as much of a hand in that as his younger brother. Maybe more of a hand in it. He blew out a steadying breath as he arrived in the expansive foyer. As his fingers curled into fists, he struggled to maintain his cool. He slid his eyes closed, the rage still burning through him at his brother's comments. The buzz of his phone pulled him from his thoughts. He reached into his pocket and slid the phone out, checking his notifications. Some of his anger dissipated as he discovered a text message from Ellie waiting. Genuine kindness, a sense of humor, and someone who is comfortable being themselves. Those are the traits that leave a lasting impression with me. Her message was punctuated by a smiling emoticon that made his anger melt away. Her answer suggested she was the antithesis of Chloe, and someone that he desperately needed in his life. Super funny meme? His younger sister asked as she bounced down the stairs. He clicked off his display as he reached to pull her into a half hug. Yeah, funny meme. She smiled up at him. The baby of the family, his sister Madeline, was one of the few family members who still treated him normally, not aggressively like his brother, or with kid gloves like his parents. You're going to be late for breakfast, Maddie. I know, I hope I am, she answered. I'm trying to avoid school today. You really need to go to school. But I don't. I'm doing okay in school. I can miss a day, and it's almost summer break anyway. Good luck convincing Mom and Dad of that. That's why I'm hoping to be late to breakfast, Maddie answered. All right, he said with a grin. I'll help you out. She offered him a devilish grin. Yeah? Take me with you? I'll ditch school, you ditch work? No, he said with a shake of his head. But I need your help. But this has to be a secret, okay? Maddie's eyebrow arched, tossing a lock of her blonde hair over her shoulder. Ooh, super secret stuff? Okay. I'm serious, Maddie, he answered. I don't want anyone to know. Not Mom and Dad. Definitely not Stephen. Okay, she said with a bob of her head. Yeah, you can trust me. He sucked in a breath as he lowered his voice and took a step closer to her. I met someone. We went on a first date last night. Her eyes lit up and she sucked in a breath. Nate! Oh, what's her name? Is she pretty? I bet she's pretty. Yeah, she's pretty. Her name is Ellie, and I really like her. Did you kiss? Was it magical? Maddie, focus, he said as his exuberant little sister's teenage hormones kicked in. Oh, you kissed her and it was magical. Fireworks! She hopped up and down with excitement. Yes, I kissed her, okay? Yes, it was perfect, which is why I need your help. I want to get her something before our next date, but I don't know what. Maddie wrinkled her nose. Jewelry? Girls like jewelry, right? No, he said with a shake of his head. No, she's not that kind of girl. She's different. I just want her to know I was thinking about her and paying attention to her. Oh, Maddie said, her eyebrows scrunching. Oh, you want like a real, genuine connection type of thing, not just a flashy, sparkly gift. Right. Okay. Well, why don't you get her something to remind her of your first date with her? Like something she can look at and think about how special it was because she knows it was special for you too. He bit his lower lip as an idea formed, and he grinned at his sister. You're right. I got it. You're a genius, Maddie. He kissed her forehead before he darted toward the door. And remember, secret. My lips are sealed, big brother. He winked at her as he stepped into the morning sunshine. His sister had given him a fantastic idea about what he could give Ellie. He grinned as he slid behind the wheel of his BMW and fired the engine. He'd grab the gift during his lunch break, and then he'd text her a teasing message hinting that he had something special for her. He couldn't wait to see her reaction. He hit the office with the smile still lingering on his lips.
"Good morning, Mr. Kingsley," Melinda, his secretary, said. "I have several messages for you and a new report from the anti-aging project lead on your desk."
"Thank you, Melinda," he said as he grabbed them from her and settled in at his desk. Before he dove into the work, he glanced at his phone, eyeing the message from Ellie again. He typed a response and sent it on its way. "Oh yeah? Well then, get ready to be impressed." With a chuckle at his own message, he dove into his work, smashing through returning his calls, emails, and annotating the report with questions and concerns before his lunch break. His stomach rumbled as he flicked closed the folder on the report. He dropped it with his secretary before he strode from the office. "Nate?" his father called before he made it 2 more steps. He shifted his weight, trying not to take it personally as he stuck his head into his father's office. "Yeah, Dad." "Going out?" "Yep," he answered, hoping the irritation he felt didn't show through in his voice. His father narrowed his eyes at him. "I'm heading out for lunch, not to a bar, not to drink. Stop listening to Steven's nonsense." "Okay. No one's accusing you of anything, son. Just checking on you." "Thanks, but I don't need it." He strode from the room, trying to let his annoyance dissipate as he focused on the task at hand. He allowed the simple task of buying the gift for Ellie to soothe his mood. As he stepped into the elevator, he imagined her face as she opened it. She'd grin and snap those beautiful eyes up to his face. He couldn't wait to see her again, especially now. He checked his phone as the car lowered to the ground level. A message waited from Elena. "Oh, I'm ready." The winky face at the end of the message made him laugh as he answered. "I'm serious. I'm bringing my A-game tomorrow night. I've got a surprise for you." He stepped out of the lift and pushed into the warm spring day, aiming for Mariners Park. He stopped at the same hot dog stand they'd patronized last night, buying a hot dog for lunch and eating it as he walked toward the carousel. Memories of their shared date filled his mind, especially as the calliope music reached his ears. He stopped short of the merry-go-round and stepped into the small gift shop. After a few minutes of browsing, he found what he'd been searching for, a mini carousel. He smiled at the tiny horses and the whimsical tinkling tune that played from it when wound. He grabbed the item, paid for it, and left the store with the gift bag dangling from his fingers. The grin plastered on his features slipped, though, when a familiar voice reached his ears. He recognized the voice of his brother, Stephen. "Hey there, I'm so glad to see you." Who was his brother meeting? He followed the sound of the voice, rounding a large tree, and spotting his brother grinning at someone. His eyes flicked to the other person, his heart stopping. His chest tightened as he stared at the woman who kissed his brother's cheek. Chloe. His heart plummeted. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt. His breath caught in his throat as memories of betrayal and pain surged to the forefront. He had come so far, found solace in Ellie's laughter and the simplicity of their carousel ride. Yet the sight of Chloe, her hand lingering on his brother's arm, threatened to unravel him. The shadows of the past seemed to claw their way back, determined to drag him down. Old hurts surged back through him as shock coursed through his veins. His breathing turned labored as Chloe's laughter echoed across the park, slicing at him like a knife. His mind spiraled, questioning if he'd made any progress at all after their painful separation. As he turned away from the disturbing scene, a battle raged within him. The old urge to seek oblivion in a bottle whispered seductively, promising escape from the pain that Chloe's reappearance had reignited. His foot moved him away from the scene, as his mind wondered if he was moving closer to a glimmer of hope, or reverting to the man he once was. Could he find a different path, or would he wind up slipping back into old habits?
Chapter 5. Elena. Elena stared at the message on her phone, a frown forming on her features. Her heart sank, a familiar weight pressing down on her shoulders. The freedom she'd tasted with Nathan felt a million miles away as she reread her father's words.
"You'll get wrinkles from doing that, Your Highness," Caroline said as she leaned against the door jamb.
"I will not,"
Elena answered, pushing up to sit in her bed.
Caroline shuffled to the bed and eased onto the edge, grabbing Elena's foot through the duvet.
"And what is so concerning that it has given you such a sour expression this morning?" "This." Elena twisted the phone toward her. "A message from your father?"
"Yes, read it."
"I have. Why are you frowning at it?"
Elena let the phone fall into the covers.
"Sounds a bit ominous, doesn't it?"
Caroline chuckled as she rose and wandered to the closet to select clothes for the day.
"It sounds like your father, Your Highness."
Elena shook her head at the yellow blouse Caroline held out. "It sounds like he has someone following me. Have you noticed anyone familiar looking?"
"No, I haven't.
What about the teal and silver?"
All right, paired with the black trousers, please."
Elena tossed back the duvet and slid her feet into her slippers as her phone chimed. She rolled her eyes. "Oh, tell me that's another from my dear father." She glanced at her phone, her expression changing as warmth filled her.
"With a smile like that, I dare say it isn't."
"It's not," Elena answered, her grin broadening as she typed a response. "It's from Nathan."
"Your young man?"
"He's not my young man. Not yet, anyway." Caroline laid out jewelry to match the clothing as she arched an eyebrow.
"Not yet? My, we do have ambitions."
"Of course we do," Elena said as she rose and stretched before donning her robe. "I like him very much."
"After just one date?"
"We had a connection," Elena said over her shoulder as they strode to the small kitchen. She twisted to find Caroline's concerned face as she hesitated at the breakfast bar. Elena wagged a finger at her. "Don't give me that look."
"I am merely concerned, dear. I do not wish to see you hurt in all of this. You're diving headfirst into waters you've never swum before. Even the calmer seas can hide whirlpools."
Elena plopped on a stool, propping her chin up in her palm. "It is not me who will end up hurt, Caroline. It's poor Nathan once he finds out what a liar I am." Caroline scrambled a trio of eggs and poured the mix into a hot skillet.
"What name did you give him?"
"Ellie Greenfield," Ellie answered with a sigh, slumping over the counter as Caroline chuckled.
"Greenfield?"
"We were in a park. It was all I could think of." Her phone chimed again, bringing another smile to her face as she answered.
"I see. And how was the first hot dog?" Caroline asked, setting a glass of orange juice in front of Elena.
"Not bad. A bit salty. I didn't mind it."
"Tomorrow we're going for pizza." "Oh, heavens!" Caroline said with a laugh as she slid the eggs onto their plates. "He really is giving you the American tour, isn't he?"
She settled onto the stool next to Elena with her breakfast. "I don't mind. I rather like it." Caroline tucked a lock of Elena's hair behind her ear.
"You like it, or you like him?"
Elena slid her a sideways glance.
"What do you think?"
Caroline sucked in a deep breath as she stabbed at a piece of egg.
"I think you are falling for him already."
Elena grinned at her lady's maid, twisting to face her as she dropped her fork. "Oh, Caroline, he is rather wonderful."
"You've been on one date, darling."
"I know, but—" Elena bit back a grin. "We just hit it off. Conversations are so easy with him, and he kissed me."
Caroline's eyes went wide.
"No, Your Highness!"
I know, a public display of affection, not behavior befitting of a princess. So very taboo,
yet so very exciting."
A grin crossed Caroline's face as she leaned closer to Elena. "Was it a good kiss?"
"It was,"
Elena answered before they erupted in a cloud of giggles.
"It was a very nice kiss. So nice,
we did it twice." Caroline smiled at her before she stroked her hair again.
"Oh, Your Highness, I know this is all very exciting, and I'm happy for you, but please be careful."
"With my father?" "With your heart, dear."
Caroline answered as she squeezed her hands. The comment erased away Elena's wide grin, turning her gaze wistful. Perhaps I shouldn't have lied to him. That's not what I was meaning. Caroline polished off the rest of her eggs and rose to clear away the dishes. Do you wish to tell him? No, Elena answered without hesitation. I do not. I prefer him to grow fond of me without knowing my station. You worry it will color his decision. Elena stared into space, her features introspective. Doesn't it always? Then you have your answer, Caroline said as she leaned over the counter toward her charge. Is he still sending you messages? The question brought the grin back to Elena's face. He is. He wants to know. It impresses me. What an interesting question. And what have you told him? Kindness, humor, and someone who is themselves. Caroline smiled at her. What a perfect answer. Shall we get you dressed? Elena nodded as she hopped off the stool. And what is in the cards for today? Assuming you can stop looking at your phone, Caroline asked as she brushed Elena's hair. There is a painting class in the park. I'd like to go, and then I can send my father a picture to attest to my stellar behavior. A very good plan, Your Highness. Will you join me? If you'd like, dear, she answered as she finished with the ponytail. Yes, very much I would. We can chat about boys. After pulling on her clothes, she and Caroline made their way to the painting class in Mariner's Park. Warm memories of the night before floated through Elena as she strolled through the green space, appreciating the warmth of the late spring sun. The park bloomed with vibrant hues of spring, a live canvas that contrasted with the stark white of hers. Elena dipped her brush into a swirl of blue and greens, attempting to capture the carousel's whimsical motion, its lights a blur of colors. As the light breeze tickled her skin, she swept her brush over the canvas, capturing the carousel in the distance that had provided so many smiles the night before. Yours is quite lovely, Caroline said as they worked. Thank you. Although your work is much better than mine, it captures the fountain quite well. Perhaps you should send mine to your father, Caroline said with a giggle. He'd never believe that was my work, Elena answered. You are too fast, Elena, he always says. Take your time to really nurture the artwork. She flicked her gaze back to the carousel, trying to find some detail to bring her painting to life, when she noted a familiar form. Her heart skipped a beat, and she sucked in a breath. Oh, it's not that bad, Your Highness. Shh! First, stop calling me that in public. I'm Ellie. And second, it's not that. It's Nathan. Ellie lifted her chin as Nathan's form stalked down the path, a bag dangling from his fingers. Should I say hello? Oh, I will, Elena answered before Caroline could. She rushed off toward him, her heart thudding against her ribs. Nathan! He didn't answer, continuing at a fast clip that caused her to almost jog after him. Nathan! He stopped and spun. She offered him a fleeting grin that faded as she read something clouding his eyes. Ellie, he said, surprise lacing his voice as it cracked a little. Hello, she said with another tentative grin. His features pinched for a moment, and he flicked his gaze away from her, his jaw tightening. Her stomach twisted. He didn't seem happy to see her. Had their first date only been a game? When he snapped his gaze back to her, closing the distance between them, she shifted her weight, wondering why he seemed so tense. I'm really glad to see you. His strained voice, along with his pinched features, made her wonder how true those words were. You don't look it, she answered, laying a hand on his arm as he stared at the cobblestones beneath his feet. I'm having a really rough day. Oh no, she offered him a consoling glance. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? You're doing it, he answered as he offered her a sad smile. That's why I'm really glad to see you. Do you want to talk about it? He centered his blue eyes on her. Is it okay if we don't? Of course, whatever you'd like. He blew out a long breath, his jaw tightening again as he scrubbed his face.
Yeah, let's not ruin our time together talking about something miserable. I'd much rather talk about happier things.
She grinned at him. Sure, though you can tell me anything. But let's talk about that last text you sent. The tension seemed to release in his shoulders as he glanced at her.
You mean about your surprise?
I do, she said with a grin. You're rather a tease.
Oh, I'm a tease, am I?
Nate said, a chuckle escaping him.
Well, how is this for a tease?
He dangled the bag in front of her.
This is your surprise.
She reached for it, and he tugged it back playfully. He said with a wag of his finger.
This is for tomorrow.
You are a tease. She playfully tapped his chest. He cocked his head, all traces of his tension disappearing.
Ah, but I'm a very impressive tease.
Oh, you think so, do you? He lifted his chin, arching an eyebrow at her.
I do.
Well, I suppose we will find out tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
He grinned at her for a moment before he asked,
So, what are you doing here?
Painting class. I'm doing a terrible job at creating art.
I doubt that, he said. Show me?
Sure, she said, as she slid her arm through his and led him down the path. Feeling any better?
I'm feeling so much better. You must be magic.
I assure you I am not, but I am ever so pleased you are feeling better. She led him to the group of painters, offering Caroline an expectant glance as they approached. This is mine.
Ellie,
he said before he flicked his gaze to her.
It's fantastic.
It's not, but thank you.
It is,
he insisted as he studied it. Really, my roommate Caroline's is much better. Let me introduce you. Elena stepped back and motioned toward Caroline, who extended her hand. Hello, lovely to meet you. Caroline, this is Nathan Parker. Nathan, Caroline Winters.
Hi, Caroline. You're British too.
That's right, Elena said with a nod, as Caroline flicked her gaze to her painting. That's how I became her roommate. We came from the same town, and I knew she was here, so I asked if I could stay with her.
Oh, that's nice. A little taste of home. Well, your painting is very good too, Caroline.
Oh, thank you. I've enjoyed creating it. She returned her brush to the canvas, filling in her last details.
So, I never asked. How's your day going?
Nate asked her. Quite well.
Really? What made it a good day?
Well, she said, as she flicked her gaze to the cloudless blue sky. It's a beautiful spring day. The park is lovely. And there was a very clever gentleman has been texting me about a pizza date. The comment broadened his grin.
Very clever, huh?
Yes. He claims he's bringing his A game.
He is, Nate answered her, because he's trying to impress you.
She grinned at him, her eyes lingering on him as he returned her expression. Well, I suppose I should be prepared to be impressed.
You should be. Your first slice of pizza isn't going to be the only thing you're going to love. Now I really should get going before you try to drag any more information from me.
She giggled at him. All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you'll hear from me before then,
he said as he backed away with a wink. I look forward to it, she called after him. She twisted to find Caroline's eyes on her. What? What? Her lady's maid said with a chuckle and a shake of her head. Oh, come, Caroline, isn't he dashing and arrestingly handsome? Caroline's laughter ramped up. Oh, dear, you are smitten. With good reason, Elena insisted, as she cleaned her brush and removed her painting from the easel. Well, the good news is, he seems equally smitten with you, dear. I thought your faces may crack from grinning at each other so much. Very funny, Elena said, as they collected their things and left the course behind. As they strode toward the park's entrance, a man passed by them, bumping into Elena as she grinned at her lady's maid, comparing their paintings. "Hey, watch it, lady!" he shouted at her. She wrinkled her nose as she stared at him for a moment, before he continued down the path. "How terribly rude! It's those types that you have to watch out for, Caroline." "Indeed," her lady's maid answered. They made their way back to the apartment. A cold draught greeted them as they pushed inside the apartment, its door creaking ominously on its hinges. A sense of unease snaked down Elena's spine as she stumbled forward, her feet hitting something as she stepped inside. Caroline's brow furrowed as she stared at the floor. She bent forward and retrieved a manila envelope. Elena set her painting down as she studied it. "What is that?" "I don't know. It hasn't any postage or address. Someone must have slipped it under the door." Elena snatched it from her hand and tore it open. Her eyes went wide as the contents spilled out. Her heart thudded faster as she stared at pictures of herself with Nate, their lips locked. A handwritten note fluttered to the floor. Elena lifted it in shaky hands. "Careful who you kiss, princess. You could create an international incident." Her jaw dropped open as she snapped her gaze to Caroline, her eyes clouding with anxiety and upset. "Dear heavens, Caroline, I think I'm being blackmailed." Elena's hands trembled as she held the note, each word etching a line of ice down her spine. Her heart twisted in a knot as she stared at the pictures again. Who would do this? Chapter 6. Nathan. The carousel whirled in front of him as Nate lingered in its shadow. The laughter spilling from the merry-go-round starkly contrasted with the turmoil that still churned inside him from the day's revelation. The proximity to a space where he'd spent a blissfully happy moment helped soothe the pain. He conjured the image of Ellie's smiling face, of her tinkling laugh. The vivid image managed to curl the corners of his lips. He stared down at the bag, still clutched in his fingers. He couldn't wait to give her the gift. Seeing her earlier in the park had been a turning point for him. After he'd spotted his brother with his former girlfriend, the familiar surges of upset, inadequacy, and anger churned within him. So did the burning desire to push the pain away with a bottle. As he'd wandered through the park, each step had been a battle against the whisper of temptation that clawed at the edges of his resolve. Memories of darker times, of seeking oblivion in a bottle, clashed with the image of Ellie's radiant smile. Her laughter, echoing in his mind against the backdrop of the carousel's music, was the only thing that steadied his hand. She became his lighthouse in the tempest, guiding him away from the rocks of despair. His feet had driven him to the carousel. It had provided a meager balm for his nerves, but had stopped him from drinking. But then Ellie had appeared and changed his day. The urge to drink disappeared, though he still couldn't bring himself to return to the office. He didn't want to see his brother, so he'd avoided the office for the afternoon and also dinner for the evening. Instead, he'd spent time alone, assessing his life and the most recent developments. As night fell over the park and lights bloomed to life, he made his way to his car. He tossed the bag onto the passenger seat and climbed behind the wheel, firing the engine. As he navigated away from the city to the sprawling mansion the Kingsleys called home, his mind clung to the memories of Ellie. He slid his eyes sideways to the bag, his lips curling at the corners as he anticipated making new memories. As the house came into view, he sucked in a breath, his jaw clenching again as the image of his brother's smug smile taunted him. If he slipped past the living room and headed straight to his room, he could avoid everyone. He eased the car to a stop and tossed the shifter into park before he grabbed the bag and climbed from the inside. With a quiet click, he eased the door open and slipped into the foyer, his eyes darting around. He spotted no one. With a wince, he eased the door closed behind him and tiptoed across the marble floor toward the sweeping staircase leading up to the second floor.
As his fingers wrapped around the polished wooden banister, a voice called out to him. "Nate?" He slid his eyes closed, his posture stiffening as he recognized his father's voice. Footsteps shuffled toward him. With a sigh, he spun in a slow circle to eye the man. "Dad, what's up?" His father flicked his eyebrows up. "I have the same question for you." "Nothing much, just running some errands." Nate lifted the bag in his hand. His father's gaze lingered on the bag, a silent testament to the countless unspoken worries etched over the months of Nate's struggles. As he scrutinized Nate's face, searching for signs of a son he once knew, the air between them thickened, filled with a history of arguments, disappointments, and fragile reconciliation. "Why don't you come into the living room?" "I'm really tired, actually. I was going to head upstairs." "I'm not asking," his father answered. Nate clenched his jaw, feeling annoyance build within him. He knew exactly what this was about. He tried not to blame his father, but deep down, he couldn't help it. Begrudgingly, he shuffled behind him into the living room. His posture stiffened as he spotted the uniformed officer waiting there. "Are you joking?" "No, son, I'm not." Nate scoffed as he shook his head. "Seriously?" "It's a tough time. You've been disappearing again. You missed dinner last night. You left for lunch today, didn't come back for hours. You sneak into the house." "I didn't sneak." "Oh, so you weren't trying to avoid me?" Nate heaved a sigh as he flicked his gaze to the floor. He had been avoiding them, but not for the reasons they thought. And he had no desire to bring up what he'd seen earlier today, nor to explain that he was seeing someone this early in the relationship. He didn't need the lecture. "Why don't we—" "I'm not drinking!" Nate shouted, his voice sharper than he intended. He slid his eyes closed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's a little insulting." "But you can understand, right? You understand why I'm concerned?" His father narrowed his eyes at him. Nate flicked his gaze out the large window overlooking the manicured front lawn, darkened now with the carefully placed trees only blobs on the horizon. His nostrils flared as he huffed out a breath. "Come on, Nate. There are patterns of behavior we have to be concerned about, and you're exhibiting all of them. You're quiet, secretive." "I'm not secretive," he said, his voice raised. "Nate?" His father paused, pressing his lips together. "Come on. You've been disappearing for hours." "Like twice, that's it. Something came up today and—" Okay, his father said as he bobbed his head up and down. "Let's just prove that." Nate ground his teeth as he bit the inside of his cheek. "If you're not hiding anything—" "I'm not," he snapped. "Then this is just a formality," his father said with a shrug. Nate's jaw clenched as the uniformed officer stepped forward with the breathalyzer. "Take a deep breath and blow into—" "Yeah, I know the drill," Nate answered, annoyance edging his voice as he held up a hand to stop the officer's spiel. He placed his lips on the device and blew into it until a beep sounded. The officer glanced at the reading and flicked his gaze to Charles. "He's clean, sir. 0 alcohol." "Thank you," Charles said, flicking a $100 bill toward the man with a nod. "Happy now?" Nate asked as the officer strode from the room. "I'm ecstatic, son. Really proud of you." "Yeah, but not proud enough to believe me." "Son," Charles started. "No," Nate said with a shake of his head. "Just stop. I don't want to hear it. Look, I get the concern, but I'm not drinking, okay? And sometimes I need to live my own life." Charles puckered his lips. "You're my son, Nate. I just want to be sure you're living safely." Nate slid his eyes closed, allowing the mortification that he felt during the conversation to finally pass. "I'm going upstairs." "Nate," his father called as he spun on a heel and strode from the room. "Nate!" He kept going, taking the stairs 2 by 2 as he climbed them, before he navigated to the quiet solitude of his room, locking the door behind him. Tossing the bag onto his bed, he sank onto the mattress with a sigh. He supposed he'd deserved what had just happened, but he still hated it. He tugged his phone from his pocket and toggled it on. He typed a message to Ellie and sent it on its way. "So, how was the rest of your day?" He flopped back into the soft duvet as he hoped for a response from her. He swallowed hard as time seemed to slow. Each passing second without a response from her triggered his fears that his past would haunt him again. Finally, his phone chimed. He snapped it in front of his face, his arm hovering in the air as he checked it, finding a message from Ellie. "Interesting. How was yours? Did it get any better?" He smiled up at the screen as he typed. It just did. A knock sounded at the door, drawing his attention and removing the smile from his features as he stared at it. He didn't want to deal with his father, and he was certain that was who was on the other side, likely with a half-hearted apology coupled with another explanation about why he'd done it.
"Nate?"
Maddie's voice called. He breathed out a sigh of relief as he climbed from the bed and crossed to the door, unlocking it and pulling it open. She flicked her eyebrows up as she stared at him through her eyelashes.
"Hey, can I come in?"
"Sure," he answered as he stood back and motioned for her to come in. She wandered across the space and plopped on the bed as his phone chimed again. He checked his messages, a half-smile crossing his features as he read Ellie's latest message.
"Really? I think you're a flirt. I bet you say that to all the girls. Is that Ellie?"
Maddie asked as she toyed with a frayed portion of her jeans. "Yeah," Nate said with a chuckle. "You didn't say anything, did you?"
"Nope. Do you have a picture of her?"
Nate typed back a message. "Not even close." He snapped his gaze to his sister. "I don't, but maybe I'll get one soon."
"Did you get her surprise?"
He nodded as he picked up the bag and tossed it onto the bed next to her before he threw himself across it. "Check it out and see what you think." Maddie grinned at him as she dove into the bag and pulled out the carousel. She wound it and let it whirl around as she held it.
"Oh, it's so cute, Nate. Does she like merry-go-rounds?"
Nate nodded as he flicked his eyebrows up. "Yep, she loves them, and on our first date we rode the one in the park. So this works on 2 levels. Something she told me she loves, and something to remind her of our first date." Maddie bit her lower lip as she slid the gift back into the bag.
"That's so sweet. I bet she'll love it. She'll probably give you a big kiss."
"I hope so," he said with a chuckle as he slid the bag away from them. His phone chimed again and he checked it.
"Are you saying you're not texting dozens of other girls?" "What's she saying?"
Maddie asked as she lifted her chin to peer at his screen. Nate tugged it back to his chest. "Hey, that's private."
"But I want to see."
"You don't like it when Mom and Dad want to see your phone." She slumped her shoulders as she rolled her eyes.
"Fine, I won't look."
She flopped back on the bed with a sigh as Nate typed a response. "I am not, I promise. I know it sounds corny, but I really want you to know you're the only woman I'm texting."
"Done?"
Maddie asked, flicking her blue eyes to him. "For now." She pulled herself up to sit, wrapping her arms around her knees as she chewed her lower lip.
"Hey, Nate, can I ask you something?"
"Absolutely. What's up?" She slid a lock of her hair behind her ear, still gnawing on her lower lip. "Maddie, what is it? Is something going on with you?" She shook her head, shooting him a sideways glance filled with worry. He knitted his brow. "What's up, Mad?"
"Please don't get mad at me, okay?"
Her voice was hesitant. He rubbed her forearm. "I won't get mad." She licked her lips before she set her chin on her knees.
"Nate, are you drinking again?"
The question stung him. His sister had seen him drunk more than once, and he'd regretted that. It had frightened her, even though he hadn't been violent toward her. "No, Maddie, I'm not." She sucked in a shaky breath as she nodded. He gently grasped her chin between his thumb and forefinger and twisted her to face him. "Maddie, I promise I'm not."
"Okay, I'm sorry,
You don't need to apologize."
It's just that I overheard Mom and Dad talking, and They said you were, disappearing and stuff again, and I didn't want you to be doing that again. You weren't yourself when you were drinking."
"I know," he said, "but I'm not. You know where I'm going. I'm going to see Ellie."
"Did you see her today?"
He grinned at her. "Yeah, I did. I saw her in the park. She was painting. And then Maddie, it's really complicated, okay? And I needed some space."
"What's complicated? With Ellie? I thought you liked her."
He pulled himself up to sit, balancing his elbows on his knees. "It's not complicated with Ellie. There are just other things going on, okay? Between me and Steven."
"Are you fighting again?"
"No," he said with a shake of his head. "Not like before, but Maddie, I can't explain, okay?"
"What happened between you and Chloe?"
Nate's jaw clenched as she mentioned her name. "It's complicated."
"I'm not a baby anymore, Nate. I'm 15. I'm almost an adult."
"You're too young to understand. Stuff happened between us that... It was bad, okay?"
"What?"
Nate slid his eyes closed as he recalled those horrible moments. "Chloe didn't like me for me. She liked me because I was a Kingsley."
"You mean because we're rich?"
Nate nodded at her. "Yeah."
"Oh. I mean, she must have liked something about you, though, right?"
He shook his head, his lips tightening. "Nope. She cheated on me. Look, Maddie, I don't want to talk about it." She frowned at him, but shifted to pull him into a hug.
"Okay. I love you, Nate. I just want you to be okay."
He pulled her into a tight embrace. "I love you too, Maddie, and I'm fine. I feel better than I ever felt." He pulled back and cupped her face in his hands. "I'm not drinking, okay? I'm fine."
"Okay. Just promise me you'll tell me if you're having trouble. You don't have to tell Mom or Dad, but tell me. I want to help you."
He smiled at her. "I know you do, but I'm okay. Now don't you have homework to do?"
"School's almost over. Although, can you help me with my final paper for biology?"
"Yep," he answered with a nod. "Email it to me, I'll take a look." She flung her arms around his neck with a grin.
"Thanks, Nate."
"You're welcome. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed."
"Bed or to text Ellie all night?" she asked.
"Out, Maddie," he said in a firm but soft tone as he poked a finger at the door.
All right, I'm going."
She scurried to the door, hesitating as she swung it open.
"Hey, Nate?"
"Yeah?" he asked, his fingers brushing his phone as he waited to see if Ellie had texted him.
"Try not to wear out your thumbs. Save some charm for the actual date."
He picked up a shoe and tossed it at her as she ducked into the hall and snapped the door shut behind her. With a shake of his head, he crossed to lock it. His sister could see how easily he was falling for her. It made him nervous. Was he being a fool again? Suddenly, her message didn't seem too important. He was haunted by visions of how she might respond. Perhaps she would dismiss him as being ridiculous, that they weren't serious, or that she was texting a dozen other men. His heart thudded against his ribs as he settled on the edge of the bed. He squeezed his eyes closed as he tried to drive his deepest fears from his mind. With a long exhale, he turned on his phone, his heart immediately calming upon seeing her message.
"A one-woman man, are you? I like it."
He typed back a response. "I'm turning in for the night, but I'll leave you with this thought. I can't wait for our date tomorrow." Her message came back quickly as he unbuttoned his shirt. "I can't either. Good night. See you tomorrow. XOXO." The sweet ending to the message sent his heart soaring. He fell asleep with a smile on his face. He found himself still smiling as the morning light streamed through his window. He leapt from his bed, eager to start the day. His mind drifted to the upcoming date. He floated through his day, planning conversation topics, routes for a walk afterward, and the perfect location for their next kiss. It kept a smile on his face for almost the entire day. After work, he raced home, changing into something more comfortable, while his mind danced with plans and possibilities. He envisioned laughter, shared glances, subtle touches. He grabbed her gift and hurried down the stairs. But as he descended the stairs, the sight of his waiting parents was a cold splash of reality, turning his carefully laid plans into a jigsaw puzzle. His footsteps slowed, the smile sliding from his features. "Hey." "Hi," his mother said as she studied him. "Going out?" "Yeah, just a few errands." "Errands keeping you from dinner?" His father took a sip of his scotch. "We missed you at breakfast, too." "Yeah, sorry, I'm really busy." "Are you?" his father asked. Nate tried to keep his temper controlled, though his agitation built. "Yeah." His mother cupped his face with a hand. "Well, if you're just running errands, could you be a sweetheart and take your sister with you? She's dying to get out of the house for a little while." "What?" he asked, his forehead creasing. "No, I can't take Maddie." "Why?" his father shrugged. "Someplace you're going where you can't take your sister?" "Of course not," Nate answered as Maddie appeared at the doorway to the living room. "I don't have to go." "It's fine, Maddie," his father said. "Nate's happy to take you." Nate slid his eyes closed as his perfectly planned date slipped through his fingers, his heart a tumult of emotions as he nodded. "Yes, of course," he lied, his smile forced. He motioned to the door and she preceded him outside. "Nate, I'm super sorry," she said with a wince. As they stepped into the evening air, the uncertainty of Ellie's reception to this unplanned change hung over him like a dark cloud. "It's fine, I'll tell Ellie I can't make it." "No," she whined as she slid into his passenger seat. "Just drop me off at the library and go on your date." "I'm not doing that. Besides, Mom and Dad will probably call me to check in, and if you're not there, they're going to know I ditched you. I have to figure something out." His mind stretched to find a solution. Bringing his sister along on a date wasn't exactly what he'd planned. And with his former flame, Maddie's presence would have resulted in a miserable night, followed by a cold set of days following it. Even if he made it up to her with some fancy gift, she made it obvious she didn't want to be bothered with Maddie. She'd even referred to his kid sister once as the thorn in their side. Would Ellie feel the same way? Would this twist cast a dark shadow over the budding promise of their connection? Chapter 7. Elena. As Elena smoothed her dress, she caught her reflection, narrowing its gaze back at her. A flutter of excitement tangled with a trace of doubt in her stomach. "Caroline!" she called, her voice a mix of anticipation and concern. "Yes, Your Highness?" "Ugh, please stop calling me that. You're going to forget and call me that in front of people. Remember, I'm Ellie." Caroline arched an eyebrow, giving her a head shake. "I'm sorry, Ellie. What is it that you needed?" "That's much better," Elena said as she lifted her chin and stared back in the mirror. "Do you think this dress is too much for pizza?" Caroline's tone was playful yet pointed as she appraised Elena's choice with narrowed eyes. "For a pizza date, it might be a touch over the top. You're dressed as if you're off to watch Prince Alexander at a polo match, not go to a pizza parlor." Elena heaved a sigh. "I knew it. I must change." She glanced at the clock, her shoulders slumping. "And I haven't much time." She dashed to the closet, her hands flying through the array of clothes as a silent panic began to set in. Each piece she touched whispered a tale of a past life, none of which seemed to fit the narrative of the evening ahead. "I haven't a thing to wear," she lamented, the weight of this simple yet profound decision pressing down on her. "Oh, Your Highness." "Ah!" Elena said with a wag of her finger. "Ellie," Caroline said. "Perhaps something a bit more casual. Slacks paired with your emerald top, and the lovely scarf you received from your mother for your birthday." "Oh yes, that might be quite lovely. Do you think Nathan will think so?" Caroline tugged the shirt from the drawer with an amused sigh. "I think if Nathan does not find you lovely in any outfit, he is not worth your time." "Aren't we snobby?" Elena said with a chuckle. When it comes to you, we are, yes. You, dear, are a special woman, with or without your crown. I only hope he sees that." "I think he does. I think he sees the true me," Elena mused, a hopeful lilt in her voice that quickly faltered into uncertainty. "But what if I'm wrong?" The question hung in the air, a shadow over her burgeoning excitement. "Then you may have some unrequited feelings, I'm afraid, and you will experience what most average women do, a broken heart." Elena frowned as Caroline unzipped her dress. "But from the way he looked at you in the park, I don't believe you'll have to worry about that." Elena shimmied from the dress and spun to grin at her lady's maid before she tugged her top over her head. "I hope not." She pulled on the pants and slid into the shoes Caroline delivered to her before she stood. As her lady's maid styled the scarf around her neck, Elena's phone chimed. "Oh, that must be Nathan," she said as she reached for it. "It is!" She let out a squeal as she toggled into the app to read his message, her grin fading quickly. "Hey, I have some bad news. I've got a change of plans." Her heart, previously fluttering with anticipation, now sank with disappointment. "What is it?" Caroline asked. "Nathan. He says he has a change of plans." She frowned as she typed a response. "Oh no, I hope everything is all right with you." He answered within seconds. "Everything's fine, it's just that I'm stuck with my little sister. I'm sorry, I really wanted to see you tonight." Elena crinkled her brow at the message. "Does she not like pizza? I'm happy to switch. I'd like to see you too." The chat bubble appeared next to his name. Elena's heart thudded as she waited for his response. "You don't mind if my sister tags along?" Elena bit her lower lip at the odd statement. While she would have enjoyed a quiet date between the two of them, she didn't mind meeting his family. "Not at all. I'm looking forward to meeting her." "Well?" Caroline asked. "He has a sister with him. Apparently he thought I would prefer not to go if she was there. I assured him it was not a problem." She glanced at her phone, a smile spreading over her face. "Looks like we are back on." "Good," Caroline said. "Then you'd best be on your way or you'll be late." "Yes," Elena said, her eyes going wide as she grabbed her purse. "Keys, dear," Caroline called as she raced to the door. Elena twisted and swiped them from the entry table, shoving them in her purse. "Thank you." She hurried out the door and down the stairs and into the evening's cool air. She threaded through the streets to the address Nate had passed along. Opening the door, she was met with a rush of warmth, carrying the aroma of garlic and tomato sauce. Nate rose from a table, a grin on his features as he approached her. "Hi." "Hello," she said with a smile. "Thanks for coming. I totally did not see my parents dumping my sister on me like this. I'm sorry." She slid her hand into his as they crossed to the table. "It's not a problem." A young blonde waved as they reached the round table covered in menus. "Hi." "Ellie, this is my sister Maddie. Maddie, this is Ellie." "Hello, Maddie," Elena said as she eased into the wooden chair with a smile. "Lovely to meet you." "Hi," the girl answered with a nervous smile. "I'm sorry to ruin your date." "You haven't ruined anything," Elena answered. "I'm looking forward to the chance to get to know you." "You're so pretty," Maddie said. "Well, thank you," Elena answered. "Are you ready for your first piece of pizza?" Nate asked. "First pizza?" Maddie asked. "Is he serious?" Elena nodded with a giggle. "I'm afraid so. My parents were quite strict about my diet." Nate passed along their order for a pepperoni pizza and 3 sodas. Maddie sipped hers after the waitress delivered it. "So, you're English?" "What gave me away?" Elena asked with a grin before she sipped the bubbly soda. "Your accent, which I love," Maddie said, her eyes wide. Elena smiled at her. "Thank you. So, are you Nathan's only sister?" She raised her chin as she nodded. "Yep. We have another brother, though." Elena shifted her gaze to Nate. "Who is the oldest, you or your brother?" "I am. Stephen is the middle child and Maddie is the baby." He smiled at her before he flicked his gaze to Maddie.
then back to Elena. "Do you have any brothers or sisters, Ellie?" Maddie asked. Elena shook her head. "No, I'm an only child. But I have some cousins, one of whom is very much like a brother to me." "You're lucky," Maddie said. "Did your parents spoil you?" "Maybe a little," Elena answered. "And why do you say that? Do you not like Nathan?" Maddie giggled as she shot her brother a glance. "No, I like him. Why do you always call him Nathan?" "I like it." "Why?" "We all call him Nate." Elena shifted her gaze to him. "Do you prefer that?" "I don't mind you calling me Nathan. I kinda like it." "He loves it," his sister teased. Elena held in a giggle as she slid a hand across to grab his. "All right, enough teasing. You haven't even asked about your surprise." "You're right, I haven't. And I have waited long enough." Maddie shifted in her seat, leaning forward as Nate lifted the bag and passed it to Elena. "I helped him pick it out." "Did you? Well, that makes it extra special." She dug into the bag and pulled out the object wrapped in tissue paper. It crinkled as she unwrapped it, her heart melting as she studied the little object clutched in her hands. "It's a carousel." Nate leaned closer to her with a grin. "It is, because you said you loved them, and we rode one together on our first date, so now you can always remember it." Elena smiled at the object as she wound it and let it play. She lifted her gaze to him, the smile never leaving her face. "I love it." He rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. "I'm glad." "Thank you." She shifted her gaze to Maddie. "Both of you." After it wound down, she carefully wrapped the carousel in its tissue paper and stowed it in the bag, making room for the pizza that arrived. "Oh my goodness," she said, her eyes wide. "That is quite a bit of grease." Maddie grinned at her as she nodded. "That's the point." "Is it?" Elena asked, as Nate slid a cheesy triangle onto her plate. She picked up a fork as she studied it again, before she waited for her companions to get their own plates. Maddie giggled at the sight. "Why do you have a fork?" "How else do you eat it?" "Pick it up, silly," Maddie answered, demonstrating as she took a bite. "Oh, with my hands, like the hot dog." "I didn't think you trusted me with cutlery yet," Nate said. Elena set her fork down as she eyed the pizza wedge again. "You're right. Perhaps I shouldn't." "Why?" Maddie asked, wiping her hands on her napkin. "Hasn't Nathan told you the wild tale of how we met?" She shook her head, taking another sip of her soda. "I was in the coffee shop when he plowed right into me and spilled the coffee all over me." "Nate!" Maddie said as she playfully shoved at her brother. "You klutz!" "Guilty," he answered with a chuckle. "And it gets worse. I then tried to help her." "And made it so much worse," Elena said. "How?" Maddie asked with wide eyes. "Well, he tried to dab it away," Elena demonstrated with a napkin. "But it smeared the coffee everywhere. My entire blouse was soaked through." Maddie laughed and shook her head. "Oh no, I can't believe she went out with you after that." "Well, she had to. I gave her my jacket and she had to return it." "Oh, so you trapped her into a date." Maddie nodded in understanding at her brother before she shifted her gaze to Elena. "Now it makes sense." Elena giggled as they continued to tease Nate. "Go ahead and laugh, ladies. I'm fine." Nate held up his hands. "How do you like the pizza, Ellie?" Maddie asked. Elena glanced down at what remained of her pizza. It wasn't her usual fare, but she didn't mind it. What she liked more was the company. It didn't matter what she ate. She was thoroughly enjoying her time with Nate and his sister. "I do like it. I'm glad we didn't cancel." He stared at her as he wrapped her hand in his. "Me too." "Ew, get a room, guys," Maddie groaned. "I'm sorry. We weren't doing anything untoward," Elena said with a chuckle. "What's untoward?" Maddie asked. Elena took another bite of her pizza. You know, improper, unsuitable. Maddie slid another slice of pizza onto her plate.
Oh, right. Well, Nate was thinking untoward things.
Elena offered him a mock expression of shock. Were you?
I wasn't. I was thinking only toward things.
Elena couldn't stop the laugh from escaping her. She covered her mouth as it brought tears to her eyes.
Toward things, is it?
Nate raised his chin.
Absolutely. Well, good. At least I know you have no devious intentions with me.
She offered him a coy glance, her eyebrows pinching for a moment as he avoided her gaze, shifting in his seat as though he was uncomfortable.
Uh-oh, I think he has some devious intentions,
Maddie said. He let out a nervous chuckle.
That's not even close to true.
Uh-huh, Maddie said with a chuckle and a nod.
Come on, Ellie. Let's go play some games.
She grabbed the woman's hand and tugged her from her seat. They spent another 2 hours enjoying each other's company over skee-ball, foosball, and pinball machines before Ellie reluctantly allowed herself to be pulled from the warm pizza shop into the cool night air. Oh, I had a lovely time, Elena said as they strolled down the sidewalk. Are we going the same way?
Yes,
Nate said as he slid an arm around her.
I'm walking you home.
Oh, is this one of the toward things you were thinking about earlier?
Yep,
he said with a grin as Maddie trailed behind them, her phone in her hand. Elena shifted her gaze over her shoulder. Are you coming, Maddie? Yeah, the blonde said with a frown. What's wrong? Elena slowed until Maddie caught up with them and slid her arm around the blonde's waist. My stupid friend, I hate her. What's she done to deserve that? Elena asked.
Probably didn't text her back fast enough.
No, Maddie snapped as she frowned at the screen. She posted this picture. Maddie twisted the phone toward them. She knew posting that would upset me because she knows I'm totally crushing on that guy. I see, Elena said with a nod. And she has decided that whilst you spend the evening stuck with your brother and his boring date, she will take advantage of putting the moves on your man. Yeah, totally, Maddie said with a frustrated moan. Well, if I were you... Yeah? Maddie asked. I would take it as a blessing. Maddie screwed up her face. Huh? He is clearly not good enough for you. If he was, he never would have posed for that picture. He would have been so lovesick over you that he couldn't even look at another woman. Yeah, but... No buts, my dear. You are an amazing woman. You deserve someone who cannot live without you. Not a man who would betray you that way. Remember your worth, Maddie. Yeah, the blonde said with a nod. Yeah, you're right. He should feel lucky if I dated him. Absolutely right, Elena said with a grin as they reached her building. This is me. Would you like to come up? Caroline is baking biscuits. That's cookies to you. Sure, Nate answered. Elena grabbed his hand and tugged him into the building, mounting the stairs. They climbed to the 3rd floor and she dug in her purse for her keys. Sorry, I always forget to get them ready. Before he could answer, Caroline pulled the door open. You're here? Hello, Nate. Lovely to see you again. She peered between the two of them at Maddie. Hello there. Caroline, this is Maddie, Nathan's sister. Elena followed her lady's maid into the apartment and set her bag down. I'm baking biscuits. They are Ellie's favorite. Would you like to try one? Caroline said to Maddie. Sure, the girl said as she plopped onto the stool. I like your apartment, Ellie. Oh, thank you, Elena answered before she flicked her gaze back to Nate. Why don't you two take a walk? Maddie and I can share a few cookies here, Caroline suggested. Elena noted the mischievous twinkle in her lady's maid's eye as she offered her a sly smile. Oh, that sounds lovely. Are you certain you'll be okay, Maddie? Sure. These cookies are amazing. There are plenty more where those came from. Would you like a glass of milk? Caroline offered, buzzing around the kitchen. Shall we? Elena asked. Nate wrapped his hand around hers and pulled her toward the door. Minutes later, they were back out under the starry sky, strolling hand in hand along the sidewalk. "I had a wonderful evening," she said. "Your sister is very nice."
Thank you for not making a big deal about her coming along.
"Why would I? It's quite nice that you take such good care of her. I'll bet your parents are very pleased that she has such a wonderful older brother." His jaw tightened at the words, but he quickly replaced the taut expression with a wide smile.
I had a really nice time, too.
He stopped at the corner, pulling her closer to him.
When can I see you again?
"Name the day," she said, as she stared up at him. He rubbed his hands up and down her arms.
Tomorrow. I can't wait much longer than that.
She grinned at him. "Tomorrow it is. Just let me know where to meet you."
How about if I pick you up here? We'll do something simple. Sorry, I can't promise fancy.
She crinkled her brow, wondering why he seemed so intent on apologizing ahead of time for their simple dates. She loved them. "There you go again, assuming fancy means good. Would you say our first 2 dates were fancy?" He laughed.
No, definitely not.
She said, her features playfully thoughtful. "Yet I enjoyed them immensely, so that would suggest I don't need any promises of fanciness."
I guess it would, which is a good thing because I'm just an average guy.
"Well, average guy, Nathan, I like you just the way you are." She leaned closer to him as she traced the edge of his collar. A smile spread across his face.
I like you too.
Their lips met, locking together as warm emotion swirled within her. Elena pulled back and stared up at him, buzzing with excitement. "We probably should get back before Caroline stuffs Maddie full of biscuits." He caressed her cheek with his thumb.
Yeah.
He gave her another peck before he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her back to her door. They found Maddie and Caroline giggling together when they entered.
"Time to get home, Maddie,"
Nate said. "Ah, I was having fun," the girl said with slumped shoulders. Elena pulled her into a hug. "It was lovely to meet you, Maddie. I hope to see you again soon." "Wait, is it okay if I text you?" Maddie pulled her phone from her pocket. "You give good advice." "Absolutely," Elena said. They exchanged phone numbers before Maddie hugged her again. "Bye, Ellie." Elena waved as she crossed to the door. Nate smiled at her before he flicked his gaze to Caroline.
Nice to see you again, Caroline. Ellie, see you tomorrow.
"I look forward to it." She crossed to the door and closed it behind them, collapsing against it with a muffled scream. "Oh, Caroline!" Caroline grabbed her by the hands and pulled her to the couch. She flitted back into the kitchen to grab a plate of biscuits. After handing one to Elena, she settled onto the couch next to her. "Tell me." "It's wonderful. He's wonderful. He's so normal. We just have fun. There's no pretense, no distance. It's just us being us." Caroline said as she bit into her cookie. "Is it him you like, or the idea that you do not need to be Her Royal Highness?" Elena clicked her tongue. "Him. The added bonus is he sees me for me, not for my title." "I see," Caroline said. "And you will see him again tomorrow?" "I cannot wait." Elena's phone chimed as she answered. She leapt from her seat and raced to her purse. "I bet that's him." She pulled her phone from her bag and toggled it on. Her grin quickly faded as she stared at the screen. "Your Highness, what is it?" Elena's heart thumped against her ribs as her eyebrows pinched. She crossed to Caroline and collapsed onto the couch. "This." With trembling fingers, Elena turned the screen toward Caroline. The image displayed, a stolen moment of her and Nate, intimate and unaware, was like a cold splash of reality. Accompanying the photo, a message loomed ominously. "Not quite fitting behavior for a princess." Elena's breath hitched, the implications of the message spiraling into a vortex of fear. Who was watching her, and what did they want?
Chapter 8. Nate. The smile slipped from Nate's face as he shifted his gaze from the text message on his phone to his brother's smirking face. Every muscle in his body tensed and his jaw clenched until it hurt. "Good morning, Stephen. Still obsessed with my life?" His brother scoffed. "Me obsessed with you? I don't think so. I'm not the one who painstakingly planned out how to destroy someone's life." Nate slid his eyes closed as his brother referenced his past sins. "You really can't let the past go, can you?" "Was I supposed to?" Stephen screwed up his face as he stared into space. "I seem to have forgotten the part of my process where I forgive my brother for manipulating Genotech into investigating me for misappropriation of funds in a desperate attempt to take over the company." Nate flicked his eyes out the window as he shook his head. "Oh, wait. Maybe that's because that wasn't part of my process. Though seeking forgiveness is part of yours, right? Which of the 12 steps is it again?" Stephen offered him a mocking glance as he narrowed his eyes at his brother. Nate leapt from his chair, his teeth clenched. "The part right after I kick your—" "Boys," Victoria said, as she rushed into the room with Charles close behind her. "That is enough. You can hear this argument all the way in the foyer." "Oh, I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm still not over what Nate did." "We agreed to let bygones be bygones after it happened," Charles said as he settled into his seat. "Everyone's got their place at the table." Stephen settled into his seat, his features taut. "Yeah, well, Nate's up to his old tricks again, so maybe his invitation should be revoked." Charles shot his wife a weary glance as she sipped her coffee. "Do you want to explain that, Stephen? Or just make vague accusations to stir the pot?" "Why don't you ask him about who has him constantly glued to his phone?" Nate shook his head, a scoff escaping him. "Obsessed much?" "Or where he's been sneaking off to for the past few weeks. He's doing the same things he did when he was drinking." "I'm not drinking. Dad knows that." He shifted his gaze to his father. "Didn't I prove that the night you brought the cops here for the breathalyzer?" Stephen raised his eyebrows. "You had him tested? So you've had the same suspicions and you never mentioned it?" Charles stabbed at the steaming eggs delivered to him moments earlier. "I didn't think I needed to run it past you, Stephen. He came back clean." "Oh, well, I'm not surprised. He may be up to his old tricks, but this time there's a new game." Nate screwed up his face. "What are you talking about? Maybe that hospital I had you committed to released you too soon." Stephen's fork clattered to his plate as he curled his fingers into fists. Victoria placed a steadying hand on his arm. "Stop this. We are not going to have you two coming to blows at the breakfast table." "Then Stephen ought to shut his mouth about my habits. I'm not drinking," Nate answered, his jaw tight. "I never said you were." His brother shot him a haughty glance, raising his eyebrows. "So what are you accusing me of now?" "I think you're hitting something way harder than the bottle, big brother." Nate narrowed his eyes, his lips tugging into a frown. "You want to actually say it without dancing around it, or are you just trying to cause trouble?" His brother threw his arms out to the sides. "Fine, I'll say it. I think you're on drugs." Victoria gasped as Nate huffed out a sharp laugh, his eyes rising to the ceiling as he shook his head. "Come on, Stephen, even you aren't that stupid." "No, but you are. Vodka not drowning the pain anymore, Nate?" "What pain?" "Oh, wait. While we're confessing each other's sins, maybe you'd like to tell Mom and Dad what you've been up to the past few weeks. Or rather, who you've been up to it with." "I don't know what you're talking about," Stephen said with a shrug. Nate pounded a fist on the table, rattling the china. "Don't you?" "Stop it," Victoria said. "If you two cannot sit at this table without fighting, then leave." "Which one of us, Mom? The problem son or me?" Stephen asked. "Both of you," she said, giving him a glare. "I'm not going to tolerate this fighting between you again." "Fine," Nate said as he pushed back from the table. He strode toward the door, his eyes narrowed as he passed his brother. "I'm watching you." "Good. Maybe you'll learn something," Stephen shot back. Nate's teeth gritted as he stormed to the foyer. He gripped the edge of the entryway table, sliding his eyes shut with a growl. "Bad morning?" Maddie asked as she hopped down the stairs. "Really bad morning," Nate said. "Did you have a fight with Ellie?"
He sucked in a breath, his nostrils flaring. No, she's the one good thing in my life right now. So you still like her? It's been a few weeks. The frown deeply ingrained in his features twisted into a smile. Yeah, I still like her. Maddie grinned at him and winked. I think she still likes you too. He tugged his chin back toward his chest. How do you know that? She waved her phone in the air. We may or may not have been texting. You're texting Ellie? He asked. Yeah, it's no big deal, right? I like her. It's fine, just don't say anything to anyone yet, okay? I just got into it with Steven again. I don't want anyone to know about her, okay? Maddie's shoulders slumped as she frowned. Again? I hate when you and Steven fight. Why can't you both just get along? There's way too much baggage between us, Maddie, Nate answered as he spun to lean against the table, crossing his arms. But you're brothers. Barely, Nate answered. He flicked his gaze to his sister before he pulled himself to stand and kissed her cheek. Look, it's never going to be like that between us, okay? I promise. She grinned at him. Good. You heading to work? Yep. You got plans today? I might sit by the pool and do my nails or something. It's summer break. Have fun, Maddie. He grabbed his briefcase from under the table and headed out the door. As he climbed behind the wheel of his car, the conversation from the breakfast table replayed in his head. His jaw clenched as he tightened his grip around the leather steering wheel. The accusations made by his brother burned through his mind, along with the image of Steven with Chloe in the park. By the time he pulled into his reserved parking space, he wanted to put his hand through a wall, or his brother's face. At these stress levels, less than a year ago he'd have sought solace with a few drinks. Now he found it in his pocket. He slid his phone from his jacket and toggled it on, reading the last message from Ellie. Good morning, love. I hope your day is starting with a smile. He tapped his screen, typing a message back to her. Every time I look at this message, I smile. He leaned back in the supple leather seat, letting his head fall against the headrest. His interactions with Ellie were so easy, so natural, and they gave him a level of comfort that had been unmatched in his life thus far. His phone chimed and he glanced at the screen. Well, I suppose that's a start. How is your day otherwise? He pounded against the virtual keyboard before he tapped the send key with his thumb. Not great. Any chance I can see you tonight? He clutched the phone tightly to his chest, hoping she didn't already have plans. When it chimed, he was almost afraid to look at it. Certainly. I actually was hoping you didn't have plans. I have something special in mind. The message erased any traces of tension from his jaw. Oh yeah? You're planning this date, huh? With his spirits lifted, he grabbed his briefcase and climbed from the car. Just the sight of her name lighting up his phone was enough to fracture the floor of his worst days, scattering them like shadows at dawn. And the added bonus of an impromptu date would have him sailing through his morning meetings and his afternoon reports. After shutting his door behind him, he settled in at his desk with a stack of messages. The chime of his phone pulled him away from sorting through them. He read the message from Ellie. I am, and I'm not going to tell you anything until we're there. It's like that, huh? He murmured to himself, grinning as he typed back his response. Oh, really? How am I going to know where to meet you? She answered before he dialed the first number. Meet me at our special spot in the park, 5 p.m. Don't be late. He grinned at the phone. Her reference to their special spot sent his heart soaring. After weeks of seeing each other, and only falling for her more with each meeting, he loved that she'd felt the connection too, and her surprise was intriguing enough to keep his mind buzzing with anticipation throughout the day. A knock midday interrupted his working lunch. Yeah, he called as he stared at the screen, expecting his secretary to pop through the door. Instead, he found his father's head poking inside his office. He wiped his hand on his napkin as he leaned back in his chair. Something you need? A word? His father asked. Nate heaved a sigh as he motioned to the chair across from him. He wouldn't be able to avoid this conversation. Too many accusations had flown around the dining room this morning. Charles slipped inside and settled into the chair, his usual frown etched into his serious features as he studied his son. I'm not drinking, Dad,
and I'm not doing drugs. Okay, he said, with a bob of his head. But there's something going on with you. Not any of that. Outside of that, I don't want to talk about it. His father puckered his lips as he stared down at his clasped hands. Unfortunately, with your track record, son, it comes across a little questionable when you don't. Nate studied the wood grain on the polished mahogany desk. Apparently, his drinking had cost him any privacy. But he wasn't ready to tell anyone about Ellie. Not yet. He was falling for her, and he couldn't stop himself. But he wasn't ready to admit that to anyone. Not yet. Not until he was sure about her. I get that, but I'm not hiding anything, and I'm just asking for a little privacy. Privacy is a concern, Nate. He slammed a fist against his desk, rattling the pencil cup. I'm not drinking. And like I said, maybe you ought to be worried about where Steven's been spending his time, because I guarantee he's up to no good. I'd ask you to elaborate on that, but you boys trade barbs like I traded baseball cards when I was 10. Nate clenched his jaw. So, you don't care what he does because he's not a screw-up like me. That's not what I said. I just think you two need to learn how to settle your own battles. There's obviously something going on with you two. I'm not always going to be here to police you, though. Then what are you doing in my office? Because you're policing me based on what Steven said this morning. Charles lifted his chin, the unmistakable pinch of his lips betraying his annoyance. Your situation is a little more precarious than Steven's, Nate. You know that. No one wants to see you suffering another setback. So whenever Steven decides to throw suspicion on me, I'm going to be under a microscope. Is that it? No, you're not under a microscope. I'm not asking you to tell me where you've been or what you're doing. I'm just reaching out in case you need help. I don't, Nate answered flatly. Charles sucked in a sharp breath as he rose from the chair, closing his button on his suit jacket. All right. See you for dinner? No, I'll be out. His father hesitated for a moment. His eyes narrowed at him into a suspicious gaze before he nodded. All right. The door closed behind him as his father left, and he squeezed his eyes closed. The tension of the day had already been too much. The thought of seeing Ellie was a beacon of light in the mire of his day, the one thing that made the insurmountable pile of tasks ahead seem bearable. Each tick of the clock was a heavy step closer to freedom, to her. He stretched his neck, trying to loosen the tension from his chat with his dad. Though it still lingered, he powered through the rest of his afternoon tasks. A tangible weight seemed to roll off his shoulders as he stepped into the late afternoon sunshine, its warm reach dissolving the shadows of his office-bound existence. With each step toward the sanctuary of the park, the arguments of earlier in the day receded, replaced by the promise of tranquility and the sweet anticipation of her presence. His muscles loosened, and the tension at his temples lessened. He strode to the fountain in the park and sat on the edge. As he waited, the steady rhythm of water cascading into the pool below mirrored his own attempts to keep the tumultuous waves of his life in a steady flow. Ellie, with her spontaneous plans and ability to see beauty in the mundane, was like an unexpected burst of water that made the fountain dance in the sunlight. A shadow loomed over him a few minutes later. "Are you lonely, soldier?" a British accent asked. He couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped him as he rose and pulled Ellie closer. "Not anymore." With a peck on her lips, he greeted her. She slid her hand into his and tugged him toward the park's entrance. "Did your day get any better?" "It did right around 5. "You're a flirt, you know that, Nathan Parker." "I'm not. I'm just a regular guy who constantly has bad days and relies on his exceptional girlfriend to make them better." "I see. You're also a flatterer." "Only when it's deserved," he answered as they waited to cross the street. "So, where are we going?" "It's a surprise." He flicked his eyebrows up. "Really? You're still not going to tell me?" The light changed and she tugged his hand toward the crosswalk. "Why would I tell you?" "Because I'm asking so nicely."
Oh, I see. You think that's all it takes, do you?
She grinned at him as they reached the sidewalk and continued down the street.
Well, seeing as we are nearly there, I suppose I can tell you. We're going to the museum. When I've had a bad day, art is very soothing.
That's perfect, he said, fixing his gaze on her. I love looking at beautiful things.
Flirt,
she answered with a giggle as they ascended the stairs to the revolving doors leading inside.
2, please,
she said as she approached the docent and shoved a credit card forward. Hey, what are you doing?
Paying for our admission,
she said as the woman handed her back the card and gave them their admission slips. She snapped her gaze to him, her features pinching.
What?
I'm supposed to do that.
Oh,
she said, her features turning pensive.
Right, I had almost forgotten this is still the 1950s.
He clicked his tongue at her. That's not it.
Then where is your notion of gender equality, Nathan? You have paid for every date so far. You're going to start to think I'm a moocher.
He laughed as they passed through an arched entryway into a room filled with paintings and benches. I don't think that.
Not now that I've paid for something,
she said as they stopped at a painting of a woman from centuries past. He side-eyed her as she studied it. His lips tugged upward at the corners as he spotted the tiny crease between her brow that deepened when she was deep in thought. She snapped her gaze to him, her expression exasperated.
Nathan, you are supposed to be looking at the painting, not me.
You said you brought me here to look at beautiful things. She clicked her tongue.
I said art, not beautiful things.
You are art, he said as he snaked an arm around her waist and kissed her cheek. She shook her head at him.
What do you think of this painting?
It's lovely.
Really?
He flicked his gaze to it and shrugged. Yeah, it's nice.
I think she looks grumpy.
He burst into laughter. She does.
Why does she look so dour? What happened to her? Perhaps her dog died.
Or she lost her cat.
Or the man she loves married another.
Ouch, Nate said. Yeah, that could be.
Let's find another painting, she said.
They spent an hour wandering through the gallery, critiquing paintings in only a way that they could. As they passed another exhibit hall, Nathan tugged on her hand. Wait, you're missing this one.
There aren't any paintings in there, she answered.
No, it's a special exhibit. Nate read the placard at the door. The Crown Jewels of Eldoria. Let's check it out.
Crown jewels? It's boring. Let's go.
No, Ellie, come on. Let's look. She frowned and slumped her shoulders.
All right, fine. But let's not dally. I'm certain they are quite boring.
He slid his arm around her shoulders as they stepped into the room. His eyes fell on the large display case showing a scepter, a crown, and a tiara. Ellie seemed to tense next to him. He glanced down at her. Are you okay?
Sorry, just cold. It's chilly in here. Let's go somewhere warmer.
He slipped his jacket off and draped it over her shoulders. Better? She offered him a tight-lipped smile.
Thank you.
He returned his focus to the display. It's kind of weird to think there are still people who are royalty.
Oh? Why?
She asked. He shot her a questioning glance. It just is. I mean, people who are kings and queens, princes and princesses, and people still bow to them and all that stuff.
That's the American in you, she answered.
Oh, right, he said with a knowing expression. You're a Brit. You still believe in all this nonsense.
Nonsense,
she exclaimed.
Those are fighting words, sir.
Yeah? Bring it. Americans have an excellent track record with the British.
That is a low blow, my dear,
she said as her phone rang. She tugged it from her purse, her nose wrinkling.
Ugh, I need to take this. Will you excuse me?
Of course, he said with a kiss on her cheek. She wandered a few steps away as she pressed her phone to her ear. He couldn't help but notice the pinching of her features. He wondered if it was a difficult client as he returned his gaze to the crown, wondering what it was like to be the person who wore it. As he twisted to study the room's other featured pieces, he caught sight of someone. His lips parted and his breath caught in his throat. His heart hammered against his ribs and his palms turned sweaty.
"Chloe,"
he said, his voice just above a whisper. Her lips tugged back into a smirky smile. "Hey, Nate." His heart tumbled as horrible memories raced through his mind, dancing around as they taunted him. His chest tightened, and his ability to speak flew out the window. Why on earth was she here? Chapter 9. Elena. Elena's stomach twisted into a knot as she stared at the name lighting up her phone. Her heart thudded against her ribs, and her palms turned sweaty. She'd consistently received more threats about her behavior. Had her father finally had enough? Her eyes flicked to the crown jewels in the case in front of her. Ironic her father, King of Eldoria, would call as she stared at the crown he wore on so many occasions in the past. She flicked her gaze up to Nate, hoping he couldn't read her consternation. I need to take this. Will you excuse me?" He squeezed her shoulder before kissing her cheek. "Of course." She stepped away and swiped to answer the call. "Hello, Father."
"Elena, hello."
Her father's deep voice greeted her.
"I hope I'm not interrupting anything."
"No, of course not. I'm just admiring some artwork at the museum."
"I see. I hope you are faring well there. Mother and I miss you terribly."
She lowered her gaze to the floor, her back still turned toward Nate. "I miss you both too."
"Perhaps we ought to discuss your homecoming."
"No," she said, her voice carrying too much emotion. She forced it back to a calmer state. "I mean to say, that isn't necessary. The entire point of this excursion was for me to experience the world. And despite missing you both, I am having a lovely time here."
"Well, I suppose that is excellent news."
"I think so," she said, holding her breath as she wondered if he had more to say.
"I must confess I have another reason for my call."
"Oh?" Elena asked, her heart ramping up.
"Your cousin Julian is in Sterling City. I thought it may be nice to see a familiar face. Perhaps you could have tea or lunch."
Elena's eyebrow arched at the words. "Is he? And how long is he here for?"
"He's been for several weeks, I understand. I've only just learned of it. I believe he plans to stay for another week or so. If you haven't the time—"
"Oh, no, for family I will make the time. Where is he staying, do you know?" Everything became clear to her. The pictures of her with Nate, the threats, it all made sense.
"The Grand Arms,"
her father reported back. "Good. I will contact him to make arrangements."
"Wonderful. I thought you may enjoy a small piece of home."
Elena fixed her gaze on the wall, her teeth clenching. "Oh, you have no idea, Father."
"I am happy to be of service, then. I will not keep you any longer. Go, enjoy the museum."
"Thank you, Father. Speak soon." She ended the call, sucking in a breath. It hadn't been her father sending the vague threats and accusations. It had been her meddling cousin Julian. How typical of his family to resort to such tactics. A plan hatched in her mind to put an end to the nonsense. She would make a point of seeing her dear cousin at her first opportunity. But for now, she had a date to enjoy, with a man she was growing to love more with each passing second. She shoved her phone into her purse and twisted to find him. Her eyebrows knitted as she spotted him standing with a blonde woman. The tension in his jaw suggested he wasn't pleased. She eyed the woman as she closed the distance between them, approaching his side tentatively. With a flick of her gaze at the woman, she shifted her focus to him. "I hope I'm not interrupting."
"No,"
Nate said, sliding an arm around her shoulders.
"Not at all."
The smirk on the woman's features faded, her eyes narrowing slightly as they scanned Elena from head to toe. "I didn't realize you were with someone."
"I am," Nate answered, his voice taut. "This is my girlfriend, Ellie."
Ellie offered the woman a smile, still unclear on who she was as she thrust her hand forward. "Hello?"
"Ellie, this is Chloe, a former friend."
"Charmed, I'm sure," Chloe answered without accepting her hand. Elena tugged it back, unimpressed by the woman's lack of manners, but well-versed in maintaining her composure.
Lovely meeting you. If you need a moment— No, I don't, Nate interrupted, his grip tightening around her. Let's go. He led her from the exhibit room, his jaw never loosening as they walked. Nathan, are you all right? He stopped in the hall, facing her as he blew out a shaky breath. No, I'm not. Do you mind if we get out of here? Get some air? Of course not. She took his hand in hers, her features pinching with concern for his sudden change in behavior. He chewed his lower lip as they snaked to the entrance and pushed into the evening air. The lowering sun painted the sky brilliant reds and purples as Nate hurried away from the museum, his pace hard. Would you like to go somewhere to talk? She asked between puffs for breath as she struggled to keep up with him. He froze on the sidewalk, his fists clenched tightly at his side. His jaw clenched as he slid his eyes closed. I'm sorry. There is nothing to apologize for, but you seem rather upset. I can't help but think it has to do with that woman. Who was she? He flicked his gaze away from her, his posture stiffening. Nathan? She asked softly. He swallowed hard, snapping his pinched features back toward her. Let's go to the park. I'll explain everything. All right, she said with a nod, her stomach knotted as they walked the short distance to the park. What had Nate so tied in knots that he'd nearly run from the museum? They settled on a bench overlooking the fountain, and she pulled his jacket tighter around her as he blew out a long breath, resting his elbows on his knees as he pressed his hands over his face. I'm sorry, he said, his voice shaky. She rubbed a hand across his shoulders. It's all right. If you don't want to talk— No, I do. This isn't going to be easy. Take your time. His features crinkled as he faced her. That woman in the museum, she was my ex-fiancée. Elena's eyebrows raised at the words. She couldn't help but make a comparison to her boyfriend's former flame. She was dark to the woman's light. Their styles were entirely different. They didn't seem to share the same taste in anything, except perhaps men. I assume it did not end well, Elena said, wondering if she was the rebound. Did Nate pine for the woman? It didn't, he said. She wasn't interested in me for me. She cheated with my brother. Oh, Elena said, her voice filled with a rueful concern. I am sorry. His features flinched as he gave a slight shake of his head. His fingers tapped out a nervous rhythm against his thigh. Seeing Chloe, it brought a lot of bad stuff back, but— He shifted his gaze to her for the first time as he reached for her, cupping her cheek in his hand. I need you to know, Ellie, that I am not sorry things ended with her, because if they hadn't, I never would have met you. And you have brought a light into my life that I didn't think was possible after all that darkness. Elena offered him a reassuring smile. I am quite pleased we met, too. The smile on his features faded quickly, his eyebrows pinching again. There is something else, though. She braced herself for what revelation may come. He licked his lips before continuing. After everything ended with Chloe, I didn't handle it well. His voice faltered, betraying his deep upset. I started drinking. A lot. It was a really dark time for me. I've been working to move past it, but it's part of my history. Part of me. I thought you should know. He offered her a tentative glance, his eyes filled with remorse and vulnerability. She wrapped her hand in his. And have you moved past it? His fingers tightened around hers as he bobbed his head. Yes. And no. I'm sober. I've been sober for months. Every day is a battle, but it's one that's been far easier to win with you in my life. She smiled at him again. Months? Well, that is a big step. When did this happen? A little over a year ago. We actually met on the anniversary of my breakup with Chloe.
He huffed out a laugh at the irony. And you had already been sober for months then? He nodded.
Yes, I haven't touched a drop in months. And I've never been drunk since I've known you. I'm working really hard to put the past behind me. It's easier when there's hope that I have a future.
He squeezed her hand.
Do I have a future with you? Or have I ruined it with my past stupidity?
Her features melted into a genuine smile at his words. Nothing could ruin our future if we are both committed to each other. What happened? It's a part of you, Nathan. But it's not all of you. His questioning gaze melted into an expression of relief as he pulled her closer to him, wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace.
Ellie, I can't tell you how much that means to me.
I will support you in any way I can. Just let me know what I can do. He pulled back, his thumb rubbing her cheek.
You already do it every single day. Honestly, Ellie, the day we met went from the darkest day to the brightest spot in my life.
I'm afraid you may be giving me too much credit. Your darkest days were far behind you when you picked yourself up and decided to move on with your life.
Well, I have a lot of people to thank for that, too.
I'm certain, but the biggest one to thank is you. No one can stop us from behaving how we choose, no matter how much they want to. You took that step yourself, and I'm proud of you for that. He beamed at her.
Thank you, Ellie. You, as always, have been amazing about this. It's been weighing on me.
Whatever for? He crinkled his brow.
Ellie, you're amazing. Imagine telling you I was a drunk after being engaged to that woman and you ending things.
Why would I do that?
Because you deserve way better than some former drunk who until recently had the worst taste in women, apparently.
She did have fairly bad taste in clothing, I will say that. But men never seem to care. But what are you on about with this nonsense of me deserving better? He chuckled at her statement as he pulled her closer to him, wrapping his arm around her shoulders.
Oh, Ellie, you do. You're amazing. You deserve the world.
You deserve wonderful things, too. You didn't deserve what she did to you. Nate sucked in a breath.
I think the luckiest day of my life was meeting you.
Funny, I think the same thing, she said before she leapt off the bench. Now, if you're quite finished with all the dire news, perhaps we can take a spin on that carousel. His grin grew wider as he rose.
Let's do that.
They spent the rest of the evening enjoying each other's company, the tension from earlier in the evening melting away. He dropped her at her apartment, ending the evening with a kiss.
Hey, I have that work thing tomorrow night, so I will have the worst night ever without being able to see you.
Yes, I remember. I'll miss you too, but I'm only a text away. He smiled at her before he gave her another kiss.
I know. I'll be texting you all night.
I look forward to it, she said with a kiss on his cheek. Good night. His fingers lingered on her hand before he finally let go and strode down the street. She pushed into her building and climbed to her apartment. And how was the date? Caroline asked as Elena pushed into the apartment. Lovely, as always. For the most part. For the most part? Are there cracks in the foundation? No, Elena said as she sank onto the couch next to her lady's maid. Although a few things happened. Caroline arched an eyebrow. Do tell. Nathan confessed that he's struggled in the past with some things. It doesn't affect how I feel, but there's something else. Elena grabbed a handful of popcorn from the bowl on the coffee table. I think I know who has been sending those threatening notes with the pictures. Really? Father called whilst I was at the museum with Nathan. Apparently, Julian is in town. Unsurprising, since the crown jewels of Eldoria are being displayed at the museum. Prince Julian is here with the crown jewels? Likely not with them, though he'll shove himself in as though he is.
I bet my life he is the one creating the problems.
It's a likely bet. You and he have a difficult relationship.
Ellie munched on another piece of popcorn, her mind recalling their many battles.
That's putting it mildly. What do you plan to do?
Confront him.
Tomorrow. I'm going to put a stop to this.
Silence stretched between them before Caroline said,
Did you see the crown jewels?
Elena rolled her eyes. Yes, Nathan insisted.
Was he duly impressed?
No, she said with a sigh. He remarked about how royalty was nonsense.
Won't he be surprised if he finds out?
The words made her stomach twist into a knot. That's what I'm afraid of, hiding this from him.
Is a recipe for disaster? Caroline asked, snagging a handful of popcorn.
Elena snapped her gaze to her lady's maid. No, I was going to say difficult and emotionally taxing, not disastrous. But now you've ruined it and struck fear into my heart.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear, Caroline said as she patted Elena's cheek.
But it is a possibility you must face. If you plan to continue this relationship, you must tell him eventually.
I suppose you are correct,
but I do not need to tell him yet. I still want to make certain he loves me for me.
She dusted her hands after eating her last piece of popcorn.
And now I'm off to bed. I plan to deal with my dear cousin Julian as soon as I can. Caroline pushed herself up from her slouched position.
No, I can manage to change myself. What's your film?
I am still your lady's maid, no matter what you'd like to pretend. I will ready you for bed, same as I have every other evening since you were 8 years old.
After her nightly routine, she settled in her bed, stretching out and forcing her mind to recall their carousel ride earlier, rather than her wayward cousin. When she awoke the next morning, she stretched and firmed her resolve to stop Julian's antics. She spent her morning distracted until she finally hit the sidewalk, her feet pushing her toward the Royal Arms. Her heart thudded harder with every step. When she arrived at the ritzy hotel and pushed into its opulent lobby, she was ready for the fight. She scanned the space, hoping to find her cousin in the lobby, but she didn't spot him. She approached the desk, requesting his room number.
I am sorry, miss, but I cannot give out that information. I could call and leave a message.
Elena gritted her teeth, her fingers curling into fists.
Please, tell him his cousin has arrived to see him.
Of course, miss.
The front desk attendant dialed a number and waited a moment.
Hello, this is the front desk. I have Prince Julian's cousin waiting for him. Yes, I understand. I will pass that along. Thank you.
The attendant replaced the receiver and flicked his gaze to Elena.
He will be right down.
Excellent. I shall wait. Elena stormed to one of the armchairs and plopped into it, crossing her arms as she stared at the bank of elevators. Within minutes, one slid open and her oily cousin oozed from within the car. She narrowed her eyes at him as he scanned the lobby before his thin lips curled into a smirk. He strode to her and eased into the seat next to her.
Elena, how lovely to see you.
Sir, tea?
No, Elena said, her eyes never leaving Julian's sharp features. Julian waved the staff member away before he settled back in the chair.
In a hurry?
I would very much like to end this encounter, yes, Elena retorted. He tented his fingers, studying her with his dark eyes.
Really? How unfortunate. It's so lovely to see my cousin.
Stuff it, Julian. I don't believe it. If you had your way, I wouldn't exist. He shrugged.
It would put me one step closer to the throne, but here you are.
She poked a finger at him. You have been spying on me.
Me?
His eyes widened as he offered her an incredulous stare.
Whatever are you saying, cousin?
I'm saying your little game stops now. You have been taking pictures of me and sending them with threats.
Threats? Pictures?
He leaned forward, his tone serious.
Are you in trouble, dear Elena?
No, I am not. But you will be if you do not stop this nonsense. I know it's you. It has your fingerprints all over it.
She rose from her seat, poking the corner of her clutch toward him, her voice rising. "Leave me alone, Julian!" She twisted on a heel and took a step toward the lobby when her eyes went wide. "Nathan!" Her stomach dropped, wondering if he'd heard any part of the conversation or spotted her with her royal cousin. Had her secret just been outed?
Chapter 10. Nate. Nate shot his father a glance, trying not to betray the emotions bubbling under his surface. He lifted his water glass to his lips, letting his father take the lead. "Well, I can't promise this deal will be on the table tomorrow, but if it is when you answer us tomorrow, we'll get the paper started," Charles said as he rose and buttoned his jacket. The man across from him snorted a laugh. "You're trying the hard sell, but I'm a seasoned businessman. I know how these things go. I think I have some time here." "You can think what you like, Conrad. We'll see where we stand tomorrow. Don't be surprised if someone beats you to the punch."
Nate rose as the other man did, extending his hand.
"Conrad, nice to see you again." "You've got a good pitch, Nate. It's good to see you back on top." "We all knew it wouldn't be long."
Charles clapped Nate on the shoulder.
"My boy is a chip off the old block."
Conrad shifted his gaze between the two of them before he bobbed his head.
"I'll have my legal team contact yours to get this paperwork started. Congratulations."
They shook on it before the man strode away.
Charles offered Nate a proud grin. "You did it, son." "With your help, Dad." "No," he said with a wag of his finger. "You did this. I just opened a door. This is your baby, your project. Great work. You're truly a Kingsley."
He grinned at his father.
"You heading back to the office?" Charles asked.
"Yeah, I'm just going to make a call. I'll be right behind you."
"I'm heading home. Your mother's in a tizzy about this event this evening. You know how she gets just before one of these benefits. She wants everything to be perfect."
He chuckled.
"Good luck with that. I'll see you tonight. We'll celebrate."
His father clapped him on the back. He slid his phone from his pocket. He desperately wanted to share his win with Ellie. He stared at the dark display, realizing he couldn't tell her all the details. Maybe he could just say he'd had a great day at work. He slid his phone into his pocket, his mind a whirlwind. How could he share his victory without revealing too much? The words danced at the edge of his thoughts, each one a double-edged sword threatening to cut the delicate fabric of their connection. He grabbed his briefcase, the leather cool under his grip, and stepped from the dimly lit restaurant into the hotel lobby. The opulence enveloped him, from the polished wood to the scent of the fresh lilies, a stark contrast to the raw emotions he juggled. His heart skipped a beat as he stared at the woman standing in front of him. Her eyes went wide as she spotted him. "Nathan!"
"Ellie,"
he said, as he closed the gap between them.
"What are you doing here?"
She shot a glance over her shoulder before she twisted back to face him. "Oh, a client meeting. Rather fussy client. You?"
"Dropping something off for someone." He lifted his briefcase.
"I see,"
she said as she shifted her weight.
"Well, perhaps I can walk you to the office."
"I'd like that," he said as he crossed to the door and held it open for her. "I'm really unhappy that I'm not getting to see you tonight."
"Good thing you're seeing me now, then."
"Yes, it is," he said as they stepped into the sunshine.
"And how is your day going?"
For once, the universe decided to throw me a bone. My days usually swing between barely tolerable and why do I bother, but today, it's like a glimpse of sunlight in a perpetual storm. A great day indeed.
"Wonderful. What has made it great?"
He sucked in a breath as he chose his words carefully. Really good news at work."
"Oh?"
She arched her eyebrows, silently prodding him to continue. "I got really great feedback from my boss. He's very pleased with my performance. Maybe even impressed."
"Nathan," she said with a grin. "That's amazing. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you."
"Yeah? I mean, I'm not getting a promotion or a raise or anything." Who cares? You are doing amazing work at your job, and someone is noticing. That's an excellent accomplishment. He slid his arm around her shoulders. Thank you. Money isn't everything, Nathan. The accomplishments are most important. Challenging yourself and succeeding. They arrived at Genotech. He stared up at the skyscraper. Well, this is me. Go get him, Tiger, she said with a grin before she kissed him, then wiped her lipstick away. See you tomorrow? Absolutely, she said. I'm looking forward to the fair. Me too. Have a lovely time at your event tonight. After another kiss, they parted ways. He watched her walk away before he pushed inside. Despite his elation at seeing her, a weight settled on his shoulders as he took a seat behind his desk. After his encounter with Ellie and her overwhelming support, a new worry twisted his gut. He was in love with her, but she didn't even know his real name. He sank his head into his hands. How would he tell her? What would be her reaction? The thought taunted him throughout his afternoon, making concentrating on work difficult. By the time he clicked off his monitor, he'd managed to only complete half of the work on his to-do list. The text message he received from Ellie as he walked through the front door at home only brought a fleeting smile to his face. He climbed the stairs, a somberness filling his chest. It hadn't lifted by the time he arrived at the party. His so-called work event was actually a charity gala. He forced a smile onto his face as he glad-handed the upper crust of Sterling City. As the festivities rolled on around him, he grabbed a seltzer and parked himself at a large window overlooking the city. Lights blanketed the landscape in front of him like diamonds on black velvet. You have that faraway look again. He twisted to face his mother as she offered him a concerned smile. I'm okay. I'm not drinking. I didn't say you were, but you wanted to know because of what Steven said this morning. She glanced down at the champagne flute in her hand. Your behavior has been concerning. You're rarely home. You've been secretive. Nate slid his eyes closed as his mother's hand wrapped around his arm. Nate, we're not accusing you of anything. We're just concerned, that's all. It's not what you think, he answered. Dad says your project is going well. Are you logging some extra hours at the company? No, he said, flicking his gaze over the city's landscape again. Actually, it is something I want to talk about now that I'm ready. Victoria flicked her eyebrows up and nodded. Of course. I've been seeing someone. He flicked his gaze to her features to gauge her reaction. They remained neutral. I like her a lot. More than a lot. Well, I would love to meet her, his mother answered. And I would love for you to meet her. After what happened with... He puckered his lips, staring into the seltzer in his glass as his lips refused to form her name. I'd love for you to tell me what you think of her. We should invite her to dinner. Well, that's going to be a problem because I have managed to screw up yet again. He licked his lips as he shook his head at himself. And I don't know how to fix it, or if it's even fixable. Victoria's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Nate drew in a deep, shaky breath, each inhalation like drawing a bowstring tight. The thing is, he began, his voice low. I couldn't bear the idea of repeating my history with Chloe, so I tried to protect myself. Of course you did. It's natural to be cautious. Yeah, well, I took caution to an entirely new level. He raised his gaze to his mother's. I lied to her about who I was, told her my name was Nate Parker, and that I was just a lab assistant at Genotech. Victoria fluttered her eyelashes as a soft half-laugh escaped her. Nate! I know, I just thought if she thought there was no money involved, I could tell if she liked me for me. And she doesn't seem to care about any of that stuff. She happily went for hot dogs in the park and pizza with Maddie. With Maddie? She questioned. Yeah, the night you sent her with me. His mother tilted her head back, a knowing expression crossing her features. Oh, you were going on a date and we sent your sister with you. He lifted his shoulders, an amused grin on his features. Ellie didn't mind. She hit it off with Maddie. I think they've been texting for weeks, actually. She was very nice about it. And she was very nice about other things, too. Other things? I told her about the drinking. She was very supportive. Nate, that's wonderful, Victoria said. I'm glad you found someone you can be open with. Except my name. I need to tell her. I can't keep lying to her. Why don't you bring her by the house and we can explain? No, Nate answered with a shake of his head. No, I need to tell her myself. I don't know how she's going to take it. How would you take it? Victoria flicked her eyebrows up, licking her lips. Well, your father never lied to me about who he was, but he didn't have the money we have now. I don't know. I imagine if you explain, maybe she'll understand. Though she may be upset at first. He shifted his weight. That's my fear. Victoria offered him a consoling smile as she squeezed his arm. Would it help if we were close by when you did it? If she takes it badly, I just don't want you to take it badly. You mean you don't want me to drink? I don't want you hurting, Victoria corrected. And this is a tricky situation. I don't know enough about her to know how she's going to react. But I do know if she takes it badly, I want to be there for you. He pinched his eyebrows together with a nod. I'm going to the fair with her tomorrow. I need to tell her it's time. I can't keep hiding behind a facade, especially not with these feelings. They're too strong, too real. Maddie's been bugging us about going to it. We'll take her tomorrow. He mustered a smile, a fragile thing that spoke of both his gratitude and fear in equal measure. Thanks, Mom. Nate, honey, if this doesn't work out, then it wasn't meant to work out. It has nothing to do with you. His smile faded as his features pinched. He'd love to believe that. But if this didn't work out, he'd be devastated. Ellie was like no one he'd ever met. If his lie the first day they'd met cost him his relationship, he'd spend the rest of his life regretting it. He only hoped he wouldn't spend the rest of his life drowning himself in a bottle. Chapter 11. Elena. Elena stomped up the stairs to her apartment, her thoughts racing. Despite the encounter with Nate, the previous one with her cousin Julian still stuck in her mind, tightening her chest. He hadn't admitted it, but he had been the one doing this to her. His denials, so smooth and unyielding, clashed with her own certainty. She knew him. She knew his games. She pushed through the door of her apartment with a suppressed groan. I take it the meeting did not go well? Caroline asked from the kitchen. Elena plopped onto the stool, her features pulled into a frown. In a word, no. Caroline slid warm biscuits from a baking sheet onto a plate and set them in front of Elena. She glanced down at them before she shook her head. Oh dear, it is quite serious if oatmeal raisin cannot cheer you. Elena pouted before she slid one from the plate and bit into it, allowing the warm sweetness to explode on her tongue. She slid her eyes closed, allowing the flavor to melt away her concerns for a fraction of a second. You know, Julian is quite frustrating. Did he admit it? Caroline asked as she poured a glass of milk for her. Of course not. Did you think he would? He played innocent as usual. But I know it is him. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't send them to my father. To what end? Julian usually has something in it for himself, Caroline answered. To ruin my time. She pouted again before she shook her head. Though you are correct, he'll likely try something more beneficial to himself. Like blackmailing you. Elena sucked in a breath. Abdicate. You wouldn't, would you? Elena lifted her gaze to her lady's maid, her features twisting as a mix of confusion and upset swirled inside of her. Oh dear, this is serious. Elena's shoulders drooped. Oh, Caroline, I don't know. I don't wish to, but... She stopped shy of saying more. It doesn't matter. Perhaps this will all come crashing down around me before it matters. Caroline eased onto the stool next to her. You are quite enamored with him, aren't you? Elena shot her an apologetic glance as she nodded. I am. He is wonderful, smart, funny, caring, kind. And most of all, he is not Prince Eric. Elena bit into another cookie, snapping her gaze to her lady's maid. That's not true. I mean, it is true that he is not Prince Eric, but that is not the only reason I'm drawn to him. He is tender and sweet. Your Highness, he also has a history. Will he be able to handle the pressures of royal life? Elena let her hand thud against the counter with a sigh. Please stop making sense, Caroline. I am not ready for this to end. Caroline tucked a lock of Elena's hair behind her ear. Oh, darling, I know. I just worry that when it must end, it will be even more difficult. A tear slid down Elena's cheek. You may be correct. She collapsed against Caroline and sobbed. Oh, Your Highness, Caroline soothed, stroking her hair. Perhaps it will not be as bad as all that. Elena pulled back, wiping at the tears staining her face. Yes, you are correct. Perhaps it will be fine. Father will accept him, and Nathan will love royal life. He always tells me he hasn't any money for nice things, but we shall have no need of his money, and we can still have nice things. Elena rose from her stool and paced the floor while wringing her hands. Yes, it could work. It could be fine. She twisted to face Caroline, who offered her a fleeting smile. You do not agree, Elena said. I do not think one way or the other, but I know he means a great deal to you, so you should follow your heart. Elena let her gaze fall to the floor. And what if it leads me astray? What if it betrays me? Then you will have learned a lesson, and you will be better for it. Elena heaved a tired sigh. I have no desire to be better for it, but I suppose I've done this to myself. We all have done it at some point in our lives, Caroline said, as Elena collapsed onto the stool again. Have you? Oh, yes, Caroline said with a nod. His name was Henry, and I thought him so suave, so gallant. What happened? He was suave and gallant with several ladies. I learned a hard lesson. Elena tugged her lips back in a wince. Did it hurt terribly? For a time, Caroline said. But I moved on, and I found a lovely little girl to take care of who made me smile, and I realized Henry was the biggest loser in the situation. And I was the biggest winner, Elena said with a grin. Perhaps the second biggest, next to me. Caroline wiped a tear away from Elena's cheek with her thumb. When do you see your young man next? Tomorrow. He has a work event tonight. I see. Well, then we have some time to go shopping, or explore the city to keep your mind at ease. Elena perked up at the idea. Yes, we do. She spent the rest of her day meandering around the city with her lady's maid. Anticipation filled her when she awoke the next morning. She rolled over in her bed and grabbed her phone, sending a message to ask about Nate's evening. She filled her hours with reading before she readied to meet her paramour in the late afternoon. Have fun, darling, Caroline called after her as she flitted from the apartment with a wide grin. Each step toward the fairgrounds filled her with excitement. She seemed to float on air as she threaded through the streets, the warmth of the sun on her skin. As she approached the entrance doors, she spotted Nate, a grin spreading over her face. He smiled as she approached, reaching for her hand. Hello, he said before he kissed her cheek. Hello. How was your day? It was all right. It's better now. Ready to head in? He nodded toward the fairgrounds. Yes, once we buy tickets.
I've already done that. I beat you to it so you didn't buy them.
She chuckled as he dug them from his pocket and produced them for the attendant. That really bothered you.
It did, he answered as he slid his arm around her shoulders. So much so that I am going to prove my masculinity by winning you a stuffed animal and making you carry it around the entire fair.
Are you? That'll teach me. He kissed the top of her head before he stopped at a baseball toss.
Which one do you like?
Of the plushies? The bear with the heart.
This one?
He asked as he poked at a dark brown bear clutching a red heart between its paws. Uh-huh, that's the one. With a wink, he dug a few bills from his pocket and shoved them toward the man working the booth.
You gotta knock down all 3 sets if the lady wants the bear, he said.
Elena offered him a wide-eyed but amused glance.
I can do it, he promised.
He stretched his neck before he grabbed one of the baseballs and tossed it at the milk jugs. They toppled to the ground with a thud. He shot Elena a triumphant glance before he tossed the next ball, knocking over the second stack. She bit her lower lip, clasping her hands under her chin as she offered him a smile. He tossed the last ball, downing all of the milk bottles. Elena hopped in the air. You did it!
Did you doubt me?
He asked as the man pulled the bear from its spot and handed it to Nate. Of course not, she said as she accepted the bear from him, hugging it tightly to her chest. And how is your masculinity? All patched up?
Yes, he answered with a satisfied grin. All better now.
She smiled, admiring how the glow of the fair's lights danced in Nate's eyes. His laugh, carefree and genuine, coupled with the warmth of his hand, drew her to him. The feeling of belonging with him overwhelmed her, making her realize how deeply she'd fallen. Oh, I am so glad, she said before he stole a kiss. Now, what shall we do first? Is there a carousel? They meandered through the park, riding several of the rides. As they waited in line at the roller coaster, Nate tugged his phone from his pocket, his features pinching before he tapped on it and tucked it away. Everything okay?
Yeah,
he said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes.
Just fine.
She leaned against him, allowing him to wrap his arm around her as they shuffled forward. They came off the coaster in a cloud of laughter before they moved on to a haunted house. Elena wrinkled her nose at it. Do you want to go inside?
Yes, why not?
It could be frightening. Look, the sign says it right here. He arched an eyebrow at her.
You're not scared, are you?
Maybe a little. I'm a fraidy-cat, you know.
Are you?
He chuckled as he wrapped a protective arm around her.
I won't let anything happen to you.
Do you promise? She asked as she allowed him to guide her to the line.
I do. Stay close to me. I'll make sure you're okay.
She tugged the bear tighter to her chest as she stared at the blood-red lights decorating the outside and casting elongated shadows across the twilight. She lifted her shoulders higher as she bit her lower lip.
If you're really scared, we don't have to go in, Ellie,
Nate said as he rubbed her arm. She flicked her gaze from him back to the dark hall beckoning them to enter. No, it's okay. They stepped into the shadowy entrance, the world outside fading away, leaving them enveloped in a realm of whispering darkness and unseen threats. The air was thick with anticipation. Each twist and turn of the narrow passageways brought them face to face with specters and scares that leapt from the shadows. The disorienting halls made her head spin. She found his hand in the darkness, her grip tightening as shrieks filled the air around them. He pulled her closer to him, wrapping his arms around her.
I've got you. You're okay.
Before she could answer, a werewolf leapt out at them, causing her to scream before she rolled her eyes at herself. Sorry, she said as they hurried away from it toward the promise of the exit.
It's okay. Almost out.
They emerged into the night, the clamor of the fair greeting them again as the haunted house loomed behind them. Elena blew out a shaky breath.
The sense of being off balance faded, and her heart returned to normal speed. She glanced over her shoulder again at the building. The ghosts hidden in the shadows reminded her of the secrets she kept. Would she be able to push past them and find the cool night air again? Or would she remain trapped in the haunted house forever? Before she could answer her own question, Nate tugged her toward the Ferris wheel. As they joined the line, Nate glanced at his phone again, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Nathan, are you certain you're all right?"
"Yeah," he said. "Just family stuff."
"Oh, something that requires your attention? If you need to go—"
No, I just...
They shuffled forward to the front of the line. Nate never finished his statement, and Elena furrowed her brow. But before she could ask about it, the attendant waved them forward. They climbed into the bubble-like car, and the door slid shut. The car bobbled around as the ride advanced forward, before grinding to a halt to load the next passengers. Nate settled into the seat across from her, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. "You seem a bit distracted. Do you hate Ferris wheels?"
"No," he said with a slight chuckle, "but I am distracted. There's something I need to tell you, Ellie, and I'm afraid it's going to make you hate me."
Elena's stomach didn't just drop, it plummeted. The words made her chest tighten as she stared at him, a lump forming in her throat. "All right," she said, her voice a whisper. Her mind raced ahead, wondering what it could be. Was he breaking up with her? Was her world about to crash down?
Chapter 12. Nate. Nate tried to stop the trembling in his hands, clasping them together tightly as he balanced his elbows on his knees. He gauged her delicate features after he'd issued his warning shot. "I'm afraid it's going to make you hate me." The concern etched into every line of her face made his stomach clench into a tight knot. How could he find the words to say what he needed to say? The Ferris wheel pulled them upward again before it skittered to a stop. Their car wobbled back and forth as he tried to find his voice. "Ellie, She reached for his hand, squeezed it.
"Nathan, whatever it is, I'm certain we can face it."
He breathed out a shaky breath. "I really want to believe that, because Oh, Ellie, I'm over the moon for you. I love you." Her features melted into a smile at the words.
"I feel the same, which is why we can face anything."
The car slid forward again before jerking to a stop. Her expression changed from happy to concerned in an instant.
"You don't seem relieved."
"I'm not, because I haven't told you what I need to say. I wanted you to know how I felt before I said it.
What?"
As Nate struggled to form the words, memories of Chloe's betrayal flashed before his eyes. The sting of her deceit, once a sharp pain, had dulled over time, but never fully disappeared. He feared not the revelation of his wealth, but the possibility of losing Elena, the one person who saw him for who he truly was. "I told you about Chloe, about how she cheated with my brother, how she wasn't interested in me for me, right?" Elena nodded.
"Yes, I remember."
"She was interested in me for a specific reason. And the thing is, Ellie, I haven't been honest with you. Not totally honest, anyway." Shock and fear flickered through her eyes as she stared at him. The Ferris wheel whisked them upward, finally spinning in a smooth, constant motion. His words flowed along with it. "When we first met, I was so concerned that what happened with Chloe would happen again that I lied about who I am. My name is not Nate Parker, it's Nate Kingsley." She sucked in a breath, her lips parting as realization dawned on her. Charles Kingsley is my father. He owns Genotech. I'm a vice president there. I'm not a lab assistant. Chloe manipulated me because she wanted the money. She just wanted an easy ride. Gravy train. I was so afraid that would happen again. I wanted to make sure you liked me for me. He glanced at her, trying desperately to guess her emotions. A flicker of something crossed her eyes, but he couldn't read it. So... Ellie, I am so sorry. I didn't intend to mislead you. I just wanted to make certain you really liked me. The real me, not just my money. And the deeper I fell in love with you, the more this weighed on me. I couldn't go forward without you knowing. Please don't hate me. Ellie's gaze fell to the floor of the car as the Ferris wheel swept them around again. His heart thudded against his ribs as the silence stretched. She finally licked her lips and glanced at him. Outside of your last name and your bank account balance, have you been honest about everything else? About how you feel? Your personality? Yes, he said as he grabbed her hand and squeezed. Yes, Ellie, you saw the real me at every turn. The good and the bad. Everything you saw is real. I just didn't want you to know I had money. That's it. She offered him a fragile smile. Well, I suppose then this isn't an issue. His heart skipped a beat. Had he heard her correctly? Really? Should it be? She asked. No, he said with a vehement shake of his head. No, it's not an issue. It's the furthest thing from an issue. Actually, it means I can take care of you the way you deserve. That's a ridiculous statement, she answered. Love isn't about money or fancy things. It's about connection. Your honesty means more to me than anything. I fell in love with the man who laughs at my jokes and stands by me, not the name on his bank account. He huffed out a breath, his lips curling. And that is why I fell in love with you. You are an amazing woman, and whether love is about fancy things or not, you deserve the world, Ellie. Her eyebrows pinched at the statement, and she flicked her gaze to the floor. Ellie? She glanced up at him, a slight smile crossing her features. I'm okay. There is something I should say, too. Before she spoke again, the ride slowed to a stop and their door slid open. Elena sucked in a sharp breath before she shifted from her seat and exited the car. He stepped out next to her, sliding an arm around her shoulders tentatively, testing the waters as they strode away from the ride. Now, what were you—
Ellie!
Maddie's voice called. He spotted his sister waving as she made her way toward them. His parents meandered behind her. Hi, Maddie, Ellie said with a grin as she reached to wrap the girl in an embrace. Are you enjoying the fair? I am, yes, Ellie answered. Maddie rubbed the teddy bear clutched in Elena's arms. Oh, did Nate win this for you? Yes, he did, Ellie said as she gripped his arm. Isn't he darling? His parents reached them, his mother offering him a questioning glance with her raised eyebrows. He offered her a tight-lipped smile and a tiny nod. Ellie, I want you to meet my parents, Charles and Victoria Kingsley. Mom, Dad, this is my girlfriend, Ellie Greenfield. She smiled sweetly at them as she thrust her hand forward. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley. It's lovely to meet you too, Ellie, Victoria said as she shook her hand. Well, we were just about to get a funnel cake. We'd love for you to join us. But if you prefer to be alone, of course, we understand. Ellie glanced at him as she lifted one shoulder with a smile. I don't mind at all, unless you had something else in mind. Nate shook his head. No, we could take a break for funnel cake. I'll grab a few. Why don't you settle at the table there? Charles said. Maddie looped an arm through Ellie's with a cheer. Please tell me you've eaten funnel cake before, she said, as they slid into the wooden benches at the picnic table. I haven't. I'm not even certain what it is, to be honest, but cake is usually lovely, Ellie said with a grin. Maddie giggled as she shot her mother a glance. I told you. Elena's eyebrows shot up. Have you been tattling on me? Maddie chuckled again as she nodded. Uh-huh. I told my mom you'd never had pizza. My parents were very strict, I told you, Elena said with a laugh. Oh? Victoria asked as she set her chin in her palm. I'll bet they miss you. Oh, yes, Elena answered. And I miss them, but I'm having a wonderful time here. Nate gazed at her, the corners of his lips turning upward as he rubbed her back. She'd taken his admission in stride, in true, easygoing Ellie fashion, and now she sat with his parents and his sister about to share a funnel cake. Chloe would never have done this, and certainly not with a smile on her face. But Elena grinned ear to ear, as though she truly enjoyed the experience. How did you two meet? Victoria asked as Charles returned with the funnel cakes. Elena's eyes widened. Oh my, that looks interesting. Try it, Ellie, Maddie said as she tore a piece off. With my fingers? Maddie nodded as she chewed. Uh-huh. Ellie bit her lower lip as she wrangled a piece of the fried dough away and popped it into her mouth. This is excellent. She wiped her fingers on a napkin. Oh, and Mrs. Kingsley, you had asked me a question. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm not trying to pry. Not at all, Elena answered. Nathan and I met at a coffee shop. He actually spilled coffee all over me, but he was very gentlemanly about it. So you may rest assured that you have raised a wonderful son. Victoria beamed at her. Well, I'm so pleased you think so. Thank you. Nate is a very special... Mom, Nate warned. Stop making me sound like I'm 5. I'm a grown man. And still my firstborn son who is very special to me, Victoria answered as she gave him a pointed glance. You'll always be your mom's baby, son, Charles said with a chuckle. So, Ellie, tell us more about you. What do you do? Elena shot him an amused glance before she answered. Oh, I'm an editor. That pay well? Charles asked. Dad, Nate said, his tone carrying a warning. I'm just asking. It's not easy for a lady to make it alone in the city these days. It pays rather well, yes, Elena said with a nod. Her apartment is nice, Maddie said. Charles narrowed his eyes at his daughter. You've been there? Maddie nodded as she pulled away another piece of funnel cake. The night you and Mom made Nate take me with him. Victoria winced as she shot Elena a glance. Oh, I am sorry about that, Ellie. We hadn't realized Nate was going on a date. Elena offered her a blank expression. There's no need for an apology. I had a lovely time with Maddie. Nate wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pleased with how well she accepted his family. Still, I'm certain you would have preferred to be alone, Victoria said. And it was like their second date, too, Maddie said with a chuckle. Victoria's shoulders slumped as she pressed a hand against her chest. Oh, goodness, what you must think of us. Elena cocked her head before she shook it. I don't think anything at all. Family is very important. Well, that is very kind of you, Ellie, Victoria said. I appreciate you being such a good sport about that. Elena offered her a sweet smile before she grabbed another piece of the funnel cake. So, tell me about the Kingsleys. Have you lived in Sterling City all your lives? The kids have grown up here, yes, Victoria said with a nod. Charles is also from here. I'm from New Orleans. Elena's eyebrows shot up. Oh,
If I'm not mistaken, that city is quite a bit larger than this one. Is that right?
Yes, it is, Victoria said.
And which do you prefer, there or here?
Victoria sucked in a breath, her eyes going skyward. That's a good question. Well, I guess when I first moved here, I thought it was a bit small. But I've really grown to love it. How does it compare to where you're from?
Oh, I'm from quite a small town, so this is much larger. But I'm very much enjoying all the amenities. It is a very lovely city.
We like it, Victoria said with a nod. Maddie wiped her hands with her napkin before she tossed it down.
Ellie, would you like to ride the teacups with me? Mom and Dad won't go. I would love to, Elena answered. Nathan, would you mind terribly?
No, have fun. I'll be right here. He kissed her cheek before she rose. Want me to hold the bear?
No, you said I had to carry it, so carry it I shall,
she said with a giggle.
Lead the way, Maddie.
Elena strode away with his sister as Nate smiled after them, before he twisted back to glance at his parents. Well, what did you think? Victoria heaved a sigh as she glanced at Charles. Well, I think she's very charming, Nate. She certainly seems well-mannered, polite, kind. I know we've only talked to her for a few minutes, but I liked her. Nate grinned at his mother. I like her too. How did she take it when you told her about the hidden identity? Charles asked. Fairly well, I guess. I told her the reasons, and she asked if those were the only things I wasn't honest about. I said yes, and she was very understanding. She said it wasn't an issue, as long as I'd been honest with her about how I felt, my personality, because love isn't about money or fancy things, it's about connection. Well, I would like to get to know her a little better before I make a final call, if that's okay, Victoria said. Why don't we have her over for dinner? Yeah, sure, I'd love that, Nate answered. How is next week? Perfect. Yeah, let's do it, Nate said, as Elena and Maddie returned in a cloud of giggles. Did you have fun? Charles asked.
Yes, Daddy, we did,
Maddie said as she collapsed on the bench next to Elena, sandwiching her next to Nate.
We spun so much. I'm glad Ellie doesn't get sick.
I'm made of stronger stuff than that, Ellie answered with a laugh. Well, I'm sure you two would like to finish your date, so we'll let you go. But Ellie, I'd love to have you at the house for dinner at your convenience. Maybe next week? Victoria said. Elena nodded. Whenever you'd like. Just let me know. How's Wednesday? Victoria asked.
Perfect. I'll see you then.
We dine at 7, Victoria said. I'll pick you up around 6, Nate said as he slid his arm around her.
Oh, please come early, Maddie said. We can hang out by the pool.
Wait. You want to hang out with my girlfriend at the pool while I'm at work? Nate asked.
Yeah, I do,
Maddie said. Well, why don't I arrange a poolside mani-pedis for us, and we can chat and get to know each other better, Victoria said.
Yeah, Mom, that'd be awesome,
Maddie said with a nod. Ellie? Victoria asked as she shifted her gaze to the woman.
Yes, just let me know when to arrive.
Do you drive? Victoria asked. We're on the outskirts of town.
I don't, but I can find my way there.
I'll send a car for you, Victoria said as they rose. Nate, you have her address, right? I do, yes. Victoria wrapped an arm around her daughter. Fine, let's say 2. That'll give us plenty of time, and we do dress for dinner, so bring a change of clothes. Elena nodded.
All right. Thank you so much for the invitation. I look forward to getting to know you both better.
Nate wrapped an arm around her as they said their final goodbyes and went their separate ways. They like you.
Oh? I quite like them. You have a lovely family.
I'm glad you like them. I had a really nice time tonight, he said before he settled his gaze on her. I think, too, you were about to say something when the Ferris wheel stopped?
Oh, yes,
she said, flicking her gaze sideways.
Only that I wanted to reassure you that what you said, what happened, I completely understand. It won't come between us.
He pressed his lips together, his forehead creasing as he dared to hope again for his future. Ellie, are you sure? I mean, I love that you said that, but I just want to be sure you're really okay. I did something that I shouldn't have done.
No, she said, holding up a hand as she shook her head. I completely understand. You wanted to be certain, and after the experience you had, you were understandably concerned. You did nothing wrong, only to protect yourself.
I think you're being too easy on me, but I'm taking it. He kissed the tip of her nose. Can I walk you home?
Absolutely, she said.
Hey, thanks for agreeing to the whole girls' afternoon thing. My mom, she just wants to get to know you.
Of course, I would expect nothing less.
I'm glad you're taking it in stride. He dropped her at her apartment with a sweet kiss goodnight. His walk back to his car, parked at the office, was like walking on a cloud. The weight had lifted from his shoulders. He'd told her the truth, and she'd accepted him. She hadn't fled or accused him of being a liar. She'd understood his reasons. Their relationship had withstood the test. He threw his head back and grinned at the stars in the sky. His drive home took far too long. He couldn't wait to get there and check his phone for messages. If he didn't have one waiting from Elena, he'd send her one. He brought the car to a stop outside the front door and pulled his phone from his pocket. A picture awaited him of her bear next to the carousel he'd bought her after their first date. With a smile, he typed a message back. He looks good there. He climbed from his car and pushed through the front door. His footsteps slowed to a stop as he spotted Stephen waiting for him, his arms crossed, his stance wide.
Hey, Nate. Have a good night.
Nate shook his head, putting his hands on his hips. What do you want, Stephen?
To warn you. About. Don't get too comfortable, big brother, because you're a screw-up, and nothing is going to work out for you.
Nate swallowed hard at the words, but the ones that came next chilled him to the core.
I'm going to make sure of that,
his brother hissed. He strode away as Nate stood frozen in the foyer, wondering what his brother would do to ruin his life.
Chapter 13. Elena. Elena tightened her grip on her purse strap as she wove through the busy city sidewalk. With the invitation to dinner and the girl time that would precede it, she needed a gift that could express her gratitude for the invitation. Caroline hurried behind her.
Your Highness, is there a reason you are running?
Please stop calling me that in public, Caroline. You'll blow my cover.
She forced her steps to slow, trying to channel her nervous energy. I am sorry, but old habits die hard. And it is still appropriate. You have not abdicated. At least, not the last time I checked. Elena pressed her lips together, shooting her lady's maid a warning glance.
Bite your tongue. No one is stepping down from the throne.
Well, I am pleased, and not just because one day I will be lady's maid to a queen, but because I think you will make a perfect monarch. Elena sucked in a breath as she stared into a shop before she shook her head.
But you haven't given up on your young man.
No, and I have more hope than ever that it can work out now.
Because of his admission. I still don't understand how you took it so in stride, Caroline said as they perused a shop.
Caroline, you can't be serious. I am doing the same.
Yet you did not tell him.
Elena shook her head. I was about to, but then the ride stopped. When we got off, his family was there. I had no chance, and by the time we were alone, the moment had passed.
Caroline arched an eyebrow.
Do not look at me like that. I am still uncertain.
Of him?
Elena shrugged a shoulder as she set a bottle of wine on the shelf. Yes, on many fronts.
But he claims his feelings are genuine.
Not so much his feelings, but how he may view me, how his parents may view me.
Surely they would not object to a princess.
Elena pushed into the warm late morning air. You don't know that.
You yourself mentioned the pressures of royal life. Plus, perhaps they do not wish their son to move to another country. He is a vice president at Genotech. It could leave a gaping hole they prefer not to fill. Wouldn't they consider his feelings? Yes, of course, Caroline, but what if they advise him against the move? Do you not think he would listen to them? Caroline eyed her sideways as they continued past another shop. If he is anything like you, no. When did you turn into a comedian, my dear Caroline? Caroline offered her a teasing grin. You have doubts, but you believe this has a better chance of working out now. Yes, I do. Nathan is lovely no matter how much money is in his account. But the fact is, with his status, he should be quite used to events in public life, much more used to it than someone who has never experienced these things. So it should not be too much culture shock. Very true. Then you will tell him. Yes, Elena said. Eventually. Your Highness, Caroline breathed, exasperation tinging her voice. The fact remains I have not told him, and I do not plan to just yet. Not until after the dinner at least. It needs to be done in person, and carefully. I agree with that. I merely do not wish to see you on edge like this. It weighs on you. Elena flung her arms in the air. What weighs on me is finding a gift appropriate for Mrs. Kingsley and Maddie. They have invited me to spend time with them, and I will have nothing to give them to show my gratitude. Why is this so much easier when I am in Eldoria? Because you had a staff of people to make suggestions and retrieve the gifts for you? Elena shot her an unimpressed glance. Are you saying I am too dim-witted to do it myself? Certainly not. Only that you are allowing yourself to become overwhelmed. In Eldoria, you have help for these things. I must need it. Elena sank onto a bench with a sigh. Perhaps I should go back. My parents were right. At the slightest task that required effort, she was falling to pieces. She'd never felt this way in her life. Why was this task so difficult? Caroline slid a lock of Elena's hair over her shoulder. Perhaps you ought to slow down and have an early lunch. You are driving yourself crazy, and it has little to do with your inability to handle this. Oh? What has it to do with? The fact that you are so determined to be accepted by these people that you are overthinking things. Elena pinched her eyebrows together as she stared down at her clasped hands. Caroline had a point. She'd never sought approval so strongly before in her life, and for the first time, she worried she wouldn't receive it. In Eldoria, it came almost freely. Many people disagreed with her, of course, but acceptance was nearly guaranteed when you'd rule the country one day. You're right, Elena answered, her shoulders slumping. And I am terrified I will not have it. This gift must be perfect. No, it must be heartfelt, that is all. And if they do not accept it, then they are not worth your time. Quite simply put, your Ah! She said with a wag of her finger. Caroline pressed her lips together with a grin. Now, where shall we lunch? I, personally, am starving. Oh, I see. The early lunch has little to do with my mindset and more to do with your stomach, is it? Both, Caroline said as she climbed to her feet. They settled on a French cafe, enjoying the sweet crepes as they discussed options for the gift. Elena poked a fork at her lady's maid after she scooped whipped cream off her plate and slid it into her mouth. A charm bracelet for Maddie, with a charm of a teacup to symbolize our ride at the fair. Oh, that's quite a lovely idea. You see, the food helped. I will admit it did. And I hope I will be able to add to those charms with her. Caroline dabbed at the corners of her lips before she lifted her glass. They would be fools if they did not accept you, darling. Elena raised her glass toward her lady's maid. Then we shall hope they are not fools. Now, what have you decided on for Mrs. Kingsley? Surely not a charm bracelet. Oh no, Elena answered with a shake of her head. But I thought perhaps some teas. There are some lovely blends, and I could include a handwritten note about each. Caroline smiled at her. That's a lovely idea. I saw a tea shop around the corner. Yes, I saw it too.
I hope they'll have some lovely choices there. Well, if Mrs. Kingsley and Maddie do not love your gifts, they are mad, Caroline said. You've chosen quite well. Elena grinned at her. Let's go pick them out. They spent the rest of the afternoon completing their shopping. They carried their packages back to the apartment in a cloud of laughter. It came to a screeching halt as they rounded the corner to approach the apartment building's entrance. Leaning against the bricks near the door stood her cousin, Julian. Elena's posture stiffened as she tightened her grip on her packages, her jaw flexing. "Oh dear," Caroline murmured. He peeled himself from the bricks as they approached. "Well, if it isn't my dear cousin Elena and her trusted lady's maid, Caroline." "Caroline," Elena corrected, her eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" "To visit your, what appears to be very modest living quarters." He raised his gaze to the windows above them. "My living quarters are none of your concern, cousin," she said as she pushed past him toward the door. "Aren't they? They may be. I am so very concerned for you, Elena." "I doubt that," she answered as she whipped around to face him. He tilted his head. "Not believable enough? I'll have to work on it for when I confess this to your father. Let me try again." He sucked in a deep breath and softened his features. "Imagine my shock, Uncle, when I found her living in poverty." "It's not poverty," she growled. "Don't make trouble." "I'm not making trouble, Elena, darling. Though it is nice to know I can. You wouldn't be nearly this touchy if Uncle Frederick knew." "He does." "He doesn't," Julian purred, "and I find that deliciously convenient, right along with those photographs." She jabbed a finger at him. "I knew it was you." He leapt back, his chest collapsing. "Ouch, cousin. No need to get so bent out of shape. I have no intention of disclosing any of this, if you'll do me a favor." "What is it?" Elena asked. He puckered his lips. "I'm still working on the details, but I'll let you know as soon as I need it from you. Until then, happy slumming." He took a step away before he twisted back toward her. His smirk held a shadow of something more, a gleam in his eye that Elena knew all too well. "Oh, and Elena, I do hope you're enjoying your time with that man you've been seeing, because he's going to cost you everything." Elena's stomach clenched as she grimaced at his receding form, his words echoing in her mind like a warning bell. "That viper!" "He is rather slithery like a reptile," Caroline agreed, "and I am quite worried about that favor." "As am I. Julian is typically never involved in anything that isn't nefarious." "I know, hence my concern." Elena pushed into the apartment building and stormed up the stairs. "We must do something." "What?" Caroline asked. Elena shook her head as she tried to come up with a solution. "We cannot allow him to continue with this blackmail plan." Caroline unlocked the door and followed Elena into the apartment. "Then you must tell your father right away about this relationship." Elena collapsed onto the couch with a heavy sigh. "I can't. Not yet." "Then what, Your Highness? What can we do?" Elena pressed her lips together and narrowed her eyes. She grabbed hold of her purse and leapt from her seat. "We are going to fight back." "How?" Caroline questioned. "Julian is always up to no good. We'll catch him in the act. A few pictures of his own misdeeds should cancel out the ones he has of me." Caroline's forehead creased as she shook her head. "Your Highness?" Her tone, a clear warning, conveyed more than her words could. "Caroline, we must. We cannot allow Julian to take advantage of us like this." Caroline shook her head. "But, Your Highness, this is very risky. We could become caught up in something we wish to have no parts of." "We have no choice." Elena skirted past Caroline. "I understand, though. If you do not wish to come along, you do not have to. I can manage it alone."
Caroline twisted to face her and lifted her chin. "Like fun you will, Your Highness. I may not fully agree, but I will not leave you alone in this." Elena grinned at her and squeezed her arm. "Thank you, Caroline."
"Now, how will we find His Highness?"
"I know where he is staying. We shall wait there and hope to spot him. Then we can follow him and hopefully get some damning evidence that can put him in his place." Caroline heaved a shaky sigh. "My fingers are crossed, Your Highness." They left the apartment behind, heading into the afternoon sun in search of Julian. Elena led them to the Grand Arms. "We'll go inside and ring his room to find out if he is in." Caroline nodded as they pushed into the lobby. Elena crossed to the front desk and asked the attendant to ring Prince Julian's room. The man spoke a few words before he nodded and replaced the receiver on the cradle.
"It appears His Highness is unavailable. Would you like to leave a message?"
"No, thank you. I will come back at a more convenient time for him." She spun on a heel and returned to Caroline across the lobby. "He's out, and I'll bet I know where. Come on." Elena grabbed her hand and tugged her lady's maid back onto the sidewalk. She hurried through the streets to the museum. Breathless, they climbed the stairs, ducked inside, and paid their fee. They wound through the halls toward the special exhibit room. "The crown jewels," Caroline said as they approached. Elena nodded, stopping short of the room and inching closer before she peered around the corner. "There he is, just as I thought." Caroline narrowed her eyes. "Yes, oozing his special brand of charm over anyone who will listen. Thankfully, he wasn't here when Nathan and I came. I'm certain he would have done something to make it uncomfortable." Elena winced, stumbling back a few steps and shoving at Caroline. "Here he comes! Go! Go!" They hurried into another gallery to hide as Julian strode from the room, grinning ear to ear as he rambled on about the line to the throne and how close he was to wearing that crown. "Ugh, he makes me sick with his constant desire to sit on that throne," Elena grumbled. Caroline peered around the corner. "He's heading toward the door. Yes, he does rather drone on about it, doesn't he?" "Incessantly." Elena slipped through the doorway and hurried down the hall with Caroline in tow. They peeked into the next hall. "He's leaving." Elena bobbed her head as she grabbed Caroline's hand. "Let's follow." They hurried after the prince, keeping some distance between them until he reached a cafe. After speaking to the host, he was seated at a table on the sidewalk. He leaned back in his chair after placing an order. Elena shoved her lady's maid behind a set of hedges trimming the patio seating. "What is he doing?" "It appears he is having a snack," Caroline answered, as they delivered tea and a croissant to the prince. "Perhaps this will be our moment. Maybe he is meeting someone for nefarious purposes." Elena readied her phone, zooming in on Julian. The image blurred and the phone nearly flew out of her hands as a voice spoke her name behind her. Her heart hammered in her chest. She whipped around, eyes wide, to spot Nate. "Ellie, what are you doing?" Elena froze, her mind going blank. How was she going to explain this? Chapter 14. Nate. Nate stared at the phone message in his hand, his eyebrows knitting. The odd request had left him stunned. He puckered his lips as he considered it. "Would you like me to return the call to let him know you'd be interested in meeting?" his secretary asked. Nate drummed his fingers on the chair's arm as he bobbed his head up and down. "Yes." Melinda bobbed her head as she backed toward the door. "Right away." He stared at the note in his hand again. Prince Julian of Eldoria was interested in investing in a few of the projects he oversaw. Ironically, he just looked at that country's crown jewels with Ellie when they visited the museum. He wondered if he could use it as a talking point to open up their conversation before his mind turned to curiosity over the man's interest. Was he an avid investor in this sort of thing? How had he come across the project? Nate twisted to his computer, prepared to do a little research on the man and his country, when his phone buzzed. "Mr. Kingsley?" Melinda asked. "Yeah." "The prince would like to meet this afternoon. He suggested the Royal Garden at 4:30. Should I confirm that?" Nate glanced at his watch, noting the time. Yeah, go ahead and confirm. I'll leave now.
All right, I can call a car for you.
Nate slid his jacket on. No thanks, I'll make it if I leave now.
All right, Mr. Kingsley, I'll let him know.
Nate grabbed his briefcase and hurried from his office, waving at his secretary as she spoke into the phone. The impromptu meeting seemed rushed, but he supposed when royalty had time for a meeting, he'd better take it. As he hit the sidewalk, setting a hard pace toward the cafe, he tugged his phone from his pocket. He wanted to text Ellie to tell her about the development, but his frenzied pace made typing difficult. He returned his phone to his pocket. He'd have to let her know the good news later. Maybe they'd even have something to celebrate. If he landed this deal, he'd cement his place in the company. The thought brought a grin to his face. He chuckled as he imagined telling her he'd met the man who one day may wear those crown jewels they'd perused at the museum. She'd probably lecture him on how he should have bowed or something because the man held a royal title. He wondered if he should call her to ask as he rounded the corner and approached the restaurant. His footsteps slowed as he studied the greenery surrounding the patio cafe. Ellie and her roommate Caroline hid behind them. Ellie held her phone, zooming the camera on a specific man in the eatery. "Ellie?" he questioned. She whipped around to face him, her eyes wide. He closed the gap between them. "Ellie, what are you doing?"
Nathan!
Her voice betrayed her surprise an octave higher than normal.
What are you doing here?
"I'm about to have a business meeting. Why are you hiding in the bushes?"
I was looking for my necklace and...
He pinched his eyebrows together. "Your necklace? It's around your neck." She touched the chain, her eyes still wide.
Is it? Oh, lucky. Caroline, false alarm. There is no need to search. It's around my neck.
She chuckled nervously.
What a lucky break,
Caroline answered, seeming just as nervous. "Ellie," he said with a laugh. "What's really going on?"
I don't want to say. You may judge me.
"I'm not going to judge you. It's fine. Why are you hiding in the hedges?" She swallowed hard.
Well, I have been hired by the newspaper, a freelance article covering a royal who happens to be in Sterling City, and I tracked him to this very cafe. I was trying to get a picture for my article.
"Prince Julian?" he asked. The color drained from her face.
What?
"Is it Prince Julian? From El Dorado?"
Eldoria,
she corrected. He snapped his fingers, then pointed at her. "That's it. Right. Good thing you were here, or I may have insulted him. Hey, I was going to call and ask, since you're from the UK, am I supposed to bow or something?"
No, not when he is outside of his country, and you are in your own, which does not recognize royal protocols.
She shook her head.
Wait, what do you mean you would have insulted him?
"Well," he said with a coy smile, "I actually scored a meeting with His Royal Highness. He's interested in investing in a few of my projects."
He said what?
Nate screwed up his face at her panicked words.
I'm sorry, I'm just nervous about this story.
"Well, here's the thing. I can get you your royal scoop. Hey, in fact, you could come with me. Meet him up close and personal. That'd be quite the scoop, right?"
No, I can't do that,
she said with a shake of her head. "Why not? I'll tell him you're my girlfriend and you are well-versed in royal protocols, so I brought you along."
Terrible idea. If I should print something private, he could become very angry and take it out on you. No, best you go on your own.
"Oh, right. I hadn't thought of that. And that's very sweet that you did," he said with a grin before he kissed her cheek. "No wonder I love you." She offered another nervous chuckle. "Hey, maybe I could ask if he'd give you an interview. It would be great if he's investing in the business."
No, don't do that. I'll be fine. My article is due soon, and I have all the information I need. I just wanted a picture.
"I see. All right. Well, I hope you got what you needed. I better head in there before I'm late. Wish me luck."
Good luck,
she said, her voice breathless. "No bowing, right?" Oh, and should I mention that I saw the crown he'll wear? She shook her head. No, because he's not. I wouldn't. Could be construed as tacky. Oh, right, good point. I don't know that much about royals. Good thing I have you. She pumped a fist in the air. Good luck, darling. He flashed her his crossed fingers and a wink. She offered him a wave, a nervous smile on her features. Maybe he could learn something that would be interesting for her article and pass it along to her later. He approached the hostess stand and asked for Prince Julian. The man led him to a table where the prince sipped tea, leisurely watching the people stroll past. He was the perfect picture of aristocratic nonchalance. Nate chuckled to himself as he approached. Your Highness, Nate said as he hovered at the table. The prince raised his dark eyes to Nate. Mr. Kingsley, how punctual. Please be seated. Thank you, Nate said, sliding into a seat across from him. I was surprised to get your call. Were you? The man's eyebrows raised in surprise. Nate grinned at him. Well, yes, I hadn't realized you took such an interest in biotech. I assume you're in town for the museum exhibit? The man sat back, his chin raised as he eyed Nate, his gaze seeming to size him up. I am always looking for investment opportunities. The museum exhibit happens to be a happy coincidence. I was in town on other business when the jewels happened to arrive. I see. Other investment opportunities. The man's eyes sparkled with mischief. Something like that. Well, I found the exhibit at the museum to be very interesting. Now, is that the crown that the king actually wears? He has several, but at formal events, often, yes. Nate smiled and nodded. And I assume one day you will too? The man offered him a smile that bordered on a smirk. Perhaps. Well, what can I tell you about our projects to help you make a decision about investing in Genotech? Well, I am quite interested. I believe your assistant sent the prospectus for several projects that I am interested in. But from you, I'd love to know more about the family behind the business. You see, it's quite important to me that I invest with the right sort of people. It really is crucial, don't you think? Nate leaned back in his chair as he bobbed his head. Absolutely. It's all about shared connections. Julian offered him a cryptic smile. Indeed. Genuine connections are rare treasures. As rare as finding a princess in a coffee shop. But I digress. What can you tell me about your family? I understand. Well, you'll be happy to know Genotech, despite its size, is a family company. It was founded by my dad over 40 years ago. Both my brother and I are vice presidents there, and my sister will likely join us when she's old enough. Julian arched an eyebrow. I see. And how will it work when the empire is shared? About the same way it works now, though you'll be pleased to know my father has no plans to step down in the near future. But when he does, my brother and I will step in. We work in different specialties, so we'll likely oversee what we do best. Julian sipped his tea before he settled the cup in his saucer. And I assume your children will follow in your footsteps as well? He grinned at the man, his mind flitting to Ellie. She'd make a wonderful mother. If they'd like, yes. I'd certainly love to raise my children in the family business, just like my dad did with me and my brother. And have you found the right woman to form your family with? Oh, I hope I haven't crossed a line. Nate chuckled, a surge of pride as he mentioned Ellie. Not at all. In fact, I think I may have. How lovely. And will you settle down with her soon? With any luck? The man said, flicking his eyebrows up. What is her name? Nate's eyebrows furrowed as he studied the man. Ellie? Ellie. Well, what a lovely name. I'm certain Ellie is an exceptional woman. She is. Nate cocked his head, knitting his eyebrows. Why was the prince so interested in his personal life? Is there anything I can tell you about the actual projects? Oh, I'm certain I'll find everything I'm looking for in the prospectus. But if I don't, would it be possible to set up a dinner?
Absolutely. Just call my office and Melinda will be happy to coordinate our schedules.
Oh, how lovely. And do you think the lovely Ellie would join us? I would love to meet her.
Actually, I'm certain she'd love to meet you. The man's eyes went wide.
Really? And why do you say that?
Nate leaned closer to the man. Well, between us, my girlfriend is an editor, and she's also working on an article for the local paper about you being in town. So I'm certain she'd love to ask you a few questions.
Oh, really? She's writing an article for the local paper. How intriguing.
He rubbed his chin.
How very intriguing.
She is a very intriguing woman. I'm certain you'll like her.
Oh, I'm certain we'll be like old friends very quickly.
Julian let the words hang in the air before he rose and buttoned his jacket.
Well, I should be on my way, but I will be in touch after I read the prospectus.
Nate rose and thrust his hand out. Feel free to reach out anytime. And here's my card with my contact information. Reach out anytime. The man studied it as he accepted it before he raised it in the air.
I will. Thank you so much. Good day.
Thanks for your time. Bye, Nate said with a nod before the man strode away. He sucked in a breath as he retrieved his briefcase. The meeting hadn't gone as expected. He wondered if all of the royals were strange. Perhaps with the money and power they held, they were used to this. Corporate meetings were often about power and leverage, but he assumed these people invested less for strategic moves and more for interest. He shifted his gaze to hedges rimming the patio, wondering if Ellie still hovered behind them. He didn't spot her. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket and sent her a text. Hey, are you still hiding in the bushes? He waited a few moments, staring down at his phone, but no response came. Just as he started to slide the device into his pocket, it chimed. He toggled it on quickly, a smile spreading across his face as he spotted the message from Ellie. I am not. How did the meeting go? With a check of his watch, he decided to call it a day. As he strode from the patio to the sidewalk, he sent her another message. Weird. His phone rang several minutes later as he strode back toward his office building. He swiped to accept Ellie's call. Hey, Ellie.
What do you mean weird? What happened?
He laughed at her inquiry. You're not even going to say hello? You must really be looking for a scoop on this guy.
No, I'm sorry, darling. Hello. Now, what was weird about the meeting?
He laughed again. I'll tell you, but you can't use any of it in your article.
Of course not. I'm just interested for your sake.
That's sweet. He sucked in a breath as he pulled his thoughts together. Well, he has the prospectus. Most people ask questions about that. But he was more interested in my family. In you.
Me?
Her voice had an incredulous tone.
What about me?
He wanted to know how the family business would continue. Would I settle down soon? I told him I'd met a lovely woman. He asked a few things, just polite conversation, but he did mention wanting to meet you. Silence filled the airwaves between them. Ellie, you still there?
I am, yes. Well, I do hope he invests, but even if he doesn't, perhaps that's for the best.
What do you mean? He asked as he stepped into the garage and crossed to his car.
Well, you said the meeting was weird. Royals are awkward, perhaps. Maybe high maintenance. Perhaps it's better to work with those used to your industry.
He slid into his car. I see your point. Hey, I'm about to head home. Text you when I get there?
I'm looking forward to it. Safe travels, darling.
Love you, Ellie. Talk soon.
Love you too.
He ended the call and tossed the phone into his cup holder before he fired his engine and pulled from the space. He made the drive home, his mind unwinding after the day. After he arrived at the house, he eased his car to a stop outside the front door, grabbed his briefcase, and pushed into the house. A slow clap met him as he stepped inside.
His eyes adjusted to the dimmer light, finding Stephen stalking toward him. "Well, well, well," his younger brother said. "Look at you landing a royal." Nate's jaw clenched as he slid his eyes closed. "What are you babbling about, Stephen?" "Your big meeting with the prince. It's the talk of the office." Nate narrowed his eyes at his brother. "Yeah, Melinda let the cat out of the bag. Everyone knows. What a man like that would be doing meeting with you is beyond me." Nate snorted a laugh as he shook his head. "Give it up, Stephen. He's interested in investing in some of my projects." "Really? I wonder how interested he'd be once he knows what a screw-up you are." Stephen tapped his chin in a mock display of thought. "Would you really shoot Genotech in the foot for a personal grudge?" "I don't need to do anything, Nate. Your own past speaks for itself. But if something, hypothetically, were to shine a light on some of the less flattering aspects of your history, it could be enlightening for your royal friend." Nate dropped his briefcase on the floor before he closed the distance between him and his brother. His chest puffed as he raised his chin. "You wouldn't dare." "Oh, I just might. I'd love to have him invest in my projects, and this is the perfect way to do it." "You're playing with fire, Stephen." Stephen came nose to nose with him, his lips pulled back into a snarl. "And you're going to be the one who gets burned, Nate. You're going to lose everything." Stephen spun on a heel, disappearing into the living room. Nate stared after him, his shaking fingers curling into fists. If his brother ruined this deal or anything else in his life, he'd do far worse to him. This wasn't just a battle between brothers. This was a war.
Chapter 15. Elena. Elena's lips tugged into a deep frown as she wrinkled her nose, staring ahead at the scene unfolding. Her fingers curled into fists as her muscles stiffened. "Your Highness," Caroline whispered as she wrapped a hand around Elena's arm. "We should leave." "No," Elena growled through clenched teeth. "I will not leave." "But Your Highness, no! Nathan could be in danger." "I don't think Prince Julian is going to do anything untoward to him. He is toying with him, we know that, but I do not believe he would harm him." Elena's eyebrows knitted as her features pinched. "He could ruin everything." "I know, darling," Caroline said, as she slid a lock of hair behind Elena's ear. "I know he could, but there is nothing we can do, unless you plan to tell Mr. Kingsley the truth." She blew out a breath as she continued to stare at the two men speaking at the table. "Can you read lips?" "No, I cannot. And neither can you. Come along, let's go back to the apartment, all right?" Elena shook her head. "No, I want to speak with Julian after he's finished with his game." "Oh dear, that's toying with fire." Elena shot her lady's maid a glare. "He is the one toying with fire, Caroline." Caroline sucked in a breath as she eased her grip on Elena's arm. Elena shifted her weight from foot to foot as the two men conversed. Frustration bubbled inside her as she fought the urge to storm straight to the table and put Julian in his place. But it would ruin everything. She did not want Nate to find out this way. Finally, Julian rose, buttoning his jacket. Elena's heart thudded harder. "Let's go before we're caught." Caroline bobbed her head. "Yes." They hurried away from the restaurant, waiting around the corner. Ellie gnawed her lower lip as she waited to see Julian. I hope he comes this way. This is the route to his hotel. Yes, but what if... Julian's appearance interrupted her words. There he goes. Yes, come along, Caroline. We need to have a discussion with my lovely cousin. I cannot wait, she answered, as she hurried alongside her charge. Elena stormed after her cousin, careful to keep a distance so they did not have their encounter in public. The man strode down the sidewalk at a casual pace. Elena grimaced at his attitude. I cannot wait to confront him.
Look at him so smarmy." Caroline nodded as she puffed for breath. "Yes, he does seem rather pleased with himself." "He won't be for long," she answered as the hotel came into sight. Julian disappeared into the lobby, and Elena entered as he pressed the button for the elevator. "You watch the floor. I'll start up the stairs. Text me when the elevator stops," Elena said to her lady's maid. But Elena didn't stop as she headed for the stairway and pushed into it, starting up the stairs. Fueled by anger, she pounded up the steps until her phone chimed. She pulled it from her bag and checked. Caroline's message beamed from the screen, along with one from Nate. She checked Caroline's first. "Top floor." "Of course," Elena murmured with a sigh, before she pushed herself to continue her climb. She hurried up the next few levels, arriving on the top floor of the hotel in time to see a door clicking closed at the end of the hall. She narrowed her eyes at it. "That must be him," she whispered to herself. She tapped her virtual keyboard as she stormed toward the door. "Got him. I'm heading to his room now." The phone chimed before she reached his room. "Wait for me!" She shoved the phone in her bag, pausing at the elevator bank as she watched the floor indicators. One lift approached the top level. As she waited, she typed a quick reply to Nate. "I am not. How did the meeting go?" The doors whooshed open a second later, and Caroline spilled out. She hurried to join Elena before they continued down the hall. "He's in the suite at the end, of course." Elena pounded her way down the hall toward it and banged against the door.
"Julian, open this door!"
The door opened a moment later and she faced his valet. His eyes widened before he bowed.
"Your Highness."
Elena pushed past him into the hotel suite. "Where is he?"
"Prince Julian cannot be disturbed at present, Your Highness."
Elena twisted to face him, her eyes narrowed and her features stony. "Where?"
The man swallowed hard as he clasped his hands in front of him. "Please, Your Highness, I will handle it from here, Geoffrey," Julian said as he stepped into the living room. The man offered him a bow before he strode from the room. Elena shot her cousin a fiery glare. He stared back with a smirk. "Elena, to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?"
"You know exactly why I am here," she shot back through clenched teeth. He crossed to his wet bar and poured a drink before he waved the decanter at her. She gave her head a slow shake. He took a slow sip of the brandy, his eyes focused on her. After he swallowed, he raised his eyebrows. "I'm sorry, but I've given it thought and cannot come up with a reason." Elena poked the corner of her clutch at him. "You met with Nathan today." His brows furrowed.
Nathan. I don't recall any Nathans."
Heat rose in her cheeks as she fumed at him. "Nathan Kingsley. You met with him not 20 minutes ago. Don't play games with me, Julian."
"Oh yes, Mr. Kingsley. Of course, the man from Genotech."
"The man who I have been seeing, and you know it. How dare you speak to him, Julian?" she shouted. He raised his eyebrows.
"How dare I? That's an interesting statement. Is there some reason I should not speak with your beau?"
"Leave Nathan Kingsley alone, Julian. I'm warning you. If you continue to meddle, you will regret it."
"Will I? I doubt it. I think the only one who will regret anything will be you, dear Elena."
Elena's jaw clenched, her nostrils flaring. "Abandon this, Julian, or you will be sorry." She spun on a heel and stormed to the door.
"Is that a threat, darling cousin?"
he called as she stepped into the hall with Caroline. She slammed the door shut behind her, her fingers tightening into fists again. "He is something else."
"He does leave something to be desired, Your Highness," Caroline said as they reached the elevators.
Elena poked at the call button until a set of doors slid open. She stormed inside the lift and smacked her hand into the button for the lobby.
He must be stopped.
Perhaps, Elena wagged a finger at her.
Don't say honesty. I will be honest when the time is appropriate.
Of course, Your Highness. Until then, we shall navigate the precarious situation with Prince Julian as best we can. Elena's shoulders slumped as she flicked a gaze at Caroline.
Thank you, dear Caroline. You always know what to say.
And do, Caroline answered. Let's go home, and I will make a hot chocolate to soothe you.
I would love that.
We will watch one of those silly movies where the couple falls in love in record time. Sounds like a lovely plan for the evening, Caroline said as the door slid open. As the golden hue of the late afternoon sun enveloped them, Elena's hand hesitated over her phone, her heart a tempest of anticipation and dread. When she finally dared to glance at the screen, Nate's message, a solitary "weird," seemed to echo her own turmoil, amplifying the suspense that now coiled within her.
Oh, excuse me, I must call Nathan.
Caroline nodded as Elena pressed the phone to her ear.
Hey, Ellie.
Nate's voice sounded a moment later. She launched into her questions without even a hello.
What do you mean weird? What happened?
He laughed at her inquiry.
You're not even going to say hello? You must really be looking for a scoop on this guy.
She winced as she corrected her faux pas.
No, I'm sorry, darling. Hello. Now, what was weird about the meeting?
He laughed again.
I'll tell you, but you can't use any of it in your article.
Of course not. I'm just interested for your sake.
That's sweet. Well, he has the prospectus. Most people ask questions about that. But he was more interested in my family, in you.
Me?
She cried, anger filling her again.
What about me?
He wanted to know how the family business would continue. Would I settle down soon? I told him I'd met a lovely woman. He asked a few things, just polite conversation, but he did mention wanting to meet you.
I'll bet he did, she thought.
Her jaw hurt as she clenched it, gritting her teeth.
Ellie, you still there?
She forced her mind back to the conversation.
I am, yes. Well, I do hope he invests, but even if he doesn't, perhaps that's for the best.
What do you mean?
He asked. They arrived at their apartment building and pushed inside.
Well, you said the meeting was weird. Royals are
awkward, perhaps.
Maybe high maintenance. Perhaps it's better to work with those used to your industry.
I see your point. Hey, I'm about to head home. Text you when I get there.
I'm looking forward to it. Safe travels, darling.
Caroline opened the door and waved for Elena to enter.
Love you, Ellie. Talk soon.
Love you too.
With a sigh, she tossed the phone to the side as she collapsed onto the couch to peruse the movies, as Caroline whipped up a batch of her homemade hot chocolate. Caroline delivered their sweet treat shortly after she'd selected a movie.
So we've said the L word, have we?
Don't judge, Elena answered as she scooped a gob of whipped cream from the top of her hot chocolate.
I am not. I'm just
surprised is all. Elena settled back in the cushions, eyeing the dark liquid steaming from her mug.
I am not. I have fallen quite deeply for him.
She fidgeted in her seat.
Which makes tomorrow all the harder.
You're nervous about spending time with his family? She sucked in a deep breath.
Yes. Silly, isn't it? I'm quite used to these types of things.
Princess Elena is excellent with them, but you will not be Princess Elena tomorrow. And I believe that is the problem, isn't it? You must impress them with your own personality, not your crown. Her features settled into a pout as she nodded. Caroline set down her mug and rubbed Elena's shoulder.
Oh, my darling, you will be wonderful, and they will love you. And if they do not love you, then they are simply not worth your time.
Elena sighed.
Oh, how I wish it was that easy.
It is, darling. I personally think they'll love you, though. You are a very special girl. She puckered her lips as she shot her lady's maid a sideways glance.
I do hope so, because I like him ever so much.
Caroline stroked her hair with a consoling smile. It will all work out the way it is supposed to, my dear. They finished the movie before they retired for the evening. Elena tossed and turned as she contemplated the upcoming meeting with Nate's family. It mattered now more than ever. If they didn't like her... She shook her head, flopping onto her side. No, they would like her. They had to. She desperately wanted them to. When she finally fell asleep, dreams of Julian bursting into the dinner to reveal her identity haunted her. When morning arrived, she snuggled under the covers to watch the sun until it rose high into the sky. A knock sounded at her door at mid-morning. "Your Highness?" "Yes," she answered, tossing the covers back. Caroline poked her head into the room. "Are you ill?" Elena shook her head as she rose. "No, just being a bit lazy. The truth? I'm counting the hours until my outing today. I do hope they enjoy the gifts." "I'm certain they will. Now, let's make certain you're happy with your choices for your outfits." They spent the rest of the morning thinking and rethinking outfits for the day and enjoying a cup of tea before a knock finally sounded at the door. Caroline pulled it open, finding the Kingsley's driver waiting on the other side. "Have fun," her lady's maid said with a kiss to her cheek. "I will be awaiting news." Elena squeezed her hand before she adjusted her bag over her shoulder and stepped from the apartment. She chewed her lower lip, drumming her fingers against the leather seat as the driver whisked her to the Kingsley's sprawling property on the outskirts of Stirling City. Victoria met her at the front door as the driver opened her door, already clad in swimwear and a cover-up. "Hello, Ellie," she said with a smile. "I'm so glad you could join us. Would you like to change into a swimsuit?" "That would be lovely, yes," Elena said. "Thank you so much for having me." "I'll show you where, Ellie," Maddie said as she bounced down the stairs. "Oh, thank you," Elena answered, as Maddie threaded her arm through Elena's and led her upstairs. "You can leave your stuff in here while we're at the pool," Maddie said, as she showed Elena into a room with an ensuite bathroom. Elena dug her swimwear from her bag and hurried into the bathroom. "That's fine. I just have to get a few things from my bag first." "Of course. So, what polish are you going for?" "I'm going to do something fun, like blue or green." "Oh, I don't think I'll be as daring," Elena called as she threw the cover-up over her swimsuit and slid into her sandals. As a royal, she was quite used to wearing tame shades. In fact, she wasn't permitted to wear anything else. She stepped out of the bathroom and shuffled to her bag. "Oh, I love your suit. It's so chic." "Thank you," Elena said as she pulled 2 gift bags from within her bag. "Now I am ready." "And who are those for?" Maddie asked as she led Elena to the pool. As they stepped into the bright sunshine, finding several nail stations near the chaise lounges, Elena grinned at her. "This one is for you, and this one is for you, Mrs. Kingsley," Elena said as she passed the woman the bag, "as a thank you for the invitation." "You didn't have to do that," Victoria said as Elena slid onto a chaise. "But thank you, how thoughtful." "I hope you'll both enjoy them." Maddie pulled her gift from the bag, her eyes lighting. "Oh, Ellie, a charm bracelet! I love it." "And it has a teacup to remind you of our time at the fair." "Yes," Maddie said as she clasped it around her wrist. "I love it. Thank you." "It's beautiful," Victoria said as she pulled her gift out. "As are these teas. I cannot wait to try them. I've written a note about each. I'm a bit of a tea connoisseur." "Are you?" Victoria said as the nail techs descended on them to buff and polish their nails. "Well, I look forward to becoming one too, with your gift." Elena settled back in her chair as the technician filed her nails. "I hope you enjoy them." Victoria chose a deep red nail polish, a shadow that seems to mirror the depth of the afternoon's intimacy. She twisted to face Elena, her gaze gentle yet interested. "So, Ellie, you said you're from a small town?" She was swept by a mix of warmth and unease, reminders of the world she had left behind, and the fabrications she now lived swirling through her mind. She selected a pale pink nail polish. "Yes, quite small. Very close-knit." "This must be quite a change for you then," Victoria said. Elena nodded, her smile tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Yes,
Quite different, but not unwelcome. I've been embraced by warmth and kindness here, especially from Nathan and all of you. It helps make the vastness of change seem much more like home." Victoria smiled at her.
"Nate's very fond of you, too. I'm so glad. I know he's told you about his past."
"Yes, he has. What a terrible thing."
"Don't worry, Ellie,"
Maddie said as her technician painted the sparkly blue nail polish on her fingernails.
"We don't think that about you. You are way different from Chloe."
Ellie leaned forward to smile at the girl. "I'm glad. If I may be so bold as to say, I did not care for her during our brief encounter."
"Oh, I hadn't realized you'd met her," Victoria said.
"I have. We were at the museum and ran into her."
"Well, as uncomfortable as that must have been for Nate and you, I'm sort of glad it happened. I hope she felt at least a twinge of jealousy." Victoria frowned before she sipped her iced tea.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to sound uncharitable." "Quite all right. You are a mother. Mothers do not wish to see their children harmed. I understand, especially with the lovely family you've raised."
"Oh, thank you, Ellie. I appreciate that. I'm so pleased you think so."
"How many kids do you want to have, Ellie?" Maddie asked.
Her mother guffawed before she clicked her tongue. "Maddie, that is an inappropriate question."
It's all right," Elena answered with a chuckle. "I'm not certain. I always imagined 2, but nothing is set in stone. Of course, my husband's opinion would matter too. No matter how many, I've always dreamed of a family that feels as close and loving as this afternoon does."
"Nate would be good with 2,
Maddie said.
"Madeline!" Victoria said with an incredulous grin.
"I'm sorry." "Quite all right, Mrs. Kingsley," Elena said with a laugh. The conversation turned to more general topics such as travel and weather before their session wrapped up. In the quiet moments as the laughter faded and conversations quieted, Elena found herself gazing at the pool's reflective surface. The pool, a mirror to the sky, seemed to hold her conflicted reflection, a woman caught between 2 worlds, one of royalty and duty, and another of love and simplicity. Can I truly have both? As Elena lounged near the pool, listening to a story about Maddie's first excursion in London, her phone rang. "Oh, terribly sorry. Would you excuse me?" "Of course, dear," Victoria said. "You can step inside for some privacy." "Thank you." Elena plastered a grin on her features as she hurried out of the sun and into the house. Her heart thudded as she stared down at the caller. Her father. Her knees wobbled as she wondered if her cousin had told him about her relationship. Would she make it to her planned dinner? Or was her world about to come crashing down?
Chapter 16. Nate. Nate sucked in a shaky breath as he stared down at the small box clutched in his hands. He shifted his weight on the mattress, his knee bobbing up and down. The diamond-studded emerald in the center sparkled in the soft lighting of his bedroom. He chewed his lower lip, wondering if the unique choice of gemstone was a mistake. His stomach twisted into a knot. What if it all was a mistake? When he'd selected the ring, he'd imagined Ellie's surprised face. Tears glistened in her eyes before she'd grinned at him and eagerly accepted his proposal. Now, nerves made him wonder if her surprise would lean toward shock rather than excitement. Would she say no? Would she be overwhelmed by the speed at which he'd moved? He snapped the box shut, trying to force his shaky breathing back to normal. His fingers caressed the black velvet covering the tiny container. He couldn't have mistaken her feelings, could he? He'd done it once before, he reminded himself as he tightened his hand around the box. He swallowed hard, memories of Chloe flooding back into his brain unbidden. He'd been so sure then, and he'd been so wrong. Could he make the same mistake twice? With a sharp inhale, he forced himself to stand and cross to his dresser. With Chloe, he hadn't been himself. He hadn't told silly jokes, or actually said the things on his mind. Everything had been guarded. A careful dance orchestrated between them,
designed to keep the other one impressed and on the hook. In retrospect, he'd been miserable. If only he'd known then what love really looked like. With Ellie, he could be genuine. He could share his thoughts no matter what they were. She accepted him, warts and all. He glanced at the mirror in front of him, narrowing his eyes at his own face. Though she hadn't met his brother Stephen yet. Would Stephen change her mind? His version of events painted Nate as the worst man in the world. Did his narrative have the power to turn Ellie against him? Before he could secret away the ring box into his drawer, a knock sounded at the door. He shoved the box into the pocket of his blazer before he crossed to the door and tugged it open. His mother stood on the other side. "Hi," she said with a soft smile. "Mom, everything okay?" She nodded. "May I come in?" He stepped back and motioned for her to enter before he slid the door closed again. "Is it Ellie? She's still coming to dinner, right?" "She is," Victoria said with another smile before she eased into an armchair. "I'm sure Maddie is probably visiting her now while she changes." Nate perched on the edge of the adjacent chair, rubbing his shaky hands together. His mother had spent the afternoon with his girlfriend. What had she assessed? Had she liked her? Hated her? She'd been the first person to caution him about Chloe, suggesting he take things slower with the woman. But he'd plowed ahead, convinced what his then-girlfriend had told him. "She's jealous. I've captured her son's attention, and she doesn't like it." Chloe's ridiculous words echoed in his head as he tried to form his question about Ellie, wondering if he wanted to know the answer or not. "So, what did you think? Of Ellie, I mean," he finally mustered. Victoria raised her eyebrows, sucking in a breath before she spoke. "What do you think of her?" Nate offered her a nervous smile as he flicked his gaze to the ceiling. "I asked you first." "And you are the one who is dating her. I want to know how that's going." Nate shrugged. "I wouldn't have asked you for your opinion on her if it was going badly." "You told me at the benefit that you had pretty strong feelings for her. Does that mean what I think it means?" Victoria asked. He swallowed hard, unwilling to meet her gaze. "Probably." Victoria bobbed her head up and down. "You're thinking of asking her to marry you." Nate finally shifted his gaze to his mother. "I'm more than thinking about it." She widened her eyes. "You bought a ring?" "I did," he said as he dug into his pocket and pulled out the box. "But I want your opinion first. I don't want to make the same mistake I did with Chloe." "Nate, if you bought a ring, I think you're pretty set on this choice." I am, but I'm also willing to listen. I didn't with Chloe. That was a huge mistake. So if you think this is a terrible choice, I'll hold off, or not do it at all." His mother pressed her lips together into a tiny smile as she reached forward to rub his forearm. "I don't think it's a terrible choice." His heart lifted as a grin spread across his features. "Really?" "She is very nice, Nate. I can't pick your spouse for you, but I don't see any red flags. Nothing like I saw with Chloe." He huffed out a sigh of relief, staring at the ring box as he celebrated the small win. "Whew, good." "She seems very genuine. She seems to very much like you for you. Not to mention she is very well-mannered. It'd be a breeze to fit her into our social lives." His mother held out a hand. "But don't marry her because I like her. You have to do that for you." "Believe me, I am. I more than like her." But? Nate tightened his fingers around the ring box again. "Nate, if you have some reservations, maybe you should slow down. This isn't a race to the altar, you know." He shook his head. "I don't have reservations about her. I think I screwed up the ring choice. Now I'm afraid she'll hate it, or say no because of it." "Can I see it?" He nodded as he cracked open the box and held it out, chewing his lower lip as he studied it. "I went with an emerald, like her eyes." "She'll love it," Victoria said. The smile spread across his face again. "Do you think?" Victoria nodded as she grinned at him. "I do. Oh, Nate, I like her so much more than the last one." You know, I never realized how differently I acted with Chloe around. How much I wasn't myself because I was constantly trying to impress her. With Ellie, it's effortless. I'm just myself. "That's important," Victoria said as she patted his hand. "You're going to spend a long time with her." "Hopefully the rest of our lives," Nate answered, raising his chin as his smile broadened. He snapped the ring box closed and crossed to his dresser to hide it inside. "Can I take that to mean you aren't asking her tonight?" Victoria said as she rose and adjusted the hem on her dress. Nate nodded. "I was thinking the gala we're hosting at the end of the week. If you thought she was a good match, I was going to invite her tonight. I thought it would be nice for pictures." "I think that would be great. I'll make sure the photographer sticks around for engagement photos at the end of the night," she said as she rose and closed the distance between them. "So you think it'll be a good turnout, huh?" Victoria rubbed his arms. "I do. I think she'll say yes. You seem to mean as much to her as she does to you. And she didn't even flinch when your sister asked how many kids you'd be having." Nate shook his head, an amused expression on his face. "She didn't? I can't believe Maddie asked that. Probably because she may or may not have known about the ring." Victoria said with a coy smile. "So, you told your sister before your mother." "You know how Maddie is. I texted her a picture of 2 rings she helped me pick." "Well, she did a good job." Victoria pulled him into a tight embrace. "I'm so happy for you." "Thanks, Mom." Victoria took a step toward the door when Nate called her back. "Hey, Mom?" "Yeah?" she asked. "How many kids did she say?" 2, Victoria answered with a smile. "See you downstairs." 2, Nate repeated as he smiled into space, imagining a boy and a girl. He hoped they'd be close like he was with his sister. He dug into the drawer for the ring box, eyeing the engagement ring one more time. His life was coming together. Not long ago, he wondered if he'd ever be happy again, and now he was happier than he ever could have imagined. In a matter of days, he could be ecstatic, pondering whether she would prefer to marry in the United Kingdom or have the ceremony here. He didn't care either way. It would be enough to know they were going to spend the rest of their lives together. He placed the ring box back in the drawer and slid it shut before he left his room behind and made his way down to the living room. His father sipped his bourbon as he stared out the window. Charles twisted as Nate entered the room. "There you are! I was wondering if I was going to be alone tonight, despite this being a family dinner." "I was talking to Mom." "Oh, right. She's quite enamored with your new girl," Charles said as he settled into an armchair. "So am I. What do you think?" Nate asked. "I didn't spend the afternoon with her, but from what I saw at the fair, she seems to be a wonderful woman." Nate nodded as he eased into the chair across from his father. "I'm glad you think so. I'm planning on asking her to marry me." Charles flicked his gaze from the bourbon swirling in the bottom of his glass to his son. "Well, congratulations, son." "Don't congratulate me yet. She hasn't said yes." "Oh, I think she will. She likes you, I can tell. And you can offer her quite a life. Woman would be a fool to turn you down." "Dad, Ellie's not—" "Like that, yeah, I know. Your mom told me about your little test." Nate pressed his lips together as he recalled lying to her, and the guilt he still carried about that. What if she said no because of that? "Smart move, son." His father downed the rest of his bourbon before he set the glass aside. "Did I hear correctly that you met with some foreign royal today about investing in Genotech?" "You did," Nate answered with a nod. "Prince Julian from— I never remember the name of the country."
Eldoria,
Elena said as she stepped into the room, her arm linked through Maddie's. Nate rose from his chair and crossed to her, kissing her cheek. "Hi, Ellie. You look beautiful."
"Thank you,"
she answered. And yes, Eldoria was the country. Haven't heard of it before. I'll have to look it up," Charles answered. "Ellie, can I offer you a drink?"
"No, thank you,"
Ellie said as Nate led her to the couch to sit.
"How are you this evening, Mr. Kingsley?"
"Doing quite well. How was your girl time?" the man asked as he poured another drink.
"Lovely. I quite enjoyed the afternoon," she answered.
"I know my wife felt the same way," he said as he settled back into his chair, only to rise again when Victoria entered. "Speaking of, here she is now. Can I get you a drink, Victoria?"
"A sherry, please,"
she answered, taking a seat in one of the armchairs. Charles delivered her drink before he settled into his seat again. Maddie plopped onto the couch next to Ellie.
"Daddy, Ellie gave me this charm bracelet. Isn't it cute? The charm is a teacup to remind me of our ride at the fair."
Charles eyed it as Maddie held it out. "Oh, how nice. We enjoyed the fair. Did you, Ellie?"
"Yes, I did. But I enjoy rides. I'm adventurous."
"Are you?" he answered. "So you'll be encouraging Nate to take up mountain climbing soon?"
Elena chuckled at the joke. "Nothing quite so dangerous, no."
They made light conversation for a few more minutes. Victoria shifted in her seat, eyeing the doorway. "Something wrong, Mom?" Nate asked. "Oh, I thought Stephen was coming, but maybe I misunderstood him. We should probably head in." "Well, if he's late, Charles answered as he rose from his seat and offered his hand to Victoria. Victoria offered him a polite smile as she rose. Elena slid her arm through Nate's, and he led her to the dining room. They settled in at the table across from 2 empty seats. Nate eyed them, hoping his brother didn't appear. The dinner would go so much more smoothly without him. Conversation centered around Elena's favorite foods as they waited for the first course to arrive. Before it was delivered, footsteps sounded outside the dining room. Nate's heart sank as he realized Stephen must be arriving. He shifted in his seat, his lips tugging into a frown. His brother appeared at the doorway. "Well, Stephen, you're late. We thought you weren't coming," his father said from the head of the table.
"Sorry, my date was running a little late."
He held his arm out to welcome the woman he'd brought. This time, Nate's heart plummeted. His fingers curled into fists as he stared at his brother's arm, draped around Chloe's shoulders. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Victoria offered Charles a wide-eyed glance before she covered her shock with a well-practiced smile. "Chloe, I hadn't expected to see you."
"I hope it's not a problem,"
the blonde answered, flipping a lock of hair over her shoulder. "Of course not," Stephen said, leading her into the room and pulling a chair out for her. He settled into the chair across from Elena before he shot a triumphant glance at his brother. Nate's jaw tensed, and he tossed his napkin on the table. "This crosses a line, Stephen." He leapt from his seat as his family made a desperate plea for him to not make a scene. "I want her gone by the time I get back." Nate strode out of the dining room, his heart pounding against his ribs in a frantic rhythm. He made his way down the hall to the private library, slipping into the softly lit room. He gulped in deep breaths, the scent of wood polish filling his nostrils. His hands trembled as he leaned forward to grasp the edge of the antique mahogany desk until his knuckles turned white. With a tight chest, he fought to center himself. "Nathan?" Elena's soft voice called from behind him. He whipped around to face her, his features pinching. "Ellie." He'd left her alone with his family and Chloe. He hadn't even thought to bring her with him when he'd stormed from the room. She offered him a consoling smile as she stepped toward him. "Are you all right?" He set his hands on his hips. "No, I'm not. I just can't believe he did this." "Does he know that you know about the cheating?" Elena asked. Nate bobbed his head. "Yes, he knows. I caught them together. I can't believe he would bring her into this house. I should have known. I saw them a few weeks ago in the park."
"Then I am very sorry. It appears he did it just to needle at you."
"I'm sure he did." Nate paced the floor, crossing his arms. "Steven and I don't get along." Elena shifted her weight from foot to foot.
"Sibling rivalry?"
"Something like that. When I was with Chloe, He slid his eyes closed, the uncomfortable memory of what transpired dancing across his mind. Steven was trying to push for a bigger share of the company. Chloe convinced me to push back, to take control of Genotech. And I did some pretty bad things to do it, including having Steven investigated for mismanagement of funds at Genotech. Elena flicked her eyebrows up toward her hairline. He let his head fall back between his shoulder blades. He'd probably stunned her, and maybe turned her off of him entirely. I wasn't the best person when I was with her, and it wasn't my idea, it was hers. Not that that makes it right. It was wrong. Steven and I never got along, and it was just too easy for her to push me into doing that.
"Well," she answered, "that is a shame that you don't get along. But I can understand. It isn't easy to get along with our family all the time."
"You're an only child, so you probably don't understand how difficult siblings can be."
"I do not have any siblings, but I have a few cousins who make life rather difficult, and one who is quite lovely."
Nate stopped his pacing, rubbing her arms. "Do you wish you hadn't come to dinner?"
"No," she answered. "Nathan, we all have difficulties with our family. Believe me, if you met some of mine, it would be me asking if you wished you wouldn't have been invited to dinner."
"Oh, I doubt that."
"I do not. You do not know my family. Believe me, they make the Kingsleys look like picture perfect."
A coy smile crossed his lips. "So I got the best of the bunch, huh?" She arched an eyebrow as she raised her chin.
"I'd like to think so."
Silence stretched between them as he slid his arms around her waist and pressed his forehead against hers.
"So, what would you like to do? Return to dinner? Or abandon ship?" she asked.
"You really want to know?"
"I do, and I will follow your lead on whatever you are comfortable with."
He heaved a sigh. "With you next to me, I can face anything. I don't want to ruin the evening just because my brother is playing dirty."
"Then we will go back to the dining room and face it together."
He interlaced his fingers with hers. "That sounds perfect." He kissed her lightly before he led her back to the dining room, his hand tightly clasped around hers. He cleared his throat as he settled into his seat again with Elena next to him. "I'm sorry for the outburst. I just hadn't expected Steven's latest surprise." His eyes narrowed as he stared across the table at his former fiancée. She offered him a haughty smile, and he wondered why he had ever liked her. The staff delivered the first course, and conversation quieted as everyone dove in.
"This is quite good, Mrs. Kingsley,"
Elena said, breaking the silence. "Oh, thank you," she answered with a smile. "So, Ellie, is it?" Steven asked as he set his spoon in his bowl. "How did you meet Nate?" She dabbed at the corners of her lips before she set her napkin back on her lap.
"Oh, we ran into each other at a coffee shop. He spilled coffee all over me."
Steven chuckled as Elena did. "That sounds like Nate, a walking disaster."
"He was quite kind about it," Elena shot back. "So it was really only a minor inconvenience, hardly a disaster."
Well, you don't know him well enough yet. Don't get on his bad side." "Steven," Victoria warned in a low voice. "What? I just think it's important for his new paramour to know the man she's dating." Nate's stomach twisted into a knot at his brother's behavior. Elena offered him a courteous smile.
Well, thank you for your concern, Stephen, but I have taken a good bit of time learning about Nathan.
Stephen huffed out a laugh. I'll bet you don't know everything about Nate. You may be surprised to know what he's really like. Victoria spoon clattered to her plate. Stephen, that's enough. Oh, I don't think it is. I think your new girlfriend should know just the sort of man you are. And I'm going to tell her, brother. Stephen's eyes glinted with malice, his gaze piercing Nate. Nate's fingers curled into fists again. His past was clawing its way back, threatening to destroy his future. He wanted to launch himself across the table and choke his brother for this. But instead, he sat, planted in his seat, wondering if this drama would bring about the end of his relationship.
Chapter 17. Elena. Elena studied the smirking face of the man across from her at the dinner table. His haughty grin made it clear he believed he had the upper hand. She wanted to leap across the table and tell him he did not. But she sat primly, allowing the Kingsleys to manage their own son. With a sigh, Charles rose from his seat.
Stephen, let's step out for a private conversation, why don't we?
I don't think so, Dad. I don't see what the big deal is. Nate's done some crazy stuff. Is it wrong of us to warn his new girlfriend how dangerous he can be?
That's enough, Stephen, Victoria answered, her practiced poise cracking as she flung her napkin down and rose from her seat.
Are we really going to hide Nate's true self from her, just so he doesn't get his little heart broken all over again? Stephen asked, his voice taunting.
Let it go, Stephen, Maddie said from her seat next to Nate. Victoria shot her husband a wide-eyed glance that spoke volumes with hidden meaning. I'm sorry, Elena said, allowing her voice to rise a little louder. But perhaps I can settle this before it comes to anything more. All eyes turned to her, though she was used to pressure. It did little to bother her. If you hope to give me a list of Nathan's misdeeds, I'm afraid he's beaten you to it. I do know what happened between you, she said as she eyed Stephen, before shifting her gaze to Chloe. And you. So there is really no need to air this at the dinner table. Nate reached for her hand under the table and squeezed it in silent gratitude. Stephen stared at her as Chloe glared in her direction.
Oh, really? He asked. He told you that he accused me of mismanaging funds in a desperate attempt to try to take over the family business?
Stephen, that's enough, Charles boomed.
Yes, he has, and he's also told me about his drinking. So, if you hope to embarrass him in front of me, your plan will not work. Now, may we put the matter to rest? Elena asked.
Wow, what kind of piece of work are you that you'd want him after that?
Let it go, Stephen. Their relationship is none of your business, Victoria answered as she eased into her seat, shooting Elena an appreciative smile.
You know what?
Stephen said as he rose and tossed his napkin into what remained of his soup.
Let's get out of here, Chloe. I've lost my appetite.
The blonde frowned, but rose from her seat to follow him out of the room. Charles slid back into his chair with a huff, shaking his head as he shot his wife a pointed look. Ellie, I am so very sorry about that scene, Victoria confessed with a penitent expression. It's nothing to apologize for, Mrs. Kingsley, Elena answered with a reassuring smile. Families can be tricky at times. You handled it so well, Ellie, Maddie answered. Victoria nodded as she squeezed Elena's hand. You did, but you shouldn't have had to. You are a guest in our home. You weren't invited here to referee a sparring match between my sons. Quite all right, Elena answered. I told Nathan earlier that my family has its own issues, as do all families, so it is nothing to worry over. You're very kind, Victoria said with another smile. Well, let's continue with our meal, shall we? The remainder of the dinner went smoothly, with lighter conversation. As they left the dining room behind for after-dinner drinks, Victoria slid her arm through Elena's, tugging her away from Nate. "I really must apologize again for my son's behavior earlier." "Oh, please, Mrs. Kingsley, think nothing of it. I realize there is some tension between Nathan and Stephen, and with his dinner companion, that was made even worse." Victoria sucked in a breath as she shook her head.
"I am very sorry for that, too. Had I realized who he planned to bring—"
Elena smiled at the woman, squeezing her arm. "It is not your fault. I appreciate the apology, but it's really not necessary."
"Well, that is very kind of you. After spending the day with you, I can see why my son adores you so much."
Elena's smile broadened, and color rose in her cheeks. "Now it is you who are too kind." They entered the living room, and Elena rejoined Nate on the couch.
"Everything okay?" he asked.
"Yes," she answered, as Charles delivered her and Nate a ginger ale.
"So, Nate, I understand you're asking Ellie to the gala coming up?" Charles asked.
Ellie's brow furrowed at the words as the fizzy liquid bubbled on her tongue. "Gala?" She shifted her questioning gaze to Nate.
"Yeah,"
he said with a chuckle as he slid his arm around her.
"I hadn't mentioned it yet, but my family hosts a big charity event, and I'd love you to be my date."
Her initial excitement at the invitation quickly faded, replaced by a knot of dread that settled into the pit of her stomach. The prospect of stepping into a public sphere where her royal identity could be exposed terrified her. "Charity event?"
"Yes, we host it annually for breast cancer awareness,"
Victoria said with a smile.
"I promise no drama."
Unless someone gets plastered like they did last year and knocks the decorations over again," Maddie said. Victoria fluttered her eyelashes as she shot her daughter a glance before returning her gaze to Elena.
"Maybe limited drama."
Elena chuckled, hoping her nervousness didn't show through. "Oh, it sounds just lovely. I'd have to check my schedule." Victoria narrowed her eyes at Elena.
"It's Friday night. You don't have another date, do you?" Nate asked with a chuckle.
She offered him another nervous laugh. "Certainly not. I just—"
"Ellie, can I have a private word with you?" Victoria asked as she rose and set her sherry glass down.
Elena's stomach twisted into a knot as she set her glass aside, any amusement sliding off her features. "Certainly." Her heart thudded against her ribs as Victoria looped her arm through Elena's and led her into the hall. Elena shifted her weight from foot to foot as Victoria faced her. "Is there a problem, Mrs. Kingsley?"
"I think there is," Victoria said with a nod.
Elena fluttered her eyelashes as she waited for the woman to continue.
"Ellie, if you're worried about a dress, I'd love to have you come shopping with Maddie and I. It'll be fun, and our treat."
Ellie swallowed hard. She hadn't been concerned about a gown, but rather being found out. But she couldn't refuse the lovely offer that had just been made. She plastered a smile onto her face. "Oh, Mrs. Kingsley, what a generous offer."
"It's not generous, Ellie. Nate really wants you to be there. We all do, actually. And if you're unsure about the gown, I'd be happy to help."
"Well, I would certainly love your opinion on it, so I gratefully accept." In the quiet hallway, Victoria's warmth enveloped her. Victoria smiled at her before she pulled her into a hug.
"I am so pleased, and I know Nate will be too. Maddie and I have a fitting coming up on Friday morning. Why don't you stop over for breakfast, and then we'll head to the dress shop together?"
Elena's heart lifted at the invitation. Victoria's inclusion of her in the family events sent a mix of guilt and admiration through her. "That sounds excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Kingsley."
"Of course. I know Nate really wants you there, and I want to make sure you're comfortable."
"How could I not be with your exceptional family who has been so accommodating to me?" Victoria tugged her into another hug before she slid her arm around Elena's shoulders.
"Let's give Nate the good news."
They strode back into the living room and settled back into their seats.
Everything okay?
Nate asked as he shifted his gaze between them. Ellie sipped her soda and nodded. Yes, your mother just wanted to make certain I had the date correct when I checked my schedule, and turns out I had been reluctant thinking of another day, but luckily my schedule suits that just fine. Nate grinned at her.
Oh, great. Perfect.
She was a little worried about getting a dress in time, but I told her we'd take her with us Friday after she stops over for breakfast, and the dress shop will make sure the dress is ready in time, Victoria added. Nate bobbed his head.
That's a great idea, Mom. So you'll be here Friday for breakfast?
Yes, after our date Thursday night. You may see too much of me in those 24 hours.
Couldn't happen, Al,
he said as he squeezed her hand. She finished her soda and set the glass on the table, rising from her seat. I suppose I should be getting home. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley, for your hospitality. I enjoyed the dinner very much. Nate stood with her, wrapping his arm around her as his parents crossed to them. You are so welcome, Ellie. I'm so pleased you enjoyed it, and we enjoyed the company. As did I, Elena said. I am so looking forward to the dress shopping later this week. I am too. Have a good evening, Ellie, Victoria said as she offered her a hug. She said her goodnights to the other members of the Kingsley family, retrieved her bag, and climbed into Nate's car.
Well, despite Stephen's interruption, I think tonight went pretty well,
Nate said as he drove her back toward Sterling City. Yes, I agree. Your family is very nice. I enjoyed it. Nate reached for her hand and laced his fingers through hers.
They like you.
And I like them, she answered. She chewed her lower lip, wondering if she should admit who she was. Her features pinched before she shook her head. Not now. It wasn't the time. Perhaps some time before the gala. She'd have to find the most appropriate moment. The city's buildings filled in around them as she forced the smile back onto her face, abandoning the idea of confessing her identity while he operated a vehicle. As she settled back into the supple leather, the city lights blurring past, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. The weight of her dual lives pressed down, a silent reminder of the impending crossroads. He slid the car to a stop at the curb outside of her apartment building. She twisted to face him as he leaned in to steal a kiss.
I'm really glad you like my family.
I do, she answered, her mind flitting back to telling him the truth. But before she could say anything further, a shout startled her.
Hey, buddy, you can't park here!
A uniformed officer shouted. Nate put down Elena's window and waved out as the officer approached the car.
Sorry, I'm just dropping the lady off.
I'd better go, Elena said, stealing another smooch before she pushed the door open.
You have a good night,
the officer said as Elena waved goodbye to him. Nate waved at them both before he pulled away from the curb. Ellie stared after his car, unease twisting her stomach as she pushed inside her apartment building and climbed the stairs to her place. The door popped open as she approached. Caroline hovered inside. Well? Heavens, someone is interested. Of course I am, Your Highness. What happened? Did they love you? Did they love the gifts? Ellie dumped her bag on the floor and hurried to the couch, collapsing onto it with Caroline. Yes, they love the gifts. Yes, I think they like me, and I like them. It went very well. With the exception of Nathan's brother appearing with his ex-girlfriend. Caroline's jaw unhinged. The one who cheated? One and the same. And then he tried to air all of Nathan's dirty laundry at the dinner table. No! Caroline squealed with wide eyes. Oh, yes. I told him it was unnecessary. I knew everything I needed to know about Nathan, and then he left. Was the evening much better after that? Yes, it went swimmingly. Except for one tiny problem. Which is? Caroline asked. Well, Nathan's family has invited me to their charity gala at the end of the week. I had to accept. But what if someone recognizes me? Oh dear. You must think about this carefully. Perhaps you could cancel. Make an excuse. No, I can't. You see,
I was hesitant about accepting, and Mrs. Kingsley assumed it was because I would not have a gown. She graciously offered to take me to her dress shop and even pay for my gown. I couldn't say no." Caroline pressed her lips together. "Oh my, that is a sticky situation, isn't it? Well, you must go. Perhaps if you see anyone who may recognize you, you can hide in a corner." "Yes," Elena said with a nod. "Yes, I think I can manage it. Particularly if I cannot tell Nathan before the event." "Perhaps you should." Elena pressed her lips together. "Yes, I know I should. But I will when the time is right." "But," Caroline began, when Elena's phone chimed. She checked the display, finding a message from her father. Her eyes went wide, and she gasped. "Oh no. Now we have another problem." "What is it?" Caroline leaned over her shoulder to glance at the screen. "My father. He says there is an event with the crown jewels tomorrow. He's asked that I go to it." "Then you must go." "I can't. I have a date with Nathan." "You must cancel, Your Highness." Elena heaved a sigh. "No, I won't do it. I will not cancel the night before I'm supposed to have breakfast with his family and dress shop with his mother and sister." She leapt from her seat and paced. "No, I must do both. It will be fine. You'll help me. I will spend 20 minutes at the museum event, then dash across to the park where the concert is, spend time there, then back. We'll continue switching back and forth. It can work." "Your Highness," Caroline shook her head. "No, it must work. I can do both. I will do both. It will be fine." Elena collapsed on the couch, her heart still thudding hard. She needed to live both lives tomorrow night, and she needed to do it seamlessly. If not, her entire world could crash down around her, leaving her life in a pile of rubble. As she plotted her impossible evening, darting between date and duty, she couldn't shake the foreboding feeling that the balancing act was a prelude to a choice she wasn't ready to make. Her decision to juggle both worlds became a tightrope walk over a chasm that could swallow her whole. Chapter 18. Nate. Nate's gaze fixed on the drawer containing the ring box, adjusting to the room's lights. He tossed his keys on the dresser and tugged open the drawer, fishing the box from within. Their dinner had gone well, even with the unwanted interruption by his brother and his former fiancé. Elena had handled it beautifully. She'd been her usual supportive self when they'd spoken in private, and had even managed to put Stephen in his place at the dinner table. The corners of his lips turned up as he recalled her neat statement about not being able to embarrass him. He collapsed into his armchair and snapped open the box, staring at the emerald inside. He hoped he could wait a few days to give it to her, but he had to. He wanted it to be perfect, and that night would provide exactly what he needed. He pictured her in her evening dress, him in his tuxedo. As the gala wound down, he'd take her to the gazebo outside. He'd tell her how he felt before he got down on one knee and asked her the big question. His eyes narrowed. Maybe another spot would be better. Poolside? No. Maybe in the library. Or under the massive crystal chandelier hanging in the upstairs hall. A knock interrupted his thoughts. He climbed to his feet, closing the box and depositing it in his drawer on his way to the door. He pulled it open to find his mother on the opposite side. "Hey, Mom. I just stopped by to see how Ellie was on the ride home after everything that happened tonight. She seemed okay. She said she really enjoyed the evening and likes everyone very much. With the exception of Stephen, I assume," Victoria said. A tiny chuckle escaped his lips. "She didn't mention that. She just said you were very welcoming and she liked you very much." Victoria raised her eyebrows as she shrugged. "Well, I guess we didn't scare her off." "Nope, we're still on for tomorrow night. Oh, unless she sent me a breakup text because of that private conversation you had with her." Nate pulled his phone from his pocket to check as he shot his mother an amused grin. Victoria grinned at him. "Very funny."
Our private conversation was just that. Private. There's nothing you need to know about it."
"Really? Because I am curious. Did you threaten her within an inch of her life to get her to agree to come to the gala?"
"I didn't threaten her."
"She seemed reluctant, didn't she? Was that my imagination?" Victoria cupped his cheek in her hand as she offered him a soft smile. "No, it wasn't your imagination, but it didn't have anything to do with you." "The dress thing?" he asked. Victoria nodded. "Yes, but we solved that." "I'm glad you did, because I'm really looking forward to the gala." "I'll bet." "Hey, where do you think I should propose? I can't pick a spot," Nate asked. His mother shifted her weight, pressing her lips together as she narrowed her eyes. "Can I think about it? There are lots of nice places, but I assume you'll want to have some privacy when you actually pop the question. You're doing it at the end of the night, right?" "Yeah," he answered. "Location unknown. I need an expert female opinion." "You came to the right place. I'll give it some thought and let you know. It might be nice to surprise her with some roses, so we may want to set up somewhere out of the way." "Good idea. I just don't know. It's so different from what happened the last time." His voice trailed off as his mind flitted to the fated engagement. Chloe had pretended to be surprised, despite orchestrating the entire event, complete with a string quartet in a custom-designed dress. Victoria squeezed his arm. "It's a lot better than last time, because I get the feeling no matter which way you do this, Ellie will love it." He offered his mother a tight-lipped smile. "I hope so. I want things to be perfect for her. But you're right, she wouldn't fuss no matter which way it happened." His mother pulled him into a hug. "We'll talk details soon. Good night." He eased the door closed as she strode down the hall, reflecting on the conversation. Things would be so different this time around. Instead of a well-orchestrated charade, he'd actually be deepening a real relationship with a woman he had fallen head over heels for. He sucked in a breath as he took a step into his room when another knock sounded at the door. Stepping back to it, he laughed while he pulled it open. "What'd you do, come up with a dozen thoughts already?" The grin faded from his lips as he stared back at his brother's face. "Stephen." "Nate," his brother said. "What are you doing here? Don't you think you caused enough upset tonight?" Stephen pushed past him into his room, spinning to face him. "I don't think so." "Give it up, Stephen. This little game you're playing isn't going to work, and you're going to be the one burned here." "Oh, really? Is that a threat?" Nate shook his head as he strode across the room to stare out one of his windows. "No, it's not. Your own actions are going to be what hurts you." Behind him, Stephen scoffed. "Oh, really? Care to elaborate?" Nate twisted to eye his brother over his shoulder. Maybe his happiness with Elena was making him soft, but he didn't want this war to continue. "Chloe's dangerous. Don't make the same mistakes I did just because you want to stick it to me. It's not going to work, and you're going to be the one who pays the price." Stephen pinched his eyebrows together as he crossed his arms. "Oh, I see. Big brother to the rescue to save me from big, bad Chloe. Did it ever occur to you that you're the only loser she wasn't interested in?" "No, Stephen, because Chloe is out for one thing. Chloe." Stephen's derisive laugh betrayed his disbelief. "Huh. Maybe you just don't know her like I do." "Oh, really? You think you're somehow special? That she's not after just one thing with you, too?" Stephen lifted his chin. "She's not. See, because she never wanted you to begin with. She told me that." Nate stepped closer, his chest puffed out as he matched his brother's icy stare. "Oh, right, I'll bet. Let me guess. Did she tell you that after I caught you two together?" Stephen flicked his gaze away with a shake of his head. "You're not going to convince me that she's the problem, Nate. You're not going to twist what happened between us. You were the problem all along." "Right," Nate said with a bob of his head. "I was the problem.
Let me ask you this. If I was the problem, why didn't she just dump me and go with you?" "She was afraid of you," Stephen answered. Nate sucked in a breath, astounded at the twisted story Chloe had sold to his younger brother in a desperate attempt to rekindle some relationship with a Kingsley. "Afraid of me? And that's why she kept her relationship with you a secret. I guess she figured you couldn't protect her, huh?" "Look, I just came by to tell you that things aren't going to be comfortable for you around here. You may want to tell your little girlfriend to stay away. Because Chloe and I are together, and she's going to be around." Stephen snorted a laugh. "Of course, Ellie will probably run screaming once you start drinking again." "Not going to happen, Stephen. Those days are behind me." "We'll see. Consider yourself warned." Stephen spun on his heel and strode toward the door. "Stephen," Nate called after him. His brother twisted to eye him over his shoulder. "Consider yourself warned. Chloe is not a nice woman." Without a word, Stephen yanked the door open and stepped into the hall, slamming it behind him. Nate stared at it for a moment, the images of finding his brother with his fiancée resurfacing. Though now, that horrible moment seemed like a blessing in disguise. Without it, he'd never have met Elena. But his heart twisted for his brother. As he sank into his armchair again, his eyes focused on the dark elm tree gently swaying in the breeze outside. He recalled a simpler time where the biggest problem between them had been who got the red pieces in checkers. And while they'd always been competitive, Chloe had driven a wedge between them that he wasn't certain would ever fully disappear. Thankfully, with Elena in the picture, though, the woman no longer made him want to dive to the bottom of a bottle. With a sigh, he tore his gaze from the dark night, changed, and slipped into bed. The promise of his date with Elena the next evening danced in his mind, soothing his thoughts as he drifted off to a dreamless sleep. Work sped past him the next day. The concert in the park, along with seeing her for breakfast, the first step toward his engagement surprise, kept his mind occupied. As the evening approached, he found himself in his usual happy mood at the thought of spending time with Elena. He pulled on his blazer and adjusted his collar before he smiled at his reflection. In just a few days, she'd be his fiancée. His heart buzzed with excitement as he grabbed his phone, finding a message from her awaiting him. "I may be a few minutes late. I hope that's not a problem. I'm finishing up some work." He typed his response before he grabbed his keys. "Oh, it's a huge problem. I'll miss you for those few minutes. I hope I survive." As he climbed behind the wheel of his car, he snorted a laugh at her response. "You poor dear. I certainly hope you'll survive. Otherwise, I would be quite broken-hearted." He made the short trip into town, parking in his reserved spot in the Genotech garage before he trekked through the streets to the park. The south lawn had been transformed for the musical event. He found their seats and settled into his gaze falling to her empty chair as he wondered how late she'd be. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the music began. Halfway through the first number, a winded Elena plopped into the seat next to him. "Hello," she whispered as he kissed her cheek. "Hi," he answered, sliding an arm around her. "You look beautiful." "Thank you," she answered. "Sorry to be late." She sucked in another deep breath, as though trying to steady herself. "You didn't have to run," he said. "I survived, see?" "I see. I'm so glad. But I did hurry, as I did not want to see you fall to pieces." She grinned at him. He smiled back, his eyes narrowing a bit. Different lipstick, that was it. She was wearing different lipstick. His mother would be proud of him for noticing that detail. She always insisted it mattered. Different shades for different events. He wondered why she'd chosen to change it up for a simple concert in the park. Though, as she squeezed his hand, he decided it didn't matter. Instead, he relaxed into the evening, sliding an arm around her as the second number roared to life. She leaned closer to him as the music played on for another 15 minutes, before she stiffened after a glance at her watch.
Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back."
He furrowed his brows, wondering if everything was okay. The broad grin she gave him suggested it was. "Okay," he said with a nod. She hurried down the makeshift aisle between the sets of chairs and disappeared from his sight. He shifted in his seat, eyeing the stage again as another set of musicians took the stage. He listened to their entire set before Elena slipped back into the chair next to him with a soft smile. Her chest heaved as though she'd just run a marathon.
"Terribly sorry. The line for the ladies is outrageous."
She shifted her bag onto her lap. He knitted his brows as he stared down at it, not recalling the bejeweled clutch from earlier. He could have sworn the black wristlet she often used had been on her arm earlier. As the music swelled around him, a growing sense of unease gnawed at Nate. Her sudden departures and her breathlessness upon return didn't add up. He clung to her explanation, desperate to ignore the signs of anything beyond it. "It's okay. I'm sure you could hear them from there."
"Oh yes," she answered. "They were quite good."
He nodded as he slipped an arm around her shoulders to enjoy the next set before an intermission. Elena drummed her fingers against her thigh as the music played. He wondered if she didn't care for this group. As they finished their time on stage, he leaned closer to ask when she leapt up from her seat.
"Intermission," she announced. "I'll grab us a snack. You wait here."
"Ellie!" he called after her as she flitted away. He rose to follow her when a figure blocked the path. He rolled his eyes, setting his hand on his hips. "Of course you're here. I'll bet my brother isn't far behind."
"I noticed your girlfriend isn't," Chloe said.
"Not that it's any of your business," Nate answered with a shake of his head. "But she's getting us something to eat."
"She's a real go-getter, huh? I guess that's why you like her. You never were good at knowing how to take care of a woman."
"Shut up, Chloe."
"She missed the entire second set, too,"
Chloe pointed out. Nate pressed his lips together as he curled his fingers into fists. "Been keeping close tabs on us, huh?"
"I'll admit I have been. I'm interested."
"Well, don't be. It's not your business." Chloe smirked at him as she took a step closer.
"Where is she disappearing to, I wonder?"
He heaved a sigh. "I don't wonder. She went to the ladies' room."
"Really? For an entire set?"
"There was a line," he said, with his eyes narrowed.
"No, there wasn't. I went there shortly after she left. Never saw her. No, I'm sorry, Nate. Something else is going on here. You're just too stupid to see it, just like you always are."
"Did my brother put you up to this? He wasn't too happy when I warned him about what a worthless tramp you really are." Chloe's features twisted into an angry frown.
"I'd be careful who I call a tramp, because I'm fairly certain your new girlfriend is two-timing you."
His blood ran cold. The words echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of past deceptions. Was history repeating itself? Was he being duped again?
Chapter 19. Elena. Elena adjusted her dangly emerald earring. "You remember the plan, right?" she called to Caroline, who juggled a silver bejeweled evening bag along with a simple leather wristlet. "Yes, go to the gala, put in your appearance, quick change in the ladies' room there, flit to the concert, stay for a set, race back, change back to the evening wear, stay for a time, another change, back to the concert, then back to the gala, then finally excuse yourself saying you are unwell, and to the concert of the remainder of the night. Have I got it?" "Yes," Elena said with a curt nod. "We can do this. I've selected an ensemble that will be easy to swap. Just one dress for another." "And the different shoes, different accessories, different wraps, and different handbags," Caroline added. "Must you make it sound so daunting, Caroline? I'm confident we can pull this off."
"That makes one of us," Caroline said, as she lifted the bag filled with the items for her quick changes.
I would have declined this had Julian not been around. He'd tattle to father, I know it.
If he hasn't already, her lady's maid said as she followed her from the bedroom through the living room and into the hall. Elena lifted her skirts as she descended the stairs.
Hold your tongue.
They slid into the waiting limousine. I wish I could, Caroline answered, but it plagues me. Oh dear, I do wish you would tell your young man.
Yes, I will.
But
after this event, I plan to tell him then.
Not before? Caroline asked as the city's lights blazed past them.
No, not before. His mother was so kind, and I will tell him after the gala. Perhaps after the festivities, we'll find a quiet spot and I will admit everything.
I know you do not agree, but I think it's for the best. Your father will demand you return home soon, and you'll have to explain it then. Not if I don't go back, Elena said wistfully as the car pulled to stop.
Your Highness,
Caroline said as she climbed from the car behind Elena.
You said you were not abdicating. I'm not. I don't know. Never mind. I will tell him. I will settle the entire matter after the gala. Just let me have that.
She climbed the red-carpeted stairs with her lady's maid in tow and entered the museum. With a nod at Caroline, who slipped into the ladies' room, she adjusted her wrap around her and made her way past other evening wear-clad guests to the Crown Jewels exhibit room. Across the room, she spotted her cousin Julian speaking to the museum's director.
Oh, there is my dear cousin now. Elena, how fortunate you could make it on such short notice, Julian said as he led the man toward them.
The museum director bowed his head at her.
Princess Elena, how lovely you could make it. We had no idea you were in town.
Quite unexpected, I assure you, she said, clutching her handbag to ensure he did not reach for her hand, though he seemed to understand that royals did not shake hands. But I am so pleased to be able to attend.
We are so pleased to have you. 2 royals at our event. How fortunate we are. Would you allow me to introduce you to some of our benefactors?
I would love it,
she answered with a gracious smile. It slid from her face as she eyed Julian while she strode away. The smirk on his sharp features twisted her stomach into a knot. The director introduced her to several of the museum's top contributors. She eyed the crowd, hoping not to find Nate's parents among them, though they hadn't mentioned the event. She did not spot either of them, thankfully. After a few more minutes mingling, she excused herself and ducked into the bathroom off the main lobby. Caroline waited in the outer room, settled on the couch there. She leapt from her seat and followed Elena into one of the large stalls.
Quickly,
Elena said as she shimmied out of the dress. Caroline tossed the other over her head and yanked it down around her body before she zipped it. Necklace and earrings? Elena dumped them into Caroline's hand before she slipped on a simple pair of hoops. She kicked off her shoes, and Caroline slid a pair of flats onto her feet.
Handbag, Elena said, and wrap.
Caroline shoved both of them toward her before wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Go. Elena tossed the simple wrap around her as she dangled the wristlet from her wrist and hurried across the bathroom. She peeked out the door, finding the coast clear. In large strides, she crossed the lobby and flitted out the door, down the stairs, and raced the short distance to the park. As she hurried up the aisle toward their seats, she tried to steady her breathing. She slid into the seat next to him, keeping her breaths shallow to cover her exertion.
Hello,
she whispered. He kissed her cheek and slid an arm around her. Hi, you look beautiful.
Thank you. Sorry to be late.
She sucked in a deep breath as her heart rate finally settled back to normal. You didn't have to run. I survived, see? He grinned at her.
I see. I'm so glad. But I did hurry as I did not want to see you fall to pieces,
she covered with a grin. He matched her expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. She shifted her attention to the stage, hoping nothing was amiss with her outfit. She waited through almost the entire set before she glanced at her watch. She needed to move quickly back to the gala.
Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back." Before he could answer, she rose from her seat. As she twisted, she spotted the concerned expression settling on his face. She shot him a broad grin, hoping it covered whatever misgivings he had. He nodded. "Okay." She hurried down the grassy aisle. As she hit the sidewalk, she broke into a jog, setting a hard pace back to the museum. She raced up the stairs and slipped into the bathroom, grabbing a handful of paper towels from the dispenser to dry the beads of sweat on her brow. "You're a bit late," Caroline chided as she unzipped her dress, while Elena removed her earrings. "Sorry, I lost track of time." She slid the evening dress up around her and fastened her dangly emerald earrings as Caroline zipped the dress before fastening the necklace. She stepped toward the door when she tripped over the hem. "Shoes," Caroline reminded. Elena lifted the skirt and kicked off her flats, then slipped into her heels. Caroline threw the wrap around her shoulders and swapped out her handbags. With a deep breath, Elena slipped from the ladies' room and made her way back to the event room. After 20 minutes of hobnobbing with the people at the event, she slipped from the room back to the bathroom for another quick change. After switching her formal dress for her casual one and exchanging shoes, she hurried from the stall. "Wait!" Caroline called. "Jewelry!" "Oh!" Elena said, adding a curse under her breath as she ripped the earrings from her ears. Caroline unfastened the necklace and handed her the hoops. "I'll fasten them as I go." She jetted from the bathroom, still sliding the silver hoops into her pierced ears. She made it halfway to the park when she glanced down at the bag she clutched in her hand. Another curse escaped her. She'd forgotten to switch her evening bag for her wristlet. There was no time to switch it. She'd have to hope Nate didn't notice. She continued to the park, plopping into her seat with a louder huff than she'd hoped. She tried to slow her breathing, but she gasped for air. "Terribly sorry. The line for the ladies is outrageous." She set her bag on her lap as she focused on the stage. "It's okay," he said. "I'm sure you could hear them from there." "Oh yes, they were quite good." She hoped he agreed. He nodded as he slipped an arm around her shoulders as they enjoyed the next set. She tapped her fingers on her thigh. She had 2 more changes to pull off, and she'd have done it. The moment the music crescendoed, she leapt from her seat. "Intermission! I'll grab us a snack. You wait here." He called after her, but she ignored him, hoping he didn't follow. A quick glance behind her showed no one following. She could pull it off, just 2 more swaps. She raced back to the museum and pushed into the ladies' room. "We forgot the handbag last time." "Oh no," Caroline said with wide eyes. "Nate didn't say anything, so I'm hoping he didn't notice." "Let's hope not. Just a few more moments here, and then you are back to your young man for the evening." "Yes," she said with a grin, as Caroline zipped up her dress. "We've nearly done it." She spun to face her lady's maid. "Check me. Correct jewelry, correct handbag, correct shoes, correct dress." "Yes, and the wrap," Caroline said, as she slid it around her shoulders. "And done. Go, go." Elena sucked in a breath and lifted her skirts to hurry back to the exhibit, after successfully changing her identity again. She slipped into the room, grinding to a halt as her eyes went wide. Across the space, the Kingsleys shook hands with the museum director and her cousin. As their familiar forms loomed across the crowded room, a cold wave of panic washed over her. Her heart raced, thoughts swirling like a tempest. In that split second, her carefully laid plan seemed to crumble before her eyes. Her lips tugged back in a deep wince. Oh, no. She backed from the room, crashing into a waitress carrying a tray of champagne. The tray clanged to the floor, along with the flutes. "Terribly sorry," Elena said, before she raced from the room as the attention turned toward the noise. She ran the length of the hall and pushed back into the bathroom. "Your Highness, what is it?" "The Kingsleys. Here. I cannot go back into the gala. I must change and leave. Please, could you make my excuses?" "Absolutely," Caroline said as she hurried to unzip Elena's dress. They made the quick change, and Caroline sent her on her way. "I will tell them you are ill," and went back to the apartment. "Oh, have you money for a cab? I do not wish you to walk with all these things."
I do. Go, Your Highness. I will be fine. Elena nodded as she squeezed her lady's maid's hand. Thank you. She raced back to the park, past the concession stand before she turned back and waited in the now short line to purchase popcorn and 2 sodas. With the snacks clutched against her chest, she made her way back to their seats. Her heart skipped a beat as she spotted Chloe and Stephen speaking with Nate. She approached them, holding a drink out toward him. Everything okay?
No, it's not,
Nate said with a shake of his head. She swallowed hard. Had she been spotted at the gala? Had Stephen reported her? Nate grabbed the drink off of her, his features set. Her heart pounded against her chest as she waited for an answer. What is it? You tell us, Chloe said as she crossed her arms. I don't know what you mean, Elena said. Don't you? See, I just told Nate your secret. So you may as well fess up, sweetheart. It's all out in the open now. Elena's forehead creased as she shot a questioning gaze to Nate. He shook his head, his jaw clenching. Chloe, in her infinite wisdom, has declared that you are cheating. Elena's jaw dropped open. Chloe's words were like a slap, her insinuations a twisting knife. But beneath the surface indignation, a deeper fear churned. Every word was a step closer to unmasking a truth she wasn't ready to reveal. What?
Don't worry, babe, Nate said as he slid an arm around her. I know this is all just their ridiculous plan to upset us, but they're not going to win.
Nate, Chloe said, her features incredulous. You have to admit she's been disappearing for a reason. I went to the ladies' room and then the concession stand.
No, Ellie, there's no need to explain. Chloe just thinks because she's a low-class tramp that everyone is.
Hey, Stephen said, poking a finger at his brother.
That's out of line. But true, Nate answered. Stephen's fists tightened at his sides before he drew his arm back and smashed his brother in the jaw.
Nate fell backward into the chairs, knocking several of them askew. Elena cried out as she stumbled back a step, her features registering her shock. Before she could check to see if Nate was all right, he scrambled to his feet. With a growl, he threw himself head first at his brother, driving him back a few steps before they fell onto the ground. Oh, heavens, Elena said as they wrestled around on the ground. You started this, you little hussy, Chloe spat at her. Me? Elena cried. Chloe took a menacing step closer to her. Elena backed up, ready to defend herself, but unwilling to make a scene. Several people pulled the 2 men off each other, separating them as they continued to argue. You can't stand that she picked me, that she came back to me, Stephen shouted as he struggled against the men holding him back.
I could care less about her. You'll find out what she is, Nate retorted. But I won't stand for her accusing Ellie of anything.
If the shoe fits, Stephen shot back.
That's enough, boys. Break it up,
a security guard said.
I'm going to ask you both to leave.
I shouldn't have to leave. He should, Nate answered.
He started it.
The guard shook his head.
I don't care who started it. I want you both gone.
Nate yanked himself free from the men holding him and straightened his jacket.
Fine. Come on, Ellie.
She nodded as he slid an arm around her shoulders and led her away from the concert. Are you all right? She asked as they reached the sidewalk.
He rubbed his jaw as he nodded. Yeah, Stephen can't throw a good punch. I'm fine.
He slid his eyes sideways.
But I am sorry.
Sorry? I believe I should apologize. I'm afraid I've given Chloe some reason to make that vile accusation, but I hope you didn't believe it.
I didn't, Ellie. It's okay. The only reason Chloe said that was to cut me. She's a total... Never mind. I didn't believe it. What did you do, meet the guy in the bathroom for 5 minutes? It's ridiculous.
She smiled at him as she dumped the snacks in the trash on the way out of the park. Well, I am sorry she ruined the evening for you.
And for you. I'm sorry.
Quite all right, Elena answered. We have an early morning, so perhaps it is a blessing in disguise." He pulled her closer to him.
"I just want to make sure you're okay first."
"I am not the one who was struck," Elena told him as she rested her hands on his chest.
"I'm fine. And I don't mean physically, I mean..." He shook his head. "I don't want you to be upset with me over what happened."
"Upset with you? Over your brother's trouble? Why?"
"I probably shouldn't have gone after him. I just feel like you want to get away from me because you're disappointed."
She offered him a sympathetic smile. "I'm not, though I do wish you did not let him goad you."
Nate heaved a sigh. "Yeah, I'm working on that. But he threw the first punch. I just defended your honor."
"Oh, I see. Well, then I suppose I should thank you."
"Yes, you should,"
he said, before he gave her a quick peck and a grin.
"Now, can I drive you home?"
"Yes."
She slid her hand into his, and they walked the short distance to Genotech, climbed into his car, and he dropped her off in front of her apartment. "Bright and early tomorrow, remember," he said as she slid from the car.
"I know. I look forward to seeing you for breakfast and shopping with your mother and sister. See you then." With a wave, he drove off, and she made her way up to her apartment, collapsing on the couch once she was inside.
"I agree,"
Caroline said, slumped on the cushion next to her. "To top it off, Chloe accused me of cheating because of my absences tonight, and then Nathan and Stephen engaged in a fist fight." "Oh no, really?" Caroline shook her head. "Yes. I am going to bed. I want to put this day behind me and hope tomorrow is better." After changing, Elena climbed into bed, falling into a dreamless sleep that lasted until her alarm screamed at her the next morning. With Caroline's help, she hurried through her morning routine before she descended the stairs to the Kingsleys' waiting car. After arriving at their home and being shown into the dining room, she greeted everyone with a cheery grin. The quiet room suggested perhaps they were not morning people. Nate rose from his seat and kissed her cheek before he pushed her chair in as she sat. Their breakfast was delivered with minimal conversation. Finally, Victoria spoke.
"Ellie, we're really looking forward to seeing you model some dresses today."
"I am too," she said with a smile, "and I do hope I will be able to see yours and Maddie's."
"Yes, we'll both be trying them on."
"I hope you like mine," Maddie said. Elena grinned at her. "I'm certain I will."
"I hope you don't change your mind again like you did last year,"
Charles said as he spread his paper out in front of him, rattling it. Elena's eyes went wide as she stared at the page facing her. Her heart pounded and her pulse raced. Staring back at her from the society page was a picture of her with her cousin, Julian. The caption read, "Princess Elena Montclair and Prince Julian Montclair attend Crown Jewels Gala." She swallowed hard. If any of them caught sight of that paper, her cover was blown.
Chapter 20. Nate. Nate grimaced as memories of the brawl the night before spilled back into his mind seconds after waking up. What had started as a pleasant day quickly soured. With a sigh, he covered his face with his hands, wondering if Elena would even show up for breakfast today. The comment Stephen had made about Chloe being afraid of him popped into his mind. Did he have a darker side than he liked to admit? The shadows of doubt weren't just cast by Stephen's actions, but also his own insecurities. Had his past with Chloe left scars too deep to build a future with Elena? He reached for his phone, intent on texting Elena to confirm their breakfast date, when a pounding at his door startled him. He groaned, letting his head thud back against the soft pillow. "Go away," he murmured. "Nate!" His father's voice boomed from the other side of the barrier. The banging sounded again, making his head thud. With a growl, he tossed back his covers and climbed from his bed. "Coming." He pulled the door open to find his father's displeased face on the other side.
I want to see you downstairs in my office before breakfast.
Nate's forehead creased as he scrunched his features. Okay.
Better get a move on or you'll be late.
With the last sharp words, his father strode down the hall away from him. Nate stared after the man for a moment before he eased his door closed, still wondering what the issue was. He crossed his room to grab his phone again, wincing at the time. His father was right. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late. He dropped it on the duvet in favor of a quick shower and change of clothes. Hopefully, Elena wasn't ditching him. He guessed he'd find out when he got to the dining room. He rolled his eyes as he tugged on his jacket as the image of Stephen's smug smirk from across the table floated through his mind. If she didn't show up, he wouldn't be able to handle his brother's haughtiness. Before he left the room, he typed a quick message and sent it. You remembered breakfast, right? He slid his phone into his pocket as he left his room behind, navigating the opulent halls before he descended the stairs. As he traversed the back hall toward his father's private office, his phone chimed. He smiled at the message beaming from the screen. I did. I'm quite good at appointments. The smiley face that followed the words eased his nerves a little. At least she wasn't calling it quits after the fight last night. He strode into his father's office, depositing the phone into his pocket again. He stopped dead as his feet hit the thick area rug under the desk and chairs. Stephen slouched in one chair while his father sat behind the desk. Nate's features tugged into a frown as he smoothed his tie against his shirt and eased into the other. Do we both need to be here at the same time? I'd rather not see you either, Stephen shot back. Enough, his father said, as he rose from his executive chair and stalked around the side of the desk. He slapped a newspaper down in front of them. Which of you would like to tell me why the Kingsleys are front-page news? Nate shifted in his seat as he stared at the black-and-white image of him and Stephen wrestling on the ground underneath the bold headline, Billionaire Brothers Brawl. He pressed his lips together into a tight line as he squeezed his fingers into fists. I will, Stephen answered. Nate can't keep his mouth shut. Charles flicked his gaze to his oldest son. You have anything to say about that? Nate's jaw clenched as he chose his words. Maybe I wouldn't have mouthed off if Stephen's little hussy wouldn't have accused Ellie of cheating. That's it, Stephen said as he leapt to his feet, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Oh, you want to go again? Nate asked as he leapt up. Didn't get enough last night after that cheap shot you took? Charles squeezed between them, pushing them back. That's enough! We're not going for round 2. We will be if he doesn't stop calling Chloe names, Stephen shouted, waving a finger in Nate's face. Maybe if she stopped accusing other people of things she's guilty of. I said enough, Charles barked. Sit down, both of you. What is going on? Victoria's voice asked from behind them. Nate's jaw flexed as he shook his head and settled into his seat. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Charles answered as he grabbed the paper and flashed the front page to face her. Her eyes went wide as she stormed forward to snatch it. What is this? Did you two get into a fistfight at the concert last night? We did, Nate answered. But Stephen threw the first punch. Victoria shifted her gaze to her second son. Is that true? Stephen wrinkled his nose. Because Nate called Chloe a low-class tramp. If the knockoff shoe fits, Nate shot back. Hey, that's enough, Victoria chided. This needs to stop. Well, it's not going to until Nate accepts that Chloe is in love with me and not him. Nate's features pinched as he shot his brother an incredulous glance. Oh, come on. This has nothing to do with that. Although, I don't know when you're going to figure out that she doesn't love either of us. She loves me. Nate scoffed as he flicked his gaze out of the thick windows. Yeah, okay. You'll see when she burns you too. This is exactly why we can't get along, Stephen shouted as he leapt from his seat and paced the floor. Victoria stopped him in his tracks. "Stephen, I think you're being unfair here."
"I'm being unfair? Are you kidding me? I can't see my girlfriend because it hurts Nate's feelings?"
"I didn't say that."
Oh, come on, Stephen,
Nate shouted, jumping from his chair.
Maybe it wouldn't hurt my feelings if you had waited to make her your girlfriend until after we broke up.
"Well, you wouldn't let her go, so I had to do what I had to do."
Oh, that's rich. Yeah, you had to sleep with my fiancé, right? Stop it, boys, now!
Victoria fluttered her eyelashes as she slapped the paper down on the desk and pressed a hand against her forehead. "All right, look. Chloe is a very sore subject in this house. I think it might be best if we come up with a solution here to navigate this situation."
"Like what?" Nate asked.
"Like you accepting that your brother is seeing her. I know that's hard, but it's true." His mother offered him a consoling glance. Nate grimaced as he set his hands on his hips with a shake of his head.
"Chloe accused Ellie of cheating last night. She just twists the knife at every turn. If she's so happy with Stephen, tell me, why is she constantly inserting herself into my life?"
Victoria raised her eyebrows as she shifted her gaze from her first son to her second.
"Stephen, is that true?" "I don't know. I wasn't there when she said it,"
he said with a shrug, avoiding her gaze.
"You're telling me she didn't mention it to you at all that night, son?"
Charles asked. Stephen bobbed his head around a few times.
"All right, I may have known that's what she did."
"Well then, Stephen, I think while you're seeing her, she needs to be informed that she cannot spout off this random nonsense that is designed to hurt your brother."
"It's not random nonsense," Stephen argued. "Ellie kept disappearing."
The concerns that had nagged him last night raced through his mind again. From her labored breathing to her switched purses, suspicion ramped up inside him again. He shoved it aside, too raw from the last hurt to delve into them. Ellie didn't disappear. She went to the ladies' room, then the concession stand, and her whereabouts are none of your business.
"Nate's right," Victoria answered. "Oh, sorry for trying to look out for my brother," Stephen claimed.
Nate groaned as he rolled his eyes. "Oh, right, yeah, you're so concerned about my well-being. That's why you slept with my girlfriend."
"Okay, this is just going round and round," Victoria said with a shake of her head. "And we're going to be late for breakfast. But we have to figure this out. This can't go on. I'm not going to tolerate this constant fighting between you two."
Nate gritted his teeth, his nostrils flaring as he snapped his gaze from his mother to his brother.
"Mom's right. We're brothers. We're not supposed to hate each other."
He stepped forward and thrust out his hand.
"Can we call a truce for the moment?"
Stephen stared down at it before he raised his gaze to Nate's.
"I'll think about it. I'll grab something on the way to the office."
He stormed from the room, leaving the rest of them behind. Victoria rubbed Nate's shoulder.
"That was a very nice gesture, Nate, and I know it wasn't easy."
"For all the good it did," Nate answered with a sigh. "You offered the olive branch. Let Stephen settle down a little. He's always been the more volatile one," Charles offered.
Nate shook his head.
"I just wish he'd realize she's bad news." "He's got to live his own life, son," Charles answered.
"And you have to live yours," Victoria answered with a smile as she smoothed his hair. "Ellie should be here any minute."
"Yes," Nate answered with a nod. "Despite what happened last night, she is still coming."
Victoria looped her arm through his as she walked to the door. So she witnessed the entire thing?"
"She did. Chloe called her a cheater to her face, and then Stephen punched me, and I attacked him. She saw the whole thing. Handled it impeccably as usual, though."
"Sounds like this one's a keeper." Victoria grinned at him before launching into a new topic. "Hey, I have some ideas about your proposal, too. We'll talk tonight, okay?"
"Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Mom."
They entered the dining room and settled into their seats. Ellie arrived a few minutes later with a cheery grin. Nate rose from his seat as she walked in and kissed her cheek before he pushed in her chair. The dining room remained quiet as his father perused the rest of the paper, and his mother and sister remained relatively silent. Finally, Victoria spoke.
Ellie, we're really looking forward to seeing you model some dresses today.
She grinned at his mother.
I am too, and I do hope I will be able to see yours and Maddie's.
Yes, we'll both be trying them on. Maddie finally came to life at the topic.
I hope you like mine. I'm certain I will, Elena answered.
Charles glanced over his paper before he spread it out. I hope you don't change your mind again like you did last year. Elena glanced at him, an amused grin on her features that slid away quickly. Nate wondered if she didn't realize his father was only joking. She kept her eyes trained on the paper before she flicked her gaze to her lap, a crease forming between her eyebrows. What had upset her? He wondered if she'd seen the news article about their fight. Perhaps the paper had reminded her. Nate swallowed hard as his stomach twisted. He'd have to explain to her later that they normally didn't behave so badly. He sipped his coffee, sliding his eyes to her as she pushed her eggs around with her fork. She flicked her gaze back toward his father.
What's that you're reading, Mr. Kingsley?
Charles perused the page before he flipped to the next. Just the Daily News. There's an interesting piece here about... His sentence remained unfinished before Elena sprang from her seat and approached.
Let me see. I love interesting news.
Nate wrinkled his nose at the quickness with which she raced toward his father. She snatched the paper from his father's hands, leaving him stunned. Just a minute, I wasn't finished with that.
Oh dear,
Elena said with a frown as she crumbled the paper in her hands.
There is a typo here. Tisk tisk, the quality is so terrible these days.
Quite all right, I don't mind. Charles reached for the paper. Nate screwed up his face as Elena shifted away from his father.
I do. It's a travesty. As an editor, I cannot abide it. I must do something about it.
Perhaps a call to the editor?
Better,
Elena said with a raised chin.
I know where this belongs.
Ellie, Nate called as she tore out of the room. Where's she going with my paper? I have no idea, Dad, Nate said as he followed behind her along with the rest of his family. He found Elena in the living room. She held the fireplace lighter to the paper before she chucked it inside and dusted her hands.
There we are, all taken care of. It's burnt just as it should be.
Charles stared at the burning newspaper. Did you just burn my newspaper? Elena stared at him, wide-eyed, before her features turned penitent.
It appears I did, sir. My apologies, though I do tend to get a bit overzealous about these types of things. I'm so sorry, but best you shouldn't be subject to that sort of carelessness.
Honey, Nate said as he approached her, are you feeling okay?
I am feeling much better now that I have destroyed that sorry excuse for a newspaper.
Charles shot an incredulous glance toward Victoria, shaking his head. She laid a hand on his arm as she smiled at him. You know, I think we should probably get going. We may have a lot of dresses to try. Charles adjusted his jacket as he stretched his neck. Yes, I think you'd better. Nate led Elena to his mother and sister. Have fun, he said before he pecked her on the cheek.
Thank you. And I am terribly sorry about the paper, Mr. Kingsley. Though I am certain the financial section is the truly interesting bit, and I haven't destroyed that.
Right. Well, I guess I'll finish my coffee and read that. Have fun. Thanks, Charles, Victoria said as she wrapped an arm around Elena and led her from the room. Nate stared after her as she disappeared with his mother and sister. Well, that was bizarre, Charles said. Nate cleared his throat. I'll get you another paper. Don't worry about it. She must be really nervous about this dress shopping stuff. I guess they worry about finding the right one. Charles shot his son a glance as he shrugged. That's probably it, Nate said, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He flicked his gaze to the door again, his stomach tensing. Her behavior had been odd last night, and again this morning. Was it nerves about the dress, or was it something else? Don't worry about it, son, Charles said as he clapped him on the shoulder. If you're going to marry this girl, you'll deal with far worse than that. Women do strange things sometimes. Did Mom? Nate asked. Charles chuckled as he wrapped his arm more firmly around his son's shoulders. You have no idea. I remember when we had our first dinner party. She changed her dress 5 times, and in the end, she wore the same one she'd had on first. Nate loosened up a little as he laughed. Believe me, son, they get squirrely over the least little things. You're about to start planning a wedding with her, so you'd better be prepared for this stuff. You'll sit dumbfounded as she talks for 45 minutes about the choice between white and cream. Nate's eyebrows squashed together. Son, a word of advice? Whichever she picks, that's the right choice. You nod and you say, absolutely, that's the right choice, darling. Nate bobbed his head up and down. Right, she's always right. That's it, son. Your wife is always right. Remember that, and you'll have an easy life. He squeezed his son's shoulder. Now, why don't you head into the office? Try to get your mind off the dress shopping. Your mother has it well in hand. Okay, Dad. Thanks for the advice. I'll see you later. His father offered him a reassuring smile as he backed from the living room. He slid into his car, Elena's behavior still giving him pause as he made the short drive to the office. After sliding into his parking space, he climbed from behind the wheel and pulled his phone from his pocket, hoping to find a message from Elena. Instead, he spotted one from Stephen. He clicked to view the text his brother had sent him. The picture message showed Prince Julian at a table. Another message followed. You snooze, you lose, bro. Looks like I'll lock down the royal deal. His knuckles tightened around the phone as he stared at the message. His brother, angry and looking to lash out, may have just cost him a deal. He sent a message back, reminding his brother that the company came first, not individual wins, before he strode to his office. As he settled behind his desk, he checked his phone again. No new messages. With a sigh, he tossed his phone down, resisting the urge to text Elena about how the dress shopping was going. As he settled into reading the latest report on his project, his door burst open. Stephen glared at him from the doorway before he stormed inside. Nate instinctively rose from his seat, prepared to defend himself if needed. What kind of game is your royal friend playing? Nate screwed up his face as he stared at his brother. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the prince's odd obsession with your girlfriend. I don't know what's happening here, but I have the distinct impression that this guy is playing a game, and we're not going to be the winners. The cryptic remark hung in the air as Stephen spun on his heel and left. A torrent of questions tore through Nate's mind, along with a gnawing sense of dread. Was this all part of Stephen's plan to keep him off balance, or was there something more sinister at play? Chapter 21. Elena. Elena's heart rate slowly returned to normal as she sat in the back of the chauffeured vehicle with Nate's mother and sister. She kept her gaze fixed on the buildings passing them by, hoping to avoid any conversation about her odd behavior at the breakfast table. Though her heart rate had slowed, her mind continued to race. Every laugh and shared glance now felt like a betrayal. The weight of her secret pressed down upon her. Would revealing her true identity shatter the connections she'd built? The fear of losing Nate, the first person to see her for who she truly was beyond the crown, gnawed at her. It had been all she could do to get that paper away from Nate's father. She did not want to take the chance that her identity was outed by a newspaper picture. She had promised to tell Nate after the gala tomorrow night, but until then, she needed her royal blood to remain secret. There's no need to be nervous, Victoria said, her voice soft. I'm certain we'll find you the perfect dress. Elena pulled her eyes away from the passing scenery and offered the woman a polite smile. She had to explain her behavior some way to them, otherwise they may wonder if she'd lost her mind. Oh, I must admit I am a bit concerned. Ah, don't be, Ellie, Maddie answered. They'll have something that'll be perfect for you, I know it. Thank you. I'm afraid my nerves caused me to overreact to the typo. Victoria offered her a sweet smile. It was a little extreme, though, don't worry, Charles is quite used to dealing with female anxiety.
I hope he doesn't judge me too harshly. I'm normally quite calm.
It's okay, Ellie, Maddie said. Daddy is really used to it. Last year, I insisted on a pink dress, and 2 weeks before the gala, I changed my mind and wanted silver, and they were able to accommodate me, so that's how I know you'll find a dress.
Thank you, Maddie, Elena said with a smile. That makes me feel so much better.
The car eased to a stop outside of the boutique, and they climbed to the sidewalk and entered the shop.
A chic brunette approached them with a grin. Mrs. Kingsley, Ms. Kingsley, good morning. We have your dresses ready, and I think you'll be pleased. And I understand that we have a new dress to search for? Her eyes fell on Elena, sliding up and down her form, assessing it for style suggestions. Yes, Victoria said, placing an arm around Elena's shoulders. My son's girlfriend, Ellie. I know it's a time crunch, but I'm certain you can help her find something lovely. I'm certain we can. The woman narrowed her eyes as she studied her again. I'm thinking something with an A-line. Oh, I do quite well in those, Elena said with a nod, before she flicked a worried gaze at her companions. That's to say, I've always imagined I would when I see them in the magazines. Well, let's get to it, shall we? The woman whisked toward the fitting room as another associate delivered refreshments to Victoria and Maddie. Now, don't worry, dear, the woman said. We'll find you the right dress. Let's start with a few of these that I've already pulled, and I'll grab several more now that I've seen you. Thank you, Elena answered, as another woman flitted into the room to assist her with fastening the dresses. The original associate returned with an armload more of dresses as Elena stepped from the dressing room. Oh, the first option. Lovely, but I'm not loving it. No? Elena asked, as she stared at the understated black gown with an empire waist. The dark color's nice on you, but I don't like it, Maddie said with a wrinkled nose. After a sip of her mimosa, Victoria said, Try another. She went through another 3 dresses without loving any of them. Victoria and Maddie agreed, and she went back into the fitting room. She'd not had much experience with retail shopping before. She found it quite odd. Most of her dresses were custom-made for events, and she trusted Caroline's judgment implicitly when it came to her fittings. She suddenly felt lost and alone. Playing 2 roles was taking its toll on her. She couldn't wait for the gala. She hoped to find the courage to tell him who she really was so the charade could end. After another 3 dresses, they'd come no closer to picking one. Victoria rose as she studied Elena's reflection in the mirror, cradling the half-finished mimosa against her chest. This one is nice, but it's just not it. Don't get me wrong, Ellie, the navy is lovely on you, but I just don't love the dress. What's off? The associate asked. Victoria heaved a sigh as she narrowed her eyes. Too sparkly. Ellie's style is a bit more understated, I think. Do you disagree, Ellie? I don't disagree. The sequins are a bit much, Elena answered. She puckered her lips at her reflection, relieved that the woman had voiced what she had been thinking. She had been reluctant to mention the dress's more garish feature. She almost laughed when she considered her parents' reaction if they'd spotted her wearing this. Royals didn't wear this many sequins. The woman rubbed her chin, her eyes squinting at Elena before she raised her finger in the air. You know, we got a new dress in recently. It just may do the trick. She disappeared into the back, returning with a black garment bag. She hung it on the nearby hanger and unzipped it, pulling the dress from within. Folds of deep emerald silk crepe spilled from inside the bag. The color, a near-perfect match to her eyes, stood out in all the right ways. Oh, yes, Victoria said with a nod. Let's see it on. Elena lifted the skirt of her current dress and returned to the dressing room, along with the new option. The soft material caressed her skin as she slipped into the emerald dress. The color enveloped her in a wave of nostalgia, reminding her of the lush hills outside of her country estate. The fabric hugged her silhouette. The corners of her lips turned up as she spotted it in the mirror, falling in love with the A-line silhouette, the modest V-neck, and the long sleeves as she spotted it in the small mirror in the dressing room. She stepped out in front of the three-way mirror. Maddie leapt from her seat, a grin on her face. "Oh, wow, Ellie! I love that!"
"I like it too," Victoria said. "What do you think of it?"
"This one," Elena said with a nod. "It's lovely, both the style and the colour." "Very elegant and chic," the sales associate said. "You look like a princess." "Yeah, you do," Maddie said with a laugh. Heat rose in Elena's cheeks. "Oh, I don't know about that," she said with a nervous chuckle.
"I think so. You'll certainly be Nate's princess that night," Victoria said with a grin. "He won't be able to take his eyes off you in this dress. Now, we'll just need shoes."
"Oh, really, I'm certain Victoria held up a hand as she slid her eyes toward the associate. "Shoes." She approached Elena and whisked her hair upward.
"I'm thinking a nice updo, or maybe half up with soft curls, and I have a lovely emerald pendant you could borrow."
"Oh, Mrs. Kingsley, that's too much."
"I insist. It'll fit perfectly with this neckline."
"Take it, Ellie. You need to look perfect that night," Maddie said.
Elena furrowed her brow as she shifted her gaze to the girl in the mirror.
"It's a big event for us,"
Maddie said with a shrug.
Elena nodded in understanding. "Well, I think this dress will make it easy no matter how it's accessorized."
The woman returned with several options for shoes.
After she selected a pair, Elena's work was finished.
She relaxed back in the chair Victoria had occupied, sucking in a deep breath.
Nate's family had been so helpful and accommodating. It would make telling them about her lie all the more difficult. As Victoria emerged in her black evening gown, eyeing it before she gave her final approval, Elena shifted in her seat. Nate had kept his identity from her for quite a similar reason. She desperately hoped that he'd understand once she revealed her identity. At least it would all be over soon. Elena grinned at Maddie's pink dress. "This year I stuck with pink." "Well, it's quite lovely," Elena agreed. They wrapped up their shopping, and Victoria suggested they drop Elena at her apartment. After another thank you and a warm hug, Elena said goodbye to Nate's family, waving as their car pulled away from the curb. She heaved a sigh, climbing the stairs to her apartment. Caroline pulled the door open as she juggled her dress and shoe bag with her keys. Elena flicked her tear-filled eyes to her lady's maid as she stepped inside. She dumped the dress and bag on the entry table.
"I take it the shopping trip did not go well? No good dresses?"
Elena's lower lip trembled as a tear rolled down her cheek. Oh dear, was the selection really that terrible? Elena blew out a shaky breath as she wiped the tear away and shook her head. "No, the dress is very lovely, as was the shopping excursion." "But," Caroline said, cupping her face in her hands. Elena's face fell. "Oh, Caroline!" Caroline wrapped an arm around Elena's shoulders and led her to the couch. She eased her onto it. "Let me bring you some biscuits and tea." "Thank you, dear Caroline," Elena said, leaning back in the cushions as she pulled a blanket over her legs.
"Well, this sounds like it may require a double cup of tea,"
Caroline called as she filled the electric kettle and set it on its base. Elena sniffled. "Just the one will do." Caroline chuckled as she set out the biscuits on a plate and delivered them to the coffee table.
"Well, that's some consolation, I suppose."
The kettle clicked off, and Caroline poured the steaming water. She carried the cups and saucers over and delivered one to Elena. Elena sniffled again before she took a sip and let her eyes slide closed. Thank you, Caroline." "Now," Caroline said as she settled into the cushions next to her, "tell me what all of this is about." "The shopping trip was lovely. Victoria bought me a lovely emerald dress and a pair of silver sandals." "And it brought you to tears?" Elena's features pinched as she nodded. "They were so lovely, Caroline. I feel awful lying to them." "Oh dear." Caroline set her cup on the saucer and slid it onto the coffee table. "You really like them, don't you?" "I do.
They were so lovely. And after I behaved so badly." Her voice caught in her throat as she held back a sob.
"If you mean the lie about your identity, I will remind you that Mr. Kingsley did the same."
"It's not that," Elena said with a shake of her head. "Well, it's not only that. I did something rather foolish at breakfast."
"Foolish? That doesn't sound like you." Elena stared into the tea, gnawing her lower lip.
"No, it doesn't. It sounds like a desperate woman trying to conceal her identity."
Caroline's eyebrows raised toward her hairline. "What happened?"
"Someone snapped a photograph of me with Julian last night at the museum, and they printed it in the paper. I spotted it and basically ripped the paper out of Mr. Kingsley's hands before I—"
"You what, Your Highness?"
"Burned it," she said, her voice raw with emotion.
"You burned the man's newspaper? How interesting. How did he take it?" Elena sighed, her shoulders stumping.
"They were very gracious, though I'm certain I came across as a madwoman."
"Oh dear," Caroline said as she winced. "This is becoming terribly difficult, isn't it?"
"Terribly, yes. I must tell him after the gala."
"While I agree, I meant terribly difficult on you, darling." Caroline slid a lock of her hair behind Elena's ear.
"It is of my own doing," Elena said, as another sob escaped her. "I suppose my father was correct. I am ill-equipped to deal with real life."
"Quite to the contrary," Caroline responded. "You have done exceptionally well. You have made a genuine connection with someone, and now you are afraid to lose it. I think, darling, this is all quite normal." Elena sucked in a shaky breath.
"Well, I hate normal."
"It's a good thing you aren't normal then, isn't it?" Caroline said with a grin. Elena smiled through her tears.
"Don't try to flatter me, Caroline."
"I will always flatter you, because you deserve it, darling. You are an exceptional woman. Remember that, and hold your head high when you go to that gala, and after when you explain to your young man who you are. Whatever he does, you remember how exceptional you are." Elena wiped at her tears again before she flicked her gaze to the woman.
"Thank you, Caroline. I so appreciate it, and I will try to remember it, particularly if things go to ruin tomorrow."
Elena collapsed against her with a sob. Caroline stroked her hair as she cried. "I don't think they will, but if they do, I will be waiting right here to see you through it." The tears finally subsided after a while. Elena still huddled close to her lady's maid as she contemplated the job ahead of her. Every second that inched her closer to it tightened the knot in her stomach. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Caroline eased her back into the cushions and hurried to the door. Elena's features pinched as she heard her lady's maid gasp. "Your Highness," Caroline said. Elena leapt to her feet, her stomach turning. She twisted to find her cousin, Julian. Her tension eased slightly as he strode inside. At least it hadn't been her father. "Elena, darling," he said as he eyed the apartment. "How quaint your new living quarters are." "What are you doing here, Julian?" He arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Merely checking on you." "I neither want nor need you to do so." He frowned at the statement as he rocked on his heels. "Someone should before your life is in shambles." "My life will not be in shambles. Not unless you continue to play your nefarious little games." "Nefarious games?" He offered her an innocent glance. "Me? Leave the Kingsleys and me alone." He tugged an invitation from within his breast pocket and waved it in the air. "So, should I not attend this?" She ripped the card from his hands, her eyes scanning it before her jaw clenched. "Stay away from this event." "Or what?" "Don't test me, Julian."
Julian circled her like a wolf eyeing its prey. "What will you give me in return for staying away?" She raised her chin, rolling her shoulders back. "Nothing. I will not give in to your petty games. If you attend, you will regret it." "Sometimes the game is about more than just winning. It's about setting the board for your next move." Julian smirked at her as he grabbed the invitation back from her and headed for the door. "I suppose I shall make my decision later and leave you in suspense. Good day, dear cousin." The door slammed behind him as he stepped into the hall. The loud bang sent a shockwave through her that echoed the unease within her. Would she make it through the event unscathed, or would Julian create the trouble she'd been avoiding?
Chapter 22. Nate. Nate's stomach twisted into a tighter knot as he fiddled with the cufflink on his shirt. A curse escaped him before he tossed the accessory onto his dresser and wiped at a bead of sweat forming on his brow. With trembling hands, he pulled the ring box from the drawer, opened it, and stared at the emerald ring inside. Most of his nerves stemmed from the upcoming proposal he planned at the end of the evening. He desperately wanted her to say yes, but with the moment looming just a few short hours away, he wondered if she might turn him down. The idea gutted him. The news he'd received earlier this morning hadn't helped any either. Hours before the event, Prince Julian had informed him that he would not accept the invitation to the gala. Likely his brother Stephen's prodding had been too much, and they'd lost the deal entirely. He snapped the ring box shut, tightening his grip on it. He hoped the loss of the royal backer wasn't an omen of bad things to come. A knock at his door drew his attention away from his own thoughts. He crossed to it and pulled it open, finding his mother on the other side. "You're not ready?" "The damned cufflink won't fasten." She stepped inside, her eyebrows raised as she swiped it from his dresser and neatly used it to close his sleeve. He rolled his eyes, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Was it the cufflink or your nerves?" "The cufflink. And my nerves." His mother gave him a soft smile. "It's going to be fine, Nate. She's going to love it." He made a feeble attempt at tying his bow tie before shooting his mother a pleading glance. "Help." She chuckled as she tied it and straightened it. "Do you need me to help you put your jacket on too? Or tie your shoes?" "Very funny, Mom. My hands are a little shaky." She eased him into an armchair and took the seat next to him. "Nate, everything is going to be perfect for this, and she's going to realize that." He blew out a long, shaky breath as he rubbed his sweaty palms against his pant legs. "I just keep wondering if she's going to say no." "Why? She's told you how she feels, right?" He nodded, his eyes trained on the floor in front of him. "Yes, but that doesn't mean she's ready to jump into marriage." "Do you want to wait? Give things a little more time to develop?" "No," he answered. "I can barely stand the waiting now." His mother offered him a warm smile. "I think it's normal to be nervous." "I wasn't nervous with Chloe. Does that mean something?" His mother offered a harsh chuckle. "You were certain she was going to say yes because she orchestrated the entire thing. And she complained about the ring." He shook his head. "Maybe I chose wrong again." "You didn't. She loves emerald. The dress she picked for tonight is emerald. It's a perfect match. The photos will be lovely with that dress and the ring." "I can't wait to get to that part. I just want to fast forward after she says yes when everything is settled and we're happily taking pictures." His mother rose as he stood. "And they will be beautiful, and you're going to have a fun story to tell your kids about how nervous you were when you asked their mother to marry you." "I love your enthusiasm, Mom. I hope it goes as well as you're predicting." "Oh, I think it will," she said with a grin before she kissed his cheek. "Now, get your jacket on and get downstairs. Your soon-to-be fiancé should be arriving any moment." and you don't want to leave her sitting with your father. No, she might burn his paper again. I still don't get that. She told me she was simply nervous about the dress shopping, and maybe about something else. Have you hinted at all about the proposal? His mother arched an eyebrow at him. No, not even a tiny one like I have a big surprise or I bought you something. I haven't said anything. He pulled on his jacket and buttoned it as the blood drained from his face. I should have hinted, huh? No, she said, cupping his cheek. No, you should do it the way you planned. And you got the roses, right? I made sure they set them up in the gazebo just like we planned. He bobbed his head up and down. Okay, thanks, Mom. Come on, she said, grabbing his hand. I'm taking you downstairs before you can obsess over this anymore. Wait, he said as they approached the door. He grabbed the ring box and waved it in the air. I need this. With it secreted in his pocket, he followed his mother from the room. As he walked, his fingers found the velvet box inside his pocket, sending his heart hammering again. He relaxed a little as they descended the stairs. Waitstaff flitted back and forth as the final preparations commenced for the doors to open in less than 15 minutes. He followed his mother into the living room, finding Ellie already awaiting him. In the emerald dress with her hair swept up, she looked stunning.
There you are,
she said with a wide grin as he kissed her cheek. Sorry, I couldn't get the tie straight.
Well, it looks perfect now,
she answered as he slid an arm around her. Victoria snatched a glass of champagne from a passing waiter's tray and sipped it. I'm afraid, Ellie, you may be responsible for tie-tying if you stick with this one.
Quite all right,
she said with a nod.
I'm capable.
Oh, really? You sound pretty confident.
She lifted her chin. My cousin is quite terrible at it, too. I've helped him a number of times.
It's a skill you may need. Victoria handed her a glass of champagne as the first guests filtered in. Introductions were made when needed, and soon the party was in full swing. Guests mingled and chatter filled the air. Nate led Elena to the dance floor, pulling her close as they shared a quiet moment after the barrage of conversations with several of Sterling City's elite.
Are you all right? She asked as they swayed to the music.
Yes, he said, his thumb rubbing the back of her hand.
Are you certain? You seem tense,
she said. Oh, it's nothing. Just, I think we lost that royal deal. She seemed to tense up at the words as he said them. It's nothing to worry about, though, Ellie. I mean, it would have been nice, but I think my brother scared him off.
Where is Stephen tonight? Elena asked.
He's here somewhere. I saw him come in with her earlier.
Elena lifted her chin. Ah, is this the source of your consternation?
No, he said, with a shake of his head. They're staying away for the most part, though I think they've been warned. I would like to tell him that he ruined our royal deal, though, and it's a shame because if he wouldn't have interfered, we could have met him for dinner. I know you would have clinched it for me.
Don't be so certain about that.
He spun her around on the dance floor. I am certain. He would have loved you.
Royals can be quite fussy, you know.
I know, he said with a nod. This guy was exactly like I would expect a royal to be. You could see it from a mile away. Stuffy, arrogant, self-involved. Thought the sun rose and set on himself. She offered him an awkward smile, her eyes widening a little. Sorry, I know, coming from a billionaire's kid, that's saying something. But I'm a nice guy, right? I'm not stuffy and arrogant.
No, you are not. I'd wager not all royals are stuffy and arrogant, though.
Ha! He barked with a grin. I would. Ellie, you're just too nice to think people aren't all hearts and sunshine. Trust me, if you met this prince, you'd be saying the same thing.
I bet.
Their dance was interrupted by a fellow businessman. As they started their conversation, Maddie discreetly pulled Ellie away to meet someone else. Nate finished his conversation with the man, promising a follow-up call early next week to discuss a collaboration. He scanned the crowd in search of his girlfriend, not finding her. Instead, he spotted Steven coming toward him with Chloe on his arm. Nate paused, pressing his lips together as he flicked his gaze away from them. "Where's the lovely Ellie?" Steven asked as he closed the gap between them. "With Maddie," Nate answered. "I was talking to Ed Carruthers."
"Didn't want to be bothered with the details of business?" Steven asked.
Nate shook his head as he rubbed his chin. "I'm not doing this with you, Steven. I'm not going to let you goad me into an argument." "It's not an argument. I'm just mentioning it. She seems a little simple." Nate narrowed his eyes at his brother. "Well, I guess I like simple. It's better than—" He flicked his eyes over to Chloe. "Fake." Steven's jaw clenched as he curled a hand into a fist. "You were warned about your mouth, Nate. First of all, I wouldn't punch anyone at Mom's party. And secondly, if you're going to insult Ellie, you need to be ready to take it right back." "I didn't insult her." Nate shrugged as he shuffled a few steps closer. "If you want to get into an argument, let's get into one over something that matters. Like the boneheaded move you pulled with Prince Julian." "I don't know what you're talking about," Steven said. "Don't you?" Nate scanned the room. "Take a look around, Steven. Do you see him here?" Steven shrugged as he let his eyes scan over the crowd. "No. So what?" "So we lost him. Your antics pushed him too far. You should have left well enough alone. He declined the invitation to the event tonight because he wants to distance himself from this family. The royal family of Eldoria is never going to invest with us now." "We don't know that. Maybe he just hates these types of events. He's probably constantly at them. Maybe he just wanted a night off." "I doubt it. He said it was lovely to meet us both, but he must respectfully decline, and that he looks forward to following the company's growth." He raised his gaze to his brother as he clicked off his phone. "He looks forward to following the company's growth. That's code for I won't be investing. Otherwise, he'd have said he looks forward to collaborating or similar. You blew it." "Maybe you blew it. Maybe not taking Ellie to the meeting blew it. I told you he was weirdly interested in her." "What does that even mean?" Nate asked.
"Maybe he's the one she's having the affair with,"
Chloe mentioned. Nate glared at her. "She's not having an affair." "Like I said," Steven answered. "He kept asking about her. He asked if I'd met her and if you two were serious, just weird stuff." Nate screwed up his face. "What? Why would he ask you about her?" Steven shrugged as he shook his head. "I don't know, but I didn't screw it up. I don't think he was interested in our company at all. I'd start looking at his connection to your girlfriend if I was you." Nate studied his brother's face. The familiar fear of a woman betraying him crossed his mind, but he shoved it aside. Steven had a way of painting a picture that wasn't real. "Soon she won't be my girlfriend. She'll be my fiancé. And I swear, if you do anything to ruin this—" "I've already been warned within an inch of my life, Nate. I'm not going to mess up your little proposal." Steven tugged on Chloe's arm. "Come on, let's go." Nate twisted as they skirted around him and mingled with the other guests. He found Elena, and they swapped stories about their recent interactions before they circulated amongst the guests again. The night wound down, and Nate's nerves began to ramp up again. He shifted his weight from foot to foot as they said more goodnights to guests as they departed. Elena offered him a fleeting smile before her features pinched. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, Come with me." He grabbed her hand and led her from the house. He tried to force his steps to be slow, but he wanted to pick her up and run to the gazebo. The weight of the ring box in his pocket seemed to press down on him. He shot her a nervous smile as they bypassed the pool. "Where are we going?" she asked. "You'll see," he said, his grin broadening as his heart thumped against his ribs. He led her to the gazebo, lit with twinkling lights and filled with roses. She stepped inside, her jaw unhinging before she twisted to face him, her lips forming a confused smile.
"What is this?"
He could barely form words as he grinned at her, his pulse racing. "Well, She fluttered her eyelashes at him as she waited for the response, the smile still on her lips. "Ellie, since I met you, my life has been different. You're like this beacon of light that I never thought I'd find." She lowered her chin as she offered him a tight-lipped smile.
"I feel quite the same."
He sucked in a shaky breath as he nodded. "I'm really glad you said that, because I love you. I am in love with you. And Ellie..." His heart pounded with such a frantic rhythm that he thought it might burst from his chest. His fingers touched the velvet box inside his pocket as he sank to one knee and cracked it open. He glanced up to her, his eyes hopeful. "Will you marry me?" Her features scrunched as she stared down at the emerald ring sparkling under the twinkling lights. She cut her stunned gaze from the gem to his face, her eyes welled with tears.
"Oh, Nathan."
He couldn't figure out if the breathless whisper was one of pleasant surprise or disappointed shock. A tear rolled down her cheek, and for a second, he worried she was about to say no.
I love you too, and I'd love to say yes, but there is something I must tell you first that may change your mind."
Nate's features fell. His worst nightmare was coming true. She was turning him down, and no matter the reason, he was devastated.
Chapter 23. Elena. Elena's heart sped up as she stepped into the rose-laden gazebo. Lit by the sparkling lights that draped from its roof, it created a magical ambiance filled with romance. Her lips parted as she studied it, before she shot him a questioning glance. "What is this?" He licked his lips, offering her a nervous smile.
"Well,
Her smile didn't fade as she prodded him to continue with a cock of her head.
Ellie, since I met you, my life has been different. You're like this beacon of light that I never thought I'd find."
His words echoed the sentiment in her own heart. "I feel quite the same." He nodded, his eyes stuck on the wooden boards beneath their feet.
"I'm really glad you said that, because I love you. I am in love with you. And Ellie..."
Her heart pounded frantically, and her eyes widened as he lowered to one knee, snapping open a ring box. The diamond-studded emerald sparkled under the lights. She pressed a hand to her chest as the shock hit her.
"Will you marry me?"
he asked. Her features pinched as she studied the ring. It blurred when tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, Nathan." The two breathless words conveyed a bevy of unspoken emotions. Every fiber in her being wanted to accept him, to throw her arms around his neck and kiss him, and then let him slide the ring onto her trembling finger. But she couldn't do that. Not yet. He had to know who she was. She couldn't accept his proposal until he knew her identity. It wasn't fair. She stammered out an answer. I love you too, and I'd love to say yes, but there is something I must tell you first that may change your mind." His features twisted, his disappointment obvious. She wiped the tear that had fallen to her cheek as she grabbed his hands and squeezed them. "Please, Nathan, I desperately want to say yes."
"Then say yes,"
he whispered, still on one knee. "But there's something you must know first." She tugged at him, trying to get him to rise. He shook his head.
"No, not until you answer."
"Nathan, please. Please, there is something I must say, and it may make you wish you hadn't offered. Please, I must tell you first." He shook his head.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I love you, and we'll get through it. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Ellie, if you love me, please say yes." She chewed her lower lip as she considered her response. "I do love you, I do." "Then let's get married." "Oh, Nathan, I want to marry you." "You do?" A tentative smile crossed his features. "Yes, I do, Shh," he said, as he rose and pulled the ring from the box. "Then let's get married." He gently grabbed her hand and slid the ring onto her finger. She stared down at it. It felt so right on her hand, and she felt so right with him. She raised her teary eyes to meet his. Before she could speak, he leaned forward, cupping her face in his hands before he kissed her, a gentle promise of his love. She pulled back, her thumb tracing the emerald. "You may wish you hadn't done this after I tell you what I must say." "You don't have to say anything, Elle. Let's just enjoy this moment. We're in love. We're getting married." She settled into his arms, wishing she could remain in his embrace forever. But she couldn't. She had to tell him. He had to know before they moved forward. She pulled back, sucking in a breath as another tear fell. "I wish I could enjoy this moment. But, Nathan, there is something I must confess." Nate's features pinched as he pulled back to study her. "Okay." A knock interrupted their conversation. Elena snapped her tear-eyed gaze to find Victoria and the other Kingsleys hovering at the edge of the gazebo. "I see a ring, but those don't look like tears of happiness." Victoria offered a hesitant smile as she flicked her gaze back and forth between them. "She said yes," Nate began as Ellie wiped at her cheeks again. "I am very happy, Mrs. Kingsley, but I'm afraid there is something that I must say that may ruin everything," Elena said through tears. Victoria winced as her features scrunched. "Oh, I'm so sorry. We'll give you some privacy." "No," Elena said with a shake of her head. "No, please. What I'm about to say. Everyone should hear it." Victoria sucked in a breath as her features registered confusion. "Okay." "Oh," Chloe answered with a chuckle as they shuffled into the gazebo. "Please tell me I was right and you're cheating." Victoria shot her an unimpressed glance, and she shrugged as she mouthed a, "Sorry." "I am not," Elena insisted, her voice sharp but still tinged with sadness. "Of course not. I love you, Nathan. I just needed to be certain you loved me. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, I just—" "Ellie, what is it?" Nate asked. "Why are you so upset?" "Well," she began, her voice shaking. Her heart twisted into knots as her breath caught in her throat. She pressed a hand against her stomach as it fluttered, and she tried desperately to steady her wobbly knees. She searched their questioning faces as she tried to find the words to tell them about her identity. "The thing is, I haven't been—" The arrival of several new people interrupted her words. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the entourage, her gaze centering on the man in the middle. He eyed the group, a mix of authority, surprise, and indifference etching his features. Her heart stopped. She'd never get to explain, not now. "I'm sorry, but this is a private family moment. You should—" Charles began when one man stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I present His Royal Highness King Frederick of Eldoria." Charles's features tugged into a frown. "Your Highness, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I realize your family has been inquiring into our company." The king held up a hand to stop his speech as his eyes settled on Elena. "Do you no longer bow to your king?" Elena's heart sank along with her gaze. She fought to steady her lower lip, and a single tear rolled down her cheek as she slid her eyes closed before snapping them open again. With a lump in her throat, she stepped forward, her head bowed as she gathered her skirt and curtsied with one quiet word.
Father?
Father?
Chloe's shrill voice cried from behind her. A few other gasps of surprise sounded around her. King Frederick gave a curt wave to the man at his side. He stepped forward again, his hands clasped as he announced, "Her Royal Highness Princess Elena of Eldoria." Elena's heart pounded as she closed her eyes again. There went her secret, announced in one formal bellow from her father's assistant. She twisted to eye the Kingsleys with pinched features. "I am so very sorry," she whispered. "Ellie," Nate began, his features a mix of confusion and disbelief.
Ellie,
King Frederick repeated, with a click of his tongue.
How decidedly common.
He reached for her and tugged her closer.
She is a crown princess. You will address her as such.
Ellie's nose wrinkled as she wrangled her arm from his grip. He arched an eyebrow.
Elena?
No, she said simply. He offered her an unimpressed stare.
We should speak privately.
No, she said, her voice stronger as she curled her fingers into a fist. He fluttered his eyelashes, clasping his hands behind his back.
Fine, then we shall discuss it here and now. Your cousin has informed me of this little fling. I hope it is out of your system.
Out of my system? This is not a game, she answered, heat entering her voice.
No, it is not, he bellowed. But it ends now.
Elena's jaw tightened as she stared down her father.
Come along, Elena. It is time to return home.
No, she said with a shake of her head. She flashed her ring finger at him. I'm engaged.
Engaged?
He threw his head back with a sharp laugh.
Yes, Elena, you are. You are engaged to Prince Eric. And it is time to come home and marry him.
What? Victoria asked. That's not true, Elena said, shooting her a pleading glance. We are not engaged. Are you dating him? Nate's voice, laced with hurt and fear, asked. No, Elena said, with a shake of her head as she twisted to face him, her features pinched. We have only met once when I was 7.
Elena has been promised to him since birth. She knows that full well. This relationship is unauthorized.
Unauthorized? Victoria shot back as she stepped forward. Does this sort of thing still happen? Her father set his authoritative gaze on Victoria.
I will not debate the specifics of my country's protocols. Elena, remove that ring and let us go.
I will not, she answered. His features hardened.
Are you saying you have no intention of calling off this farce of a relationship and returning to Eldoria to fulfill your duty?
She raised her chin, trying to strengthen her resolve under the scrutiny of his gaze. I will not call it off. I love Nathan, and our relationship is real. She shot Nate a pleading gaze, hoping he still wanted her. He wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer.
Elena,
King Frederick said, his voice a warning.
I warn you not to test me.
She interlaced her fingers through Nate's. This is not a whim, nor a game. Please, Father.
Neither is your duty to your country and your family.
The king's measured words were both a king's command and a father's plea.
You know the weight of the crown and the sacrifices it demands. I will not, cannot, allow you to forsake your responsibilities for a momentary infatuation.
Momentary infatuation? That is not at all what this is. You have been listening to Julian far too much. He only means to sow trouble between us.
Julian is not a part of this.
Isn't he? Is it not him who alerted you to my unseemly behavior? King Frederick's voice carried a steel edge, tempered by years of rule, but tainted by a father's upset.
You are leaving me with little choice, Elena. Though I had hoped to resolve this quietly, for your sake and our family's.
I cannot abandon my heart, nor pretend my feelings are fleeting. I will not. You must allow me my choice. For a moment, King Frederick's expression softened, revealing the father beneath the crown.
But his next words sliced through her heart, a decree that brokered no deals and offered no leeway. I am sorry, Elena. Truly I am. But the time for discussions has passed. You will return with me tonight. If you refuse... She swallowed the lump in her throat. If I refuse? I shall take the necessary steps to secure your future and the future of our kingdom. The unspoken threat hung heavy between them. Her eyes flitted to the royal guards flanking her father. She understood what would happen. If they had to, they would rip her from her fiancé and return her to Eldoria. That sounds like a threat, Victoria answered. And I? Elena stepped forward, her voice shaking as she held back sobs. I will go with you, father, she conceded, her voice barely above a whisper. Each word she spoke sliced a dagger through her heart. But please, give me a moment. Make it brief, he answered. She spun to face them, her eyes filling with tears again. She focused her bleary gaze on Nate. Nathan. Ellie, don't go, please. I have no choice, she sobbed. Victoria stepped forward. Honey, if you need help, we have security too. Thank you, Mrs. Kingsley. But I haven't a choice. You must know how deeply sorry I am for everything. I had the same misgivings you did when you gave me your fake name. But this is not how I wanted things to unfold. She sucked in a deep, steadying breath. I only wanted someone to see beyond my crown. Please know my feelings for you are real and profound. I love you, Nathan, and I am truly sorry for any pain I've caused. Ellie. Elena, we must go. King Frederick waved at her. I'm sorry, she whispered again as she clapped a hand over her lips and hurried away from the gazebo. Ellie, wait! Nate's voice called, but she couldn't. Tears poured down her cheeks as she raced from the Kingsley's property, slipping into the royal convoy's car and burying her face in her hands. King Frederick slipped inside next to her a moment later. It is hard now, darling, but you will survive. You are my brave daughter. You will rally. The true weight of the cost of her crown pressed down upon her. Love was not a luxury afforded a princess. She pulled her head up, tears still shining in her eyes, her features twisted with disdain as the car pulled away from the Kingsley mansion. I will not. My heart will never move on from him, and I will never forgive you for this. Chapter 24. Nate. Nate's mind reeled as he tried to process what was unfolding in front of his eyes. His girlfriend, sweet Ellie, the down-to-earth woman who had changed his life, was a princess. It didn't ring true, no matter how many times he repeated it to himself. What did it mean for them? He had no idea. Though he couldn't fault her for the lie, he'd done the same. His mind regressed to the night he'd told her. She'd accepted it so easily. This must have been the reason why. She'd understood why he'd done it. She had been doing the same. Her words from that night echoed across his brain. I have something to tell you, too. She'd never had the chance. Would she have told him then had the ride not stopped? It didn't matter. What mattered was this situation needed to be dealt with. And if she'd only lied about her name, not about her feelings, they could resolve this easily. He loved her, and he wanted a life with her. It didn't seem like it would be that easy, though. Elena sparred with her father, their conversation veiled but hinting at things he couldn't fully understand. There was a hint of another man, a fiancé Elena vehemently rejected. He had to know the extent of their relationship. His features twisted with fear as he asked the question. Are you dating him? No, Elena said with a shake of her head as she twisted to face him, tears shining in her eyes. We have only met once when I was 7. Her father filled in the details. Elena has been promised to him since birth. She knows that full well. This relationship is unauthorized. He screwed up his face at the words. Were there still arranged marriages happening in the world? Unauthorized? Victoria shot back as she stepped forward. Does this sort of thing still happen? Her father set his authoritative gaze on Victoria. I will not debate the specifics of my country's protocols. Elena, remove that ring and let us go. I will not, she answered. His heart lifted as she defended their relationship. She'd said she loved him, and it looked like she meant it enough to fight for him. Are you saying you have no intention of calling off this farce of a relationship and returning to Aldoria to fulfill your duty? She raised her chin. I will not call it off. I love Nathan, and our relationship is real. She shot him a pleading gaze, a silent question asking if he still wished for their relationship to continue. He answered by wrapping an arm around her and pulling her closer. Elena, King Frederick said, his voice a warning. I warn you not to test me. She interlaced her fingers through Nate's. This is not a whim, nor a game. Please, father. Neither is your duty to your country and your family. The king's words came across harsh and unfeeling to him. You know the weight of the crown and the sacrifices it demands. I will not, cannot allow you to forsake your responsibilities for a momentary infatuation. Momentary infatuation? That is not at all what this is. You have been listening to Julian far too much. He only means to sow trouble between us, Elena pleaded. Julian is not a part of this, the king shot back. Isn't he? Is it not him who alerted you to my unseemly behavior? She asked. King Frederick's voice betrayed his irritation with the situation. You are leaving me with little choice, Elena, though I had hoped to resolve this quietly, for your sake and our family's. I cannot abandon my heart, nor pretend my feelings are fleeting. I will not. You must allow me my choice. The man glanced at his daughter, his features softening. Was he finally seeing the light? I am sorry, Elena. Truly I am. But the time for discussions has passed. You will return with me tonight. If you refuse. If I refuse? Her words came out meeker than he'd expected. Was she giving in to her father's demands? I shall take the necessary steps to secure your future and the future of our kingdom. That sounds like a threat, Victoria answered. And Elena stepped forward from his embrace, her voice shaking as she held back sobs. I will go with you, father, she conceded, her voice barely above a whisper. But please, give me a moment. Make it brief, he answered. She twisted to face him, tears brimming in her eyes. Nathan. Ellie, don't go, please. He begged her. He couldn't watch her walk away. What hold did her father have over her? Why had she given in? I have no choice, she sobbed. Victoria stepped forward. Honey, if you need help, we have security too. Thank you, Mrs. Kingsley, but I haven't a choice. You must know how deeply sorry I am, for everything. I had the same misgivings you did when you gave me your fake name. But this is not how I wanted things to unfold. His heart broke at the words. There must be a choice. She continued, a tear escaping to her cheek. I only wanted someone to see beyond my crown. Please know, my feelings for you are real and profound. I love you, Nathan, and I am truly sorry for any pain I've caused. He wanted to pull her into his arms and tell her he understood. He wanted to assure her that their engagement was real, that she didn't need to leave. If she was walking away because she thought he was angry, he wasn't. Ellie, King Frederick cut off his words. Elena, We must go."
"I'm sorry," she whispered again as she clapped a hand over her lips and hurried away from the gazebo.
"Ellie, wait!"
he called as he started after her.
"Nate,"
his mother began, placing a hand onto his shoulder.
"No,"
he said with a shake of his head as he shrugged her off.
"No, I have to go after her. She can't leave like this."
He raced toward the house, tearing through it to the driveway out front. Elena already sat in the back seat of the car. His eyes focused on her huddled form as he opened his mouth to call out. King Frederick stepped into his line of vision, holding up his hand.
"I am truly sorry for the upset my daughter has caused, but it is time we leave."
"No, wait, no, she—" One of the men who had accompanied him earlier held Nate back from following him to the car. The man slid inside, and another attendant closed the door behind him. As the royal car disappeared into the night, taking with it the woman he loved, a part of Nate went with it. Emptiness settled in his chest, filled with questions, doubts, and a piercing sense of loss. His features twisted as he ran a shaky hand through his hair. His mother's gentle touch caressed his shoulders. "Let's go inside." "No, we can't. She can't." "Nate, honey, we have to let them go. She chose to go."
He didn't give her much choice.
He tugged his phone from his pocket and found her name. With trembling hands, he dialed her number and pressed the phone to his ear. It went to voicemail. The sound of her voice in his ear brought both comfort and pain. He frantically sent her a text message, his heart twisting as he studied the recent thread. They had been so carefree, and now their lives had been ripped to shreds. "Honey," Victoria said, her voice soft.
"No, Mom, no, I have to talk to her."
She nodded with a consoling smile. "Okay, we'll see what we can do about making contact, but desperately calling her phone or texting her probably isn't going to work. Why don't you come inside so we can talk about this?" Nate stood frozen outside the front door, afraid to walk back into his house. It seemed like he was giving up, and he didn't want to do that. He couldn't do that. "It's okay, Nate. We'll figure this out, okay?" He blew out a shaky breath as he finally focused on his mother's face and nodded. "Okay." She led him past the remnants of the party into the library, easing him onto the couch next to her as she rubbed his back. He barely noticed the rest of his family in the room as his mind went over and over what had just happened.
"Wow, tough break, bro,"
Stephen said. "Stephen, I think it may be best if you take Chloe home." His mother's tone was authoritative enough that no one would question it. Stephen shrugged before he wrapped his arm around the blonde and led her from the room. Nate clasped his hands, balancing his elbows on his knees as he rested his chin on his knuckles. "Hey, Nate," Maddie said with a weak smile as she perched on the coffee table in front of him. "I bet this is all going to work itself out." "Thanks," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Her grin broadened, her eyes playful.
"It's sort of cool that your girlfriend is a princess, though."
"Maddie," Victoria said, her voice a soft warning.
"What? It is. Nate could be a prince."
Victoria patted her arm as she offered her a smile. "I think it's time you headed up to bed." She rolled her eyes.
I always get dismissed when there's good stuff going on.
She shifted her gaze back to Nate.
"I'm sure it'll work out."
"Thanks, Maddie," he said, tears stinging his eyes as he squeezed her hand. She shuffled out of the room, leaving him alone with his parents.
"How are you holding up?"
Charles asked as he eased onto the edge of an armchair.
"I don't know,"
he answered. "I imagine you're very upset." Nate leapt from his seat before his mother could finish.
"Yes, but not with her. I understand why she did what she did. I don't blame her, and I still love her. What I don't understand is why she left."
"It sounds like there are some other things at play here, Nate," Victoria said.
"What? That weird brokered marriage? I mean, what is that? Who promises their baby to someone?"
He flung his arms out as he twisted to face his mother, the idea still incredulous to him. Victoria flicked her eyebrows up,
I don't know. I didn't know that still happened. Well, apparently it does. He shook his head. But why is she going along with it? Honey, I'm not certain we're going to find the answers to that. At least not tonight. He pulled his phone out again and toggled it on, hoping to find a message from Elena, but his notifications remained empty. Nothing? Victoria asked. He shook his head as he stared at the screen, praying a message would pop onto it. Nothing. Son, it sounded like they had several things to sort through together. She may be busy. His heart wrenched at the words as questions poured into his mind. When were they leaving? Was she already on a plane? Would she disappear completely from his life? Why don't we try to get some sleep and discuss what we can do in the morning? Maybe you'll even have heard from her by then, Charles asked as he rose and clapped him on the shoulder. Get some sleep? Are you kidding me? I know this is hard, but Nate, there's nothing we can do tonight. In the morning, I'll call around and see if we can get a hold of someone. But sometimes the best thing to do is let tempers cool, even when it's hard. Charles squeezed his arm as he offered a consoling glance. Nate swallowed hard as he stared down at the phone, noticeably absent of messages. His father was right. What could he do? He had no idea where she was, and he was certain it would be impossible to get to her even if he did. He'd have to wait it out. All right, he said, his voice gravelly. We'll figure it out, Victoria answered as she rose and pulled him into a hug. Okay, this isn't over. Just give it some time. Nate nodded before he left the room behind, his steps heavy and awkward. He closed himself in his room, the shock still coursing through him. He stared at his bed before he shook his head and collapsed in the chair. With his tie loosened and his jacket discarded, he stared down at his phone again, this time toggling into his browser. A quick search of Princess Elena of Eldoria twisted his gut into a knot. Image after image of her, poised, regal, smiling, filled his screen and sliced at his heart. He browsed a few articles about the royal family, pausing on a picture of her with her cousins. He recognized Prince Julian. No wonder the man had been so interested. He'd been a royal spy. He scrolled further down the search list, finding a video. He pressed play, his heart wrenching as she sat primly across from the interviewer.
And I hear you have a favorite spot, Your Highness, and it is somewhat unique. Tell us about it.
Her smile beamed. He'd seen that smile so many times, and he already missed it.
Yes, I do,
she answered.
My carousel, I love it. I could ride it for hours. The music, the horses, the simple motion, it's all so relaxing.
The interviewer laughed and went on to ask about her riding real horses before the video ended. He pressed the phone to his chest as he leaned back in the chair, emptiness filling him. Would he ever hear her voice again? Or would he merely be reduced to watching her from afar like everyone else in the world? His eyes started to close, but before he drifted off, his phone chimed. A pang of hope sped through him as he bobbled it in a desperate attempt to see the message. His eyebrows furrowed as he spotted an unknown number, but the corners of his lips turned up as he saw the name.
Nathan, this is Caroline, Elena's lady's maid. She is unable to contact you at the moment, but she wants you to know she is thinking of you. She is very sorry, and she hopes to have the opportunity to explain everything. Personally, I would ask you to hold out hope. Her Royal Highness can be very persuasive when she feels strongly about something.
He stared at the words before he pressed the phone against his chest again. Would Caroline prove correct, or was she giving him false hope? He hoped soon to find out. He drifted off to sleep as he pondered the question. A loud banging startled him awake the next morning. For a second, he awoke happy, before it all came flooding back to him. He quickly checked his phone to make certain the message from Caroline had not been a dream. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found it on his screen as he rubbed at his stiff neck, the product of his night in his armchair.
Nate!
Maddie shouted. He crossed to his door and pulled it open. "Hey, I'm okay," he informed her.
"Are you still in your tux?"
She wrinkled her nose at him. "Yes, I fell asleep in it, okay? Thank you, wardrobe police."
"Well, hurry up and change into something normal. Someone is here to see you."
He scrunched his features as he tried to make sense of her words. "Ellie?" She shook her head.
"No, but almost as good. Now change. Hurry up. I'll wait for you in the hall."
He bobbed his head as his mind raced. He tore off his clothes and replaced them with a fresh set before he hurried out the door.
"Whoa, whoa,"
Maddie said as he hurried past her. "What?" he snapped, annoyed at his own harsh voice.
"Your buttons are wrong, genius. You can't go down looking like that."
He glanced down at his shirt before he rolled his eyes at himself and fixed the problem. "Okay?"
"Yep,"
she nodded.
"Come on."
Maddie led him to the library, where he found his mother and father sharing a cup of tea with King Frederick. His heart thudded in his chest as the man rose, his authoritative eyes falling on Nate. His mother offered him a tentative grin. "Mr. Kingsley, I am pleased you could join us. Our last encounter was less than cordial. I would like to apologize, firstly, and secondly, mention that I perhaps was hasty in my response. I hope it will suffice to say that I have been shown the error of my ways." He lifted his chin as he continued, his hands clasped behind his back. "However, as you can understand, Elena's position is not simply a matter of personal happiness, but of national importance." He tried to form an appropriate response, but his lips couldn't form words as the king stepped closer to him, his demeanor softer than last night, but still imbued with the weight of royal responsibilities. "I propose a compromise that I hope you will accept. I would like to extend an invitation to you and your family to visit Eldoria. The trip would allow you the opportunity to understand more fully the duties and responsibilities that a future consort would undertake should he become part of the royal family. And in addition, this will be an opportunity for us to grow further acquainted." He raised his eyebrows as Nate stood mute. "What say you, Mr. Kingsley?" he prompted. Victoria leapt from her seat, hurrying to his side. "If I may, Your Highness, am I to understand that this is not an approval of the engagement, but that you are open to the relationship being pursued?" "Consider it a period of mutual exploration and understanding. Should it be found that your son is capable and willing to embrace the duties that come with my daughter's hand, then we may proceed with a discussion on the matter." Nate's mind whirled. The way that had been closed so soundly last night now showed a small glimmer of being opened. Would it work? Did he have what it took to prove himself capable? Or was this merely a setup, a way to show Elena that he was not suitable? He raised his chin. He loved her, and he had to take the opportunity. He had to prove that they were the right match. Victoria set her eyes on him, silently prodding him to answer the question. "I accept your invitation. I look forward to proving that I am both capable and more than willing. I love your daughter, and I want to marry her." The king offered him a fleeting smile. "Then we will be in contact with the arrangements." He nodded at Charles and Victoria. "Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley, thank you for the tea. I look forward to conversing with you more." "Wait," Nate said, his voice catching as he slid in front of the king to block his departure. "Can I see her?" The man puckered his lips before he gave a slight nod. "We return to Eldoria this afternoon, but you may see her briefly. She is in the car." Nate didn't wait for him to finish his statement before he was already out the door and racing headlong down the hall toward the front door. He burst into the bright sunshine beyond it, searching for her. She stood near the back door of one of the cars in the convoy. A wide smile spread across her features as he rushed to her and scooped her into his arms. "Ellie!"
"Nathan!"
she answered as she threw her arms around him.
"Oh, I am so sorry."
No, he said as he pulled back from their tight embrace. "Don't be sorry. I understand." She smiled up at him, tears in her eyes.
I felt so awful. I worried you would never want to see me again.
That would never happen. I was going to fight for you no matter what. She intertwined her fingers through his as she pressed her forehead against his.
I love you.
I love you too. And I accepted your father's invitation to visit. Ellie, I'm going to prove to them that we belong together.
You may have your work cut out for you, darling, she said with a teasing grin. My father is very difficult to please. But the fact that he even made the offer says he likes you.
Well, I'm going to make him love me. She giggled at the words.
That will take some doing, but I will tell you everything you need to know.
So you can text me again? She nodded.
Yes, and I will. Non-stop, I promise.
I'm going to hold you to that, he answered with a grin before he leaned in for a kiss. Behind him, the king cleared his throat. Nate pulled back, offering him a penitent smile. You should know public displays of affection are frowned upon, he answered. Though, as you will be separated for a time, I suppose I could look the other way for just a moment. She grinned at her father as he twisted to take in the view before she returned her attention to Nate. She caressed his cheek, and he cupped her face in his hands, leaning in to share a soft kiss, filled with the promise of love and new beginnings. This has been The Billionaire's Royal Secret, a Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance. Devotion and Dynasty Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 1. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.